And good afternoon from the Pocono Mountains in Pennsylvania. Matthew Alvarez live here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's been quite some time since I've been outside of the studio and here live in the field, but it will be great to speak to we the people, the Patriots. You know, every time we're in that studio there at Right Side in Alabama, you know, we always talk about we the people and what it's like and what it was like over the past 10 years with Right Side Broadcasting Network, speaking with the crowds. Well, tonight and today, of course, that's what we're doing. President Trump to speak at 6 o'clock inside, all about the economic agenda for the Trump administration. We're going to be asking the people here what they think about how everything has been run over the past year, but also into the future, you know, what they want to see done from the Trump administration, from the president in 2026. Now, before we dive in and speak to a number of the great people of Pennsylvania and surrounding areas, we're not too far from places of like New Jersey, New York, of course. I want to show you guys that the fact that we traveled all the way from Alabama up here, where it's a balmy 26 degrees with a wind chill of about 17, and I think the low is 6 degrees. So let's show you guys down there in the south what this looks like. This is called snow. This is what we see here on the ground in Mount Pocono. So, all right, again, thanks so much for streaming in. Let's take a walk and take a look at some of the live pictures here, give you a little bit of a vantage point of what we see right now. Let's look to the left a little bit. You can see the front of the crowd there. They've been there since about 12 o'clock, all the way at the front of the door. This is the Mount Airy Pocono Resort here, the casino resort. And if we look all the way to the right, you'll see that the lines are growing by the minute as we have, I think, about a 2,000 seat capacity inside. We will be heading inside as well in about an hour or so from now. But we're going to walk here a little bit, and then we'll go over some of the news that we've been, you know, tracking and following here at the network, and go over some of that as we see just a number of people, maybe some of the dignitaries or special guests arriving as well. But let's take a walk a little bit here and check out the back of the line. Then we'll do some interviews as we always do at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Again, great to be with the people of Pennsylvania. Of course, this is the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. A lot of times people say it's the Keystone State. Well, whatever you want to call it, it is the state where, of course, Philadelphia, just about, I think it's 2 hours from here, where it all started. It's that freedom we talk about all the time. God, family, country, freedom, truth, justice, and the American way. So great to be in a place of such history as well in Philadelphia. And speaking of a little bit of Right Side Broadcasting Network history, my first ever event live was at Wilkes-Barre, Scranton, Pennsylvania, which is about 45 to an hour from this location. That was on September 3rd, 2022. And so to kind of be back here in Pennsylvania, pretty close to the first place that I started out with Right Side. Pretty awesome to just mix with the people, and we'll be going there inside in just a bit. But let's continue on here and walk to the back of the line, and then we'll interview some folks, and then, see what everybody has to say. That's, again, something that you won't see on the mainstream media, and if you do, it's because they just copy Right Side. Let's be honest about that. And I'm not talking about conservative media networks. I'm just talking about legacy media, that kind of thing. Of course, shout out to all conservative media, conservative podcasters, social influencers, everybody that's on the right side of history. What's going on, everybody? How you guys doing?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm all right. I got to go to the guy with the beard and the hat and the Yingling sweatshirt here. First of all, how are you doing, sir?
I'm okay. How are you today?
I'm pretty good. Now, it's not a rally in the sense of, a campaign rally. It's a speech by the president. What are you expecting to hear from the president today?
I think all good things. I support Mr. Trump ever since he's been in office. I just want to come down. I'm from Honesdale, Pennsylvania, so I just figured I'd take a drive down this afternoon just to give my support to Mr. Trump.
Awesome. And then talk to us about 2026 in the sense of what you would like to see from the Trump administration. A lot of people have a lot of thoughts about what's going on right now, and they want to see more of something, or are you Are you happy with the way things are right now?
I'm happy with the way things are going. I also spent some time up in Canada, so I'd like to see, honestly, something dealt with Canada. I mean, it's kind of, Canada itself, honestly, is kind of gone off the rails a little bit, like with the Liberals and stuff like that, and even in the Trudeau administration. Now that Carney's in here, he's kind of like, and like I said, I get to see both worlds. Up there, it's just complete mayhem, to be all honest. I'd like to see a deal a little bit, but, I know Mr. Trump's going to pull through for us.
What industry are you in?
I do work for Cintas, so back in the, textiles and uniforms and stuff like that. So, and then I come back down this way and do some tree work and stuff.
Well, you know your stuff. I mean, saying Carney, of course, the Prime Minister. I thought he was going to say the Trudeau administration and say that's it. No, he's not in office. He's out there dating who? Katy Perry or whoever these days?
Yes, he is.
Woohoo! All right. Anyway, let's move on. Nice to meet you, man.
Hey, nice to meet you. Have a great day.
You too. You too. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much.
All right. He said stay warm, so he's definitely got a Canadian flow there. What's going on, everybody? How's everybody doing? Good to see you. What is this jacket? What is this all about?
Rise Up Kings. Let's go. It's a man organization for men in Dallas, Texas, and it's a group of men that just are looking out for marriages, looking out for young men. There's 4 pillars. The one is faith, family, finances, and fitness. And we get some of those right, guys. Guys, if we get those 4 pillars in life right, we got a lot going for ourselves. And we break down in one of them, we still got 3 going on. We're still going to be okay. Make a difference.
And that's exactly what we talk about a lot at the network. God, family, country, freedom, common sense, truth, justice, and the American way. Those things right there. Isn't that what we need in this country all the time?
So good. Absolutely. Yep. Keep it up, guys. Thanks for what you do.
Thank you. So it's cool to see, with people with faith, obviously it's something that we talk about at the network a lot. What's going on, man? This guy's, come here, let's turn around and show everybody what you were just doing. He's just giving a smile like, all right, so I'm not even going to ask you a question. What would you like to say to the people watching at Right Side?
I just think that we've got to figure out how to bring the country together. I think we've got to start looking at people like they're human beings instead of race and color and religion, and that's when the country starts to heal. I think that, as an independent leading Republican, because I don't trust anything the message that the Democrats have to say today, is that we got to start looking at everyone as America first. Either you're American or you're not. You have the traditions of the United States of America or you don't. I've got a very large platform. We got over 1 million followers on TikTok right now. Well, between TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram at the Midnight 123. We work every single day for this president, working everything very hard for humanity. Humanity always over politics, but we've got a socialist regime coming knocking on our doors, and they're calling the Democrats and Republicans both their enemy. So socialism against the Democrats and Republicans, which what they're saying is that the true enemy is Americans, and that's where we're at right now. We've got to make sure that every patriot stands up because the president can't do everything by himself, and I feel like we've all been a little complacent since he's been there. So, and I think we have to do, we're there, and we will rise. But everyone's got to start, getting to work now before our country's taking over.
Exactly. I mean, that's perfectly said. And then I like your hat, by the way. We the people. That's what it's about. Is we the people, a government of, by, and for the people. Here's the thing, though. A lot of people are saying things like, how about this? Agree or disagree? How about that? Are they saying we want to see more prosecutions, yes or no, when it comes to the deep state?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I want to see Tim Walz get indicted. I want to see Elon Omar get indicted. I think there's corruption and collusion, huge corruption and collusion coming out of California with the governor over there, Gavin Newsom. These people have to be held accountable. And the only thing I can think of is that maybe possibly when these indictments don't happen is because they've got information that can be beneficial to the United States of America. And just like in any other court system, you'll get a lesser of a sentence if you come here with information. But these people are very, very bad people. And they're bringing hate and a lot of anger towards certain communities as they're filling their pockets with a lot of money. I think Elon Omar is worth about $30 million today in 4 years. We want to know why. Where did the money come from? How'd you get it? And to the Somali community, there's good people in all communities, right? And these people, there's going to be a lot of fall guys for what the corruption and collusion that Elon Omar that's committed.
Let's talk about a couple other issues. I saw some people nodding their heads when I asked them that question about, let's just be honest about it. If somebody broke the law and there's evidence and receipts, that they should be held accountable, especially if it has to do with saving our country, right?
100%. Everybody needs to be held accountable for what they've done. One thing about the Republican Party is that we take responsibility for ourselves, and we hold ourselves accountable. We do something stupid, we get caught. We said, you know what, it's our bad, and we'll do the time. From the other side of the Democratic Party, a lot of finger pointing, a lot of things like that, a lot of saying, hey, it's their fault, Never, they don't take accountability, and it's everybody else's fault but theirs.
Exactly. Let's talk about securing our elections. Voter ID, paper ballots, same-day voting. Is that another thing that we, the people, want to see?
Absolutely. If you can't identify the person who's coming to vote, we're the only country that does not require whether a driver's license, a passport. We don't require anything. You could just show up and have any fictitious name or whatever it is with all the corruption that's going on, and you could just vote for whoever you want. And matter of fact, you can keep going to every district and just keep voting. You can vote 6 times, 7 times, 10 times. The level of corruption is disgusting.
So we're talking very serious stuff. Let's pause real quick. Take a look at this guy's shoes, please. Wow, man. I've been to a lot of events, and I've not seen somebody sport them.
Thank you very much.
But also, where are you from, by the way?
I live in New York City. I'm from Long Island raised.
Your thoughts about, ready? Zohran Mamdani.
Zohran Mamdani is very dangerous. He's a very, very dangerous man. There's a thing called tahira, and basically they can lie in the name of Islam. And there's a lot of peaceful people from the faith of Islam, but we're dealing with very, very bad people that have been led into the country by the Joe Biden and Kamala Harris administration, whether they come from Afghanistan, Syria, Iraq, Iran, all over in the Middle East. And they're here for one reason only, which we call them the jihad Muslim terrorists, to take over our country. And that is the number one concern that all as Americans we should have is these terrorists that are here. Absolutely 100%.
I mean, other concerns would be other isms, globalism, deep statism, communism, socialism, all those kind of things. Let's keep going. Might as well. It's kind of like we're at a casino. When it's hot, you got to keep going. And I don't even gamble. But anyway, let's go with some more. What about full transparency from our government, and then also freedom of speech, the protection of our constitutional rights and the right to bear arms, because we see in Ireland and we see in England a lot of that not happening anymore, especially the freedom of speech.
Yeah, just in the United Kingdom alone, I've got about 150,000 followers that follow me out of there, and the stories that are coming out of the UK, London, and Scotland and Ireland is that people are getting arrested just for tweets, Facebook posts, Instagram reels. If there's something that they consider that is against their country and violating the freedom of speech, they are being arrested up to 2, 3, 4, 5 years. And that's something that we have to protect here. Our freedom of speech, there's nobody else in this world. If the United States of America falls, the rest of the world is done. As far as we are the gatekeeper for peace and prosperity for the rest of the world. So, and that's what we're fighting right now. We got to, there's people that this country threatens what they're trying to do. And the Constitution of the United States of America is never going to be replaced by Sharia law. Anybody who calls us jihad, this and that, with the infidels, no, we're not. There's the door. You can leave the country. And we want people immigrants are welcome. Come in here legally, do it the right way. And I'll be the first one to open my arms and give you a hug and welcome you to the United States of America. But we don't need people here degrading our country, talking down to our people. Never again under our watch a biological boy is going to be in the locker rooms with our biological daughters. That's never going to happen again. As I'm a dad of an 18-year-old daughter and a 16-year-old son, those borders are closed for a reason. They're not going to compromise our children, compromise our women. Thank God we still got patriots like myself and wolves like myself walking around protecting the vulnerable that's in this country. So, and that's what we're working very dearly on.
First name and last name again?
On the TikTok, it's the Midnight 123.
And then on X?
The Midnight 123. Everything on every platform is the Midnight 123.
You got to hit me up. It's at Matthew US Media on X.
Okay.
Just hit me up. I want to talk to you again.
100%.
But also, the way he's talking right now, guys, here. Keep going, man. Keep going.
We always say, we always go, finally, the Midnight has come back to the Poconos. Woo!
Well, there you go, man. I mean, if somebody's going to be spitting truth like that, that's the thing about right side. That's the thing about conservative media. We're not afraid of hearing the truth. because the truth sets you free.
100%.
And we're not into that false narrative lies anymore. We know what the mainstream media has been about, and we're not on that side. We're on the right side of history, and that's why I let a guy like this that's spitting truth, why not keep talking, right? So that I do have one more question then. You said what you just said, and if anybody's just joining us right now on Right Side, please on this one, scrub back a little bit on Rumble, wherever you're watching, and listen to what he has to say. And then here's the question that I have. This is the punchline question and answer, I believe, without even knowing. Here we go. President Trump, if he heard everything you just said, would you say to President Trump, we want all that stuff done in 2026?
Oh, 100%. You know, the thing, you know, I was very proud. I was very proud and very grateful that last week President Trump reposted a video on his own platform. Took my video and posted it. So I was really grateful about that. But 2026 got to be the year of indictments. 2026 got to be the year of America First. 2026 got to be the year where we are not going to let Islamic Jihad extreme terrorists think that they're going to hijack our country. The corruption and collusion coming out of Minnesota, the corruption and collusion coming out of Dearborn, Michigan, the corruption and collusion coming out of New York City, where we have a socialist mayor. And I left a clear message with Zohran Mamdani, 6 months. 6 months. You mess up New York, I will put my candidacy in to be the next mayor of New York City. Remember this, the midnight 1, 2, 3 is coming down the pipe. I already have 1 million people ready to vote for me in the upper Northeast. I'm going to come after you if you do wrong by the American people.
When you say come after, what do you mean by that?
On which piece? I'm gonna come after for the election to become the next mayor of New York. I'm gonna fix everything that I think he's about to break. I think it's a very bad day for New York, letting Zohran Mamdani in there. His pretty little smile, his and his lies that are coming out of it whenever he speaks. That he does not have the best interest of the people of the United States of America, and he sure doesn't have the best interest of people in New York City.
Well, there you go. An interview right here live in Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania. Sir, good to meet you.
So good to meet you.
And this isn't playing TV either. When we walk to the next person to talk to, when you guys see us live inside, when you watch conservative media, just know that what he just said isn't just words. We're looking for actions that speak louder than words. Am I right?
100%. We want to see action, and we love our president. We back our president, and I always tell everybody, he's not the be-all, end-all of everything. He's also human. He's also imperfect, and he does make mistakes. But one thing I know, and I know Donald Trump for a very long time, I know him way before he became the president of the United States of America, is that he is a true patriot, and he does love this country.
All right, there you go. Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
What do you guys think about what he just said there?
Amen. Hallelujah.
I saw you shaking your head a lot too. What do you think about what you just heard there?
I agree with it 100%. I knew about the man way before he ran for president, and he loved this country. When we were getting into debt pretty bad, he got a couple of people together way back when to try and pay the American debt off, but he was turned down because that would be unconstitutional.
My husband's a military man, and Trump has brought the military recognizing right back to our country.
Thank you for your service, sir. Tell us more about your service.
United States Marine from 1984 to 1993.
Thank you again, sir, for your service. Thank you.
I just want to thank RSBN for being out there to talking. I've been to 8, 9 different Trump rallies before. You were always there. Always there. And just nice to see you out here.
I do want to ask you a question as well. Thank you for that. And been since 2015, right? So I started in 2022, just a few miles from here in Wilkes-Barre. Scranton was my first ever rally, and it's interesting to be here again in Pennsylvania. But your hat says "Make America Godly Again." Let's talk about September 21st, 2025, Glendale, Arizona. Charlie Kirk, the great late Charlie Kirk, the memorial there. Did you get a chance to watch that?
I watched it. Sure, absolutely. It was dumbfounding, actually. It was so great to see such patriotism and such Godism. We need Godism. God is the only one who can really save America, and I believe Trump is working with, being guided by God. I mean, that's my point of view. And we need more of that. We need people to wake up and take a strong Christian stance to keep this America safe again. And yeah, amen is right.
Amen. No, I agree with you. What's up, man? How are you? Nice and cold. First of all, tell us what it's like, man. I mean, you only have this on. You don't have a big jacket, so.
Thermal underneath.
but it's worth it, huh? To see the president.
Yep. Yep. It is.
Can I see your hat?
Make America great again,
right? What are your thoughts about Make America Great Again, America First, America Only? There's just a lot of sayings at this point, but you know what? It's all about God, family, country, freedom, and moving forward, isn't it?
We got to move forward. I mean, this man does it. He does everything for this country. He took a bullet for us. He does everything. I mean, like I said, it's not else I can say about him.
Can I see your sign there? It says, Trump gives us hope. That's the sign that we see that's being handed out here. Guys, thank you. All right. We'll see you inside. We'll be a bit more warm when we get there. Hey, I'm trying, man. All right, so there you go. So we're talking to some patriots here. It was awesome to talk to that one guy from New York, that Midnight 123 guy, man. Again, if someone's going to keep spitting the truth, you just let them keep talking. And again, that's something that you don't see when it comes to mainstream media. They're all like, oh, we're just going to play TV. Oh, there's only time for a 30-second soundbite or a 5-minute video of that. Nah, not with Right Side Broadcasting Network, not with conservative media. Times have changed. The media landscape has changed. It's the people that tell the truth versus the people that want to lie to you. It's facts, right? Let's go to this guy and see what he was just saying to that. What did you just say to what I just said?
I said, amen. Let's get the truth out.
Yeah, amen.
With boldness, guys. Yes.
Exactly what, the late, great Charlie Kirk was all about, was that boldness for God, family, country, freedom, common sense, truth, justice, the American way. I don't know if I just said common sense or not in there, but it's kind of cold out here, so you got to bear with me. But, yeah, common sense. It's really what this is about. And it kind of cuts through the crap, you know what I mean? I think at the end of the day, the mainstream media does not tell it like it is. Conservative media tells it like it is. Do you guys like people that tell it like it is out there? Yeah? Right? You want to hear truth because we're all we the people, right? We're all together in this, right? What were you saying, sir?
God bless President Trump and his family. I recently read his son Eric's book, Under Siege. It's a shame what they did to that family. The whole family, not just President Trump, but the whole family. So God bless President Trump. Thank you.
What would you...
RSBN, you guys have been with them ever since the very first rally. I remember.
2015.
And I'm a contributing member.
Thank you so much for everything. Thank you, guys. That's exactly right. I mean, since 2015... every rally, every event, it was back when the mainstream media, they would hear President Trump talking, and then they would maybe cut away from him. They wouldn't show the crowds. Then Joe Seals said, you know what, I can do something about that. And here we are 10 years later, and really focusing again on common sense and conservatism in our great country and we the people. So looking forward to interviewing more people here at Right Side Broadcasting. Let's continue on here. I want to say hello to everybody. Hi, guys. Hello. Where's everybody from? Pennsylvania? Pennsylvania? Nice. Thank you. What were you saying again?
Right Side of Broadcasting is the best. I watch it every day. You're great.
Thank you.
Only place you could get coverage. Even better than Fox News. RSBN, right here, baby. Yeah.
What's the accent? Where are you from?
Hate to admit, New Jersey.
I don't know. I mean, my sister was born in Jersey. It's all good,
But the only thing is, I can't donate because every time I try to go on the link, it doesn't allow me to.
Okay, so all right. So can you text RSBN to 801-801? Try that.
Okay, I will try that because I want to donate. You guys deserve it. I try to support whoever you put on your ads. You guys are really the best.
I like you. I think I'm going to ask you some questions. You ready? All right, here we go. And I love when this is good.
Yeah.
My mom was born in Brooklyn, right? So she's Italian,
yeah, that's
right?
It's an Italian. Sound like I'm from the Bronx. She's Italian.
She's a paisan too. I'm only half Italian. The other half is English. So.
This is great. Can we all just go make some lasagna quick?
Anything. You think I'm kidding? You're right on my phone. Right
RSBN.
there.
Let's show her. Let's show everybody. Get the RSBN app right there. There it is. Watch live. Let's watch us live right now. Why not? Let's see if we're on there. Hopefully it's working. There it is. There you are.
I love it. I watch you guys every day. You're on my iPad, on my phone. That's awesome. I don't miss it. And then I make it a flat screen TV. I turn it this way.
That's perfect. Oh, I love it. That's awesome. And a lot of people do that.
I love you guys. Yeah. You guys really.
So,
shout out all the the time.
Thank you. Let's just dive into a couple things.
Okay, go ahead.
Let's just go 30,000 foot view. A lot of people say 35,000 foot view. I'm gonna say 30,000 foot view. All right, let's go 30. What would you like to see from the Trump administration in 2026? Go.
Well, I would like to see him talk more about grocery prices because he's the guy that can do it and he's done it. I would like them to say to the Democrats, you talk about affordability. Okay, what's your policy that's different than mine that's going to help the American people? And if you have it, why don't we work together in the Congress now and fix it? The problem is they have no answer. So they just throw out these words and they have mainstream media that goes along with it, the talking puppets. So I'd like to see the golden age come. Stock market go up, crypto go up, prices come down, wages go up, manufacturing comes back. All good.
I'm about to give you the microphone now. I gave the guy from New York a microphone. Now the New Jersey lady gets the microphone.
But it's true. That's what he has to talk about because they okay, what's your policy then? You talk about affordability. They don't have one. I would put them on the spot. I'd call them out on it every day. And then if you have one, let's work together. Yeah. Isn't it for the good of all of us? Yeah. But it's all hate Trump. That's all they have. That's their only policy. 24/7, go after Donald Trump. President Trump is one of the greatest people on earth. Believe me, I know people that know him personally, and I'm sure you do. The greatest guy you ever want to meet. And I do business with him in New York. One of the nicest people, guys, and family ever, anywhere. Kind, polite. I have no words. And half of the workers, tears are in their eyes. They say it's a shame what they do to him. He's an amazing man.
And then outside of that, with We the People, all of us, right?
We the people. Yeah, we the people.
With We the People, let's talk about some things that people have talked about. I want to see if you agree with a few things here. Yeah. Number one, more maybe prosecutions and holding people accountable.
Yes, but the only problem with that, I want them all held accountable. The only problem with that is the minute we do it, the mainstream media is going to go after us, and they're going to say it's retribution, which it's not. We don't play like the Democrats, the Republicans, where they bootstrap these fake things together to prosecute Trump. But we have to start doing that. Because what they did it to all we the people. They talk about democracy, they try to take us out. And it's a sin. So, yeah, I want them all to go to jail for what they did. It wasn't nice. It hurt all of us. We should have a class action lawsuit against them. Because it hurt the American people. Whether you like Trump or not, or like his policy, you vote in, you vote out, and you do it legally. So, yeah, they all should go to jail.
And then the securing our elections is one way to do it, too.
Yes, but Congress needs to do that. Secure the election. Paper ballots, one-day voting with ID.
This lady knows what she's talking about. Thank you so much. Nice to meet you. I love you. I love you, too.
I watch you all the time.
You're awesome. That's awesome. It's all right. Oh, man, that was fun. All right. Let's go with a couple sponsors here as we take a look at the live crowd here. This is the Mount Airy Casino Resort. We're in Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania. It's a balmy 26 degrees. The low tonight will be around 6 or 7. My photographer and I are from Alabama, currently living in Alabama. I'm originally from PA, so I'm kind of used to this, but I haven't felt this kind of weather in a minute. Enough of that. Let's talk about mypillow.com/RSBN. Of course, the great Mike Lindell, as you see there on your screen. A lot of different gifts, of course, for Christmas, which is around the corner. Great person, of course, Mike Lindell, now running for governor of Minnesota. That would be awesome to call him Governor Lindell. He'd get the job done. And you can better guarantee the state politics there would turn around, and the elections would be a lot better in Minnesota, but hopefully throughout the country as well. So mypillow.com/RSBN. Also, if you'd like to donate to Right Side, all you have to do is text RSBN to 801-801 or go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. As we continue to grow and expand here in conservative media. Let's take a live look at the crowd. Why don't we go all the way to the front and see how long these guys have been standing there, but we'll probably interview some people on the way. Look, this is perfect here. Look at this. We have lovely people here. What's up, guys? We've got the Christmas Santa hat over there. We got to get him. So, amen. So anybody want to talk about 2026 and what you want to see from the Trump administration in 2026? Let's just start with you, sir.
More progress. Just continue to move forward. Honesty. And that's it, man. Trump. Let's go.
Yeah. Have you been a supporter for the past 10 years, like since day one, or did you kind of get on the train a little bit later?
Well, I was in the Marine Corps, and we was on the chow hall ready for him to, step in, and he stepped in. So it was good.
Thank you for your service. Where did you serve?
Okinawa. It was awesome. Philippines.
Wow. So this is all about what for you, though? When I say that, I'm fishing for an answer, like God, family, country, freedom, that kind of thing. But I'm sure it is, right?
Sure.
I mean, talk about maybe the Constitution, whatever your thoughts are about that.
I told you what my thoughts are.
That's true, you did.
Yeah, I did. So that's my thoughts, and I just want to move forward. That's it.
Amen. I hear you. All right, let's go to the next one. Anybody else? Let's go over here. How you doing, sir?
How you doing?
What's your name?
James.
I'm Matt. Nice to meet you. Your thoughts about just the country and everything?
It's great. Nice to see the change coming along, slow but steady. Yeah. It's nice to see the drug trafficking being taken care of, the border being taken care of, the economy taken care of, and other things being taken care of that for 4 years were not being taken care of. The country was kind of going down the tubes. It's nice to see it, slowly but surely getting back up where it should be.
Yeah. Have you been a supporter of the president for all 10? Did you jump on?
Down the elevator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The escalator.
The escalator in 2015.
Tower.
Yes. It's been a wild ride and fun ride.
What would you like to see from the president and the team in 2026? Because what I've seen is a number of people want to see more than what we've already seen, if you know what I'm saying.
Obviously more. We all want more. We're Americans. We want more. But it's a process that's going to take. It can't be done overnight. I know everybody wants to see it overnight because he promised it overnight. But realistically, politicians can't do everything overnight. And you have half the country fighting the good he's doing anyway. So I mean, it's just. I think after 2025, I think when we file our taxes, see their tax returns, I think the economy's going to take a nice step forward, and I think people will get on board, and I think this country will see everything moving forward.
Awesome. Tell us about your industry.
I'm a realtor, local realtor.
Let's talk about housing prices and all that.
Housing prices have been through the roof since COVID, which is unfortunate that it took COVID to do that. But in our proximity to the city, it's always a good industry around here for anything to do with real estate, because it's cheaper to live here than it is across the bridge.
And you follow that Fed rate pretty closely.
It's nice to see it coming down. People can now brings more people into the realm of affordability, and obviously the prices have gone up around here, so it's good to see.
Awesome. Nice to meet you, man. Yeah. Hopefully we'll get inside here soon. All right, let's take a left here and go all the way to the front of the line, as we were originally trying. See you guys. We'll see you inside. So everybody's standing out here. I think at 3:30 Eastern is when we'll be allowed inside. And then the president will be speaking at 6 o'clock tonight, again, about the economic agenda. Carolyn Leavitt, the White House press secretary, saying the best is yet to come. She was saying that on another network earlier this morning. Of course, a slogan that we've heard from the president and various campaigns. And, of course, you go way back to Frank Sinatra, the best is yet to come. So we're just monitoring, all of the news that's happening out there, talking with the great patriots here in Pennsylvania. If you're just joining us, this is Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania. It's about, 28 degrees out here, 6 for a low tonight. If you'd like to follow us on Right Side Broadcasting Network, it's at RSBN on Truth Social, at RSB Network on X. And then, of course, there you go. All right. If they're going to cheer like that, we got to go and talk. What's going on, guys? How's everybody? Good. Hi, what's your name?
My name is Tanya.
All right, Tanya, have you been to a rally before or an event?
I have not.
All right, your thoughts about being here today to see the President of the United States of America?
I am so excited.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you talk to us about maybe next year, what we'd like to see from President Trump and the team?
I hate this question.
She's like, she says, quote, I hate this question. That's all right. How about...
lower health care. Definitely health care. It needs to be, our insurance needs to be lower because Obamacare is horrific. It is not helping small businesses. It is not helping anybody that gets those subsidiaries. It's not helping them. And we have 3 small businesses. So we're paying crazy amount of health insurance. So definitely health insurance.
And so outside of those businesses, any other things that you guys have experienced out there that you've dealt with?
The rising of fuel costs, fluctuation of fuel costs up and down, nonstop. Health insurance, like she said.
Yeah. Your guys' thoughts about the lovely mainstream media?
You don't want to talk to me about that. Oh, absolutely not. We don't even partake. I haven't watched mainstream media. I can't even say. It's been years. I can't even.
Why did you turn off the mainstream news?
I don't like to be gaslit. It's absurd. The amount of propaganda that's just been pushed through my lifetime that I've seen is just just horrendous from each catastrophe after another, and the way it's just used, it's absurd. I can't stand it.
And that you guys all agree with that? Yeah. Anybody love CNN here? What's that?
Made to tell the truth and tell the truth so everybody can be judged. You tell your kids to tell the truth. Don't lie. Don't stretch a story. Tell what you see. What's the truth. So why don't they do it? You're not teaching our kids anything. That's a great point. You're not teaching them.
How important is the swaying of public opinion, do you think?
Oh, that's tremendous. These people don't realize, well, maybe they do realize the power that they have, and they're using it for evil. Yeah. That's what I say.
Well, thank God for conservative media, right? Yeah. Right.
You can't get things done if you're fighting him every minute. What's that? I said you can't get anything done if people are fighting him every minute and coming up, I can't say the word, come up and argue with him. Just let him go, let him get stuff done.
Policies to argue. They don't have any policies to argue.
So basically it's truth versus lies, huh?
True.
Oh, absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
Isn't that what it is? Marxism, communism versus what? Common sense, God, family, country, freedom, the United States Constitution, right? Isn't it that stuff?
Right.
Good
Yeah.
versus evil. Good versus evil.
Expound on that a little bit.
I have too much of going on in the court system right now.
Okay, no worries.
When you talk about that, when you talk about good and evil or what's right or wrong, look at the common sense and stuff. You can't sit out there and talk about crap, it's hard to say that, and gaslight everyone or lie about everything when it's not true. Like even calling someone a racist. They're like, come on now. Just because you disagree with someone doesn't make it racist. So those are just some of the things, but it's not right. When you look on TV and they want to brainwash or propagandize on like these mainstream news channels, I just don't watch them just for that reason. Go look, educate yourself, and follow people that actually do tell the truth.
How long have you been a patriot of the United States of America in the sense of, you know what, the patriotic attitude, the feeling of it?
All of my life.
All your life?
Yeah.
When you see something like in London, England, or you see in Ireland, you see a teacher, Enoch Burke, he did not use the correct pronouns, he got a knock at the door. Your thoughts about that kind of thing happening here if we don't get the right person in 2029?
And it's going to happen. If we don't stop now and use that as a backdrop of what can happen here, you've got to pay attention. It's terrible. Even someone going to jail, they put him in jail for just thinking about something on an abortion clinic, just standing there praying. Come on, what happened to free speech?
There's a reason why we have July 4th, and it's exactly those reasons right there. There's a reason why we have a July 4th, and that's because of those reasons right there.
And we know exactly what that means. 1776 for our country. Are we right? Well, we're only a little bit away from July 4th, 2026. Of course, we'll be 250 years young. We'll see you guys inside, all right? All right, we'll see you inside. You know, great information there that we have to have things like, you know, freedom of speech as the backdrop, too. And this is the thing, again, you tell it like it is. If you don't tell it like it is, then you're watching fake news media and you're reading all that crap that's out there. All right, who wants to talk? Just raise your hand and I'll come to you. All right, perfect. Hello, how are you? All right, first of all, being out here in this very balmy weather, are you from Pennsylvania?
I'm actually from New Jersey, but I moved here with my husband 3 years ago. We absolutely love it. We live 5 minutes away.
This is great. This is the first time I've ever been to Mount Pocono, even though I'm originally from Pennsylvania. But let's talk about President Trump and what you're about to see here when it comes to his economic agenda. Your thoughts about the president so far in 2025 and the administration?
I think they're doing a wonderful job. They were given a lot of work to clean up, right? So they're doing an incredible job. What they're doing is they're really inspiring us in terms of education, economy, peace. I'm looking forward to see what else they have in store. Health, making the country healthy again. He's given everyone hope again that they have a voice and they don't have to shy away, and that we should come from both sides, right and left, and work together to make the American dream happen.
Do you think that when Mamdani was at the Oval Office, when the Syrian leader was at the Oval Office, when a number of things have happened recently that has had people talk in MAGA and in America First kind of separate between each other because of certain things that have happened? Do you follow what I'm saying at all?
I think so. But I think what I like is that he's trying to be bipartisan and he's trying to bring people together to have a conversation. What he's great at is making deals. He's great at getting people in the room and talking. So many people don't do that anymore. We just kind of turn away from each other and there's too much hate. And what I like is he's trying to cut through that and let's talk. Because once you start talking, then you'll find solutions. Because we need everyone to work together to get there.
Let's talk about securing elections. That'd be nice, right? Just all we're looking for is free and fair elections, right?
Exactly, 100%. And you want to trust your electoral system, you know? I think that was a major part where when he was elected, it gave people faith again in the system. Because before that, there were a lot of questions, you know? So.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you.
It's great.
All right, let's move on a little bit more. And then we'll also check the back of the line maybe a little bit later. We're getting a lot closer to the front here. These are the people that have been here for several hours. And some of them not having the biggest of coats either. So what time did you guys get here?
I came yesterday.
10 in the morning. All right, 10 in the morning, and it's 26 degrees with a feel of about 17. All right, let's go over here. The guy was saying what? Yeah, wait. You're not trying to be on. You know what I like about you? You're like. What was that, sir?
It's worth the fight. It's worth the fight for the greatest president of my lifetime. It sure is.
All right, I hear you. Yeah, no, I mean, definitely. We could stand out here in the cold and see the president speak. Your thoughts about 2026, what you guys would like to see from the Trump administration in 2026. And what I can do is I'll just go right down the line here. And if you don't want to talk, just say no thank you, and I'll move to the next person. So what would you like to see from the Trump administration in 26?
Just a continuation of where we are. Keep right on the line.
He's doing everything he can do right now. Is we need the House and the Senate to get off their butts and back him up.
We just need to take back the House and the Senate and get the America First agenda done. We got to get it passed, man.
Right. So saying we need to win the midterms in 2026.
Keep bringing in the revenue with tariffs and keep building America.
All right. Your thoughts about what needs to be done in 2026?
Keep doing what you're doing. Just keep doing what you're doing. You're doing good.
We have to become energy independent once again. That's very important.
All right. Anybody else? Hi. What would you like to see from the president and the?
I'd like to see him continue what he's doing, and we need to win the midterms to continue that.
Yeah. And so, what would rally everyone to start saying, you know what? I'm so glad that I was seeing just Mr. Rep. Muser over there with Pennsylvania. What do you think would rally everybody to say, you know what? I'm so glad to vote for Republicans in the Senate and the House, and that we wouldn't lose the midterms. What do you think needs to happen for that to happen?
I think the Democrats really need to, come along. I mean, see the light and at least try to be partisan.
Work as one, not two teams.
Okay, let's go to Representative Muser here with Pennsylvania. How you doing? Good. Hi. And then we'll talk to some of the people here in just a second. Hi, guys. Yeah. Hello, Representative Muser. How you doing? Nice to meet you. All right, so I guess you'll be speaking here today, tonight?
Yes.
All right, we're live right now on Right Side Broadcasting Network. So your thoughts about what you've seen in 2025 with President Trump, and then what you'd like to see in 2026?
Well, I think everybody here voted for the president to make America great again. Have you heard that one before? Yeah. I mean, look at where we are now from 14 months ago. I like that guy. National security, border secure, no more illegals, no more drugs, no more human trafficking, completely corrected. Energy policy, gasoline prices are going down, and that's helping people afford more other things, not have to pay a fortune at the pump. Our economy is stronger. We're bringing some world stability. I mean, the president's working on. Just amazing leadership is being shown. And we have more to do. The president's coming up to talk about where we were, where we are today, and where we're going. And I firmly believe, everybody, that we're going to have one of the best years ever economically and strengthening of America rolling into 2026. That's what I believe.
And then also, within that framework, law and order with the National Guard. A lot of people in support of that, of course. We're seeing a lot of great things with ICE. We need to.
D.C. is now a safe city. How about that? And we need to take care of Philly. We need to take care of Chicago. And if they're not going to do it locally, that's where the president steps in.
And let's talk about
domestic tranquility, right?
Well, so we're seeing a number of wins. There are still more wins that I've been at least seeing with We the People, right?
Yeah.
Whether it's online, whether it's on conservative networks, right? They're saying things like, well, people have to be held accountable, the James Comey types, for the 2020 subversion of the will of the American people, securing our elections, full transparency from government, and also protecting our freedom of speech. Those are the four things that I've been seeing. Can you please elaborate a little bit on the need for that to save the country for the future?
They're certainly digging in. People want to see accountability. They want to see transparency. They want to see what crimes committed that people pay a penalty. I mean, James Comey. I don't think there's more of a person I disrespect that was a public official, and there are others. The intelligence officers that signed off on the Hunter Biden laptop that said it was Russian disinformation. Look, that was all false. It was all to get Trump, and sadly, the only tactics they have now are really to so-called get Trump. They're not offering any policy initiatives. There's nothing constructive. So we got to stay on the offensive. We need to show we're delivering results. We need to live up to the promises made during the campaign. I think the president is. Not all the way there yet. We still got work to do. And let people, fully appreciate America's leadership and America's strength, and hopefully that has positive impacts on everybody.
There's something that people have been looking at when it comes to Thomas Massie and MTG and President Trump. We see what's happened there recently. People are concerned about that. That's just telling it like it is and asking you your thoughts about all of that, because there's MAGA base, there's America First, there's America Only. There's a lot going on right now.
Yeah, well, I think, unfortunately, Marjorie Taylor Greene is a friend of mine. I think she somehow got onto the wrong path and is talking about things that, yes, are important, but weighed against all the other things that we are getting done, right? I mean, just because there's a couple of initiatives that she would like to see be done better, there's no reason to abandon the ship. And I believe in the direction of the ship, and so that's for Marjorie. Thomas Massie, I can't speak to him. He doesn't know team play. He goes out there and is an individual, and that's okay behind closed doors. I'm an individual behind closed doors, but we come out and run out on the field. We got to play as a team.
Representative Muser, thank you. We'll see you inside. Okay. All right, so there you go. Representative Muser live right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We'll just turn around here and check out the front of the line. So let's check that out. As President Trump will be speaking at about 6 o'clock tonight for a speech on the economy. So taking some photos, as you guys see here, at the front of the line. So as soon as the representative moves inside, we'll go to the front of the line, talk to some people. If you're just joining us now, we've been on the air since 2 o'clock Eastern time. Some great interviews out here, hearing from We the People about what they want to see done in 2026. And, of course, not afraid to ask those kind of questions that are on the people's minds, about MTG, about Thomas Massie, about President Trump and the situation there when it comes to MAGA, when it comes to America First. Freedom of speech, freedom of the press. Why not, ask what's on the minds of people? So let's go to this crew here, though. Hello. What's going on, guys? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? All right.
Trump right there, represent. Hey, how's it going? It's the one and only person excursion. Hell yeah, we bring that energy every freaking day. Tonight, it's going to be a great rally. President Trump, we're ready for this. Are we ready? Hey, everybody, we ready or no? Ready? We're ready! USA! 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 USA!
I'll be right there. We're going to talk to somebody in just a second. He said it's his 113th event with President Trump. So let's go with what's your name?
My name's Tevin.
I'm Matt. Nice to meet you, man. Well, first of all, thanks for watching.
Yes.
First of all, I like your shades.
Thank you so much, sir. It really means a lot.
Your thoughts about President Trump, and also how the team has done over the past year, and then what you'd like to see next year as we have big midterms coming up.
So I love what he's doing. You know, it's definitely he's tough on crime, tough on illegal immigration, protecting women, keeping transgenders out of women's sports. He's stopping wars, and that's right, saving lives and everything, and just trying to getting rid of the Department of Education because these kids are not learning the right information. You know, there's so much lies that they're not that they're not teaching about history and everything.
Yeah, we definitely have a lot of problems in the education system when it comes to brainwashing and indoctrinating, right? So hopefully that'll get turned around. Let's talk about a few other issues. Securing the elections would be a big one, no?
Absolutely. Mail-in voting is a serious issue. And, you know, I have two great friends of mine, Leah and Greg, who did a hardcore investigation in Delaware County. They found a lot of election fraud. They have a book on Amazon. It's called Parallel Elections. I encourage you guys to all buy it. It's on Amazon. Go check it out. And like they caused like people to lose their, like lawyers to lose their licenses, and like, you know, they continue to fight against Delaware County and all the corruption, and they just continue to keep pounding, and you know, this election fraud is a serious issue because, you know, if we get rid of those mail-in ballots, it would make our elections would be a lot safer, and then the Democrats want to keep it so they can cheat. I think they did it in this previous election.
Yeah, the 2020 election. That's we saw what happened there. Isn't it interesting? In the first time, you know, 2016, 2017, he wins all the swing states.
Yes.
Then for some reason that doesn't happen. All the swing states go to Biden. Some 81 million votes or something.
Yeah, 81 million.
And then you go to 2024, and he wins all the swing states again. It's like, we the people, we're the majority of this country, are we not?
Yes, we are the majority. Absolutely, majority.
Huge majority.
We are. Majority of the country wanted Trump because they got tired of all of the woke nonsense. I saw what Kamala did. She got all these celebrities to pander to, not pander to like the younger generation, also to black people and everything. Just like, I don't need a rap artist to get somebody's vote. And then what people don't realize, it's people got tired of all all the LGBT being shoved down kids' throats, everything. The illegal immigrants are being taken care of. Like, just God is just being removed from everything. But people need to remember, we are a Christian nation. We are a strong Christian nation, and we need to bring God back into schools. So just bring it back on TV. Let's remember, but Jesus is our Savior, but Trump is my president.
So let's talk about the late great Charlie Kirk. Your thoughts about Charlie Kirk?
Oh, I'm so happy you brought that up. Charlie Kirk is one of the people. He's a great patriot, a God-fearing man. He's one of the main reasons why I became a conservative. I followed him for 8 years, and when I found out that he was shot and killed, my heart dropped. I cried. I saw this man as a friend. And he's in heaven right now. He want all of us to come together. He does not want this infighting. We got to keep fighting. Charlie was just like how I see Charlie Kirk was like that modern day disciple. I feel like he was doing God's work, and he opened a lot of people's eyes. Just he talked to the blind, because there's so many kids that are just being indoctrinated. What's going on in these schools? It's ridiculous. And he was a great patriot.
Yes. Amen. I agree with that. Amen. How you doing?
Nice. How are you?
Hi. What's your name?
Shah. My name is Shah. I came from Wisconsin Printers. I started yesterday. I came here, and since then I have been here. And this is going to be my 97th rally, and I'm so excited.
Did you just say 90 what?
97.
Wow.
97.
Why 97? Oh.
Yeah. I was at Butler both that time. I was Madison Square Garden. I was Coachella, all over in Wisconsin, Madison, Prairie du Chien.
Question for you. So 97 rallies. So do you go, and I want to dive into the psychology on this a little bit. I've been to a lot of rallies too, but not that many.
But I have seen your co-workers. Robert is there, one girl is there. Yes. They came to the Flint, Michigan. They came to the Signal Valley University in Michigan. They came to the Grand Rapids. They came to the Macomb.
I was in Grand Rapids. That was a good one.
I was there, yeah. And 100-day celebration was there. And I was the one, the moment RSBN start the live broadcasting, I was the one holding the sign 100-day celebration. Awesome. So I have been attend, and in Pennsylvania, I was in Butler both that time. I was Pittsburgh, I was Cary, I was Labotra, I was Philadelphia. I was everywhere.
Is it a love for? What is it a love for? What's the love that drives you to do this? Can you explain what that is?
First thing is a common sense. Second thing, he's a billionaire. He has such a good family. He's a celebrity, and he's running for whom? for us. Since this person is running for us and doing good thing for the United States and the people of this country, and I don't go to other part of the world and support him, he's the best person, and he took shots twice for us. I cannot go and I cannot stand in this cold. I cannot stand in the summer. I was there in Iowa to fairground. I was the first person who started the rally, and I was there at the Capitol Arena both the times for the MAGA rally, 19 January 2025, as well as inauguration. I was in front, and I got the Sharpie when he tossed up the Sharpies after signing the executive orders. I was there too.
At the Capitol One Arena in D.C.
I was there. I was the first person who started both the lines.
So are you from America? Were you born here?
No, I born in India, but I came back here.
And then is that part of the reason why you go to all the rallies, because you love America so much, or is it like...
Amen. I love America. America is now my hometown. I love this country more than anything. I gave up Indian citizenship. I'm no more Indian. I don't want to do anything, but I respect India, but I love America. There's a difference between love and respect, you know? There's a difference, so that's that thing.
Amen. Nice to meet you, man.
Same here.
Thank you. A lot of rallies right there.
Robert, okay?
Yes, Robert McNeely. He's probably watching right now, so say hi to Robert.
Hi, Robert. Robert, I miss you, man. Wherever you always be there in Trump's rally. Today I don't see you, but if you are listening me, hi. Hope you are doing good, okay?
Thank you. All right, so we are live here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and we are about to have the door get opened here just a minute from now. So we have a number of people we're going to be talking to on the phone as well. So why don't we do this? Let's take a live look at the crowd right now. Let's take a commercial break. I'm Matthew Alvarez. This is Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Every once in a while, something big happens. Something that changes everything. And now, in a defining moment for crypto, Trump Media Group and Crypto.com are joining forces to acquire up to $6.4 billion of CRO, launching America's first ever CRO treasury, empowering the Kronos blockchain. This is more than a partnership. It's the future of finance built in America. For more, visit Crypto.com, where millions trade CRO every day.
Tired of being told no by your doctor, your pharmacy, or worse, your insurance company? You're not alone. Millions of Americans are waking up to a broken healthcare system. That's why more and more people are turning to All Family Pharmacy. We believe in medical freedom. We deliver the prescription and the medication, all from licensed U.S. doctors and pharmacists, from ivermectin and trusted antibiotics to maintenance medications, even NAD+, the revolutionary anti-aging supplement. Use code RSBN10 at checkout for 10% off your first order.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network as we're live from Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania, and also right here in studio in Auburn, Alabama. Thank you to allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN for 10% off all of your must-have medications this holiday season by using code RSBN10. That's RSBN10 for 10% off of Tamiflu, antibiotics, ivermectin, and much, much more, including hydrochloroquine, NAD+, methylene blue, 300 essential medications, and emergency medical kits. Now, it's no red tape, no bureaucracy for the holiday season and for All Family Pharmacy because they cherish what you cherish. Friends, family, holiday celebrations that we hope you're all enjoying across this great land of ours. You don't need insurance in order to work with allfamilypharmacy.com. Just a pharmaceutical note, a U.S. doctor will review all of that, send it right back to your door in a matter of days. So very convenient. And the fact is, some of these pharmacies down the street from you probably do not prescribe things like ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, methylene blue, and NAD+. So stock up while you can during the cold and flu season. In addition to that, take them on the road with you. Code RSBN10, 10% off now through allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Monetary Gold for wealth and security preservations. Grab your complimentary presidential gold guide today. Do not delay. It's 888-617-7994. Ask how to eliminate your annual IRA fees permanently for life. RSBN4thegold.com. We know that 2 banks have failed this year alone, and the American dollar losing 40% of its value over the course of the last 2 decades. Again, RSBNforthegold.com. You'll talk to people like great people like Scott Cheney, the senior digital manager there portfolio manager at the wonderful Monetary Gold, to go through options in this bull market of gold and silver, how to diversify that and get that extra property, or perhaps create generational wealth in your family. All the information there for you at Monetary Gold. Again, wealth, security, preservation. Call immediately to discover how you can eliminate your IRA fees permanently for life. 888-617-7994. It's Monetary Gold for the win at RSBN4thegold.com. We'll head back out to Matthew Alvarez in Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania.
And welcome back to Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania. Thanks so much, Robert McNeely in the studio. We are live out here where it's a balmy 27 degrees maybe with a 6-degree low tonight. So definitely a little bit different than being based in the southeast, but it's all good. I'm from Pennsylvania, so I can hack it, right? All right, so we're seeing a live picture here. Of course, the crowd getting to go inside finally. It's going to be a lot warmer in there, of course. A nice venue here. So quite the crowd here outside, ready to see President Trump tonight at 6 o'clock Eastern. If you're just joining us, we interviewed a ton of people over the past hour. It's been great to hear from we the people and what their thoughts are on how things are going, what they want to see from the Trump administration into 2026. And, yeah, looking forward to talking to more people, including a West Virginia senator. Of course, Chris Rose is actually joining us by phone right now. So I have him on speakerphone. He's going to chat with us a little bit about how he thinks the country is doing right now and the things he's doing and not too far from here, West Virginia. So, Senator Rose, thanks so much for joining us.
Good afternoon. Thank you guys for having me part of the program. Great honor to be here.
Definitely. I saw the other day on X, I saw that you were talking about the miners in West Virginia. It was Miners Day. So can you talk about coal a little bit, as we are in coal country as well?
Absolutely. So I am a 4th-generation West Virginia coal miner. Very proud of that. And I'm also the Senate Energy Chairman here in West Virginia, the youngest one in state history. Definitely support President Trump's agenda of unleashing American energy to restore America's energy dominance and also manufacturing dominance, not only here in North America, but all around the world. So that's one thing. It's one reason why we're fighting back against the Green New Deal right here in West Virginia, supporting the provisions of the Big Beautiful Bill. We're going to codify them as state law. That way our state is protected not only during the Trump administration years, but for the years after that. So we can go after the 400 years of coal, oil, and gas that we have underneath our feet and continue to help him unleash energy and create great paying jobs here in West Virginia.
It's a great state there. And we're looking at some maps the other day. Is that something that's gaining any national traction when it comes to the possibility of some counties from other states being adopted into West Virginia? Is that something that is just a pipe dream?
So we did introduce that Senate resolution to be introduced next year. And while, doing the research on that, under that resolution, under the resolution, and that would have to be applied by, the county would vote, then the state would approve, and then Congress would have the final say. But we actually found a loophole in Article 4 of the Constitution. If you look back in the 1800s, there were some county disputes between Ohio and Michigan and Nebraska and Kansas that were settled between existing states that didn't require the approval. So, for example, let's just pick Tazewell County, Virginia. If they wanted to join West Virginia, they already border our state. They could vote as a county, and then the West Virginia legislature would be the only approval after that, because they're not breaking away from Virginia to form a new state. They're joining one that already exists and one that they already touch. So if this happens, this could probably kick off a revolution where the counties in Washington and Oregon could find a way finally to join Idaho. And there's been, for decades, there's been talk of parts of California breaking away. This could be a pathway and a tool used all around the country to allow those that live in Trump country, but maybe, like in Virginia's instance, they're being outvoted by Nova, but people who live in MAGA red territory that are being outvoted by those that just quite frankly don't love our country. They live in these communist pipe dream type ideas like Los Angeles. This is a pathway of a tool to freedom, not only from Virginia and Maryland and West Virginia, but for all those all around the nation that are looking for that same type of freedom.
Yeah, I remember interviewing somebody out of Idaho talking about that whole thing when it comes to Eastern Oregon and the people of Oregon saying, hey, I want to be a part of the Idaho politics because they're more, along the lines of a Trump country style of voter. Let's talk about something else, very serious topic, of course. West Virginia National Guardsman Andrew Wolf. Do you know what the latest condition is with Andrew?
Yes, so first and foremost, let me give my condolences to the Beckstrom family. Sarah was a great young patriotic lady who tragically lost her life in that same incident. But though Andrew is a fighter, he's still in critical condition. He'll still be in acute care for the next 2 or 3 weeks. He's starting to look more and more like himself, so there's some positive updates coming out of it. But he's not out of the woods just yet. So, anyone around this country, if you continue to throw those prayers up and continue to show your support, they greatly appreciate it. But this is a tragedy that should never have happened. This is, this right here, President Trump has talked about law and order and border and national security for a very long time. This is a prime example why it matters that we must vet those that come into our country. I'm not trying to make it political, but this is a real-world example of why that's important. And, our National Guard is just there just trying to get our nation's capital back under law and order. And it was desperately needed. This should have never happened. And if we support President Trump's immigration policies, we can prevent stuff like this from happening ever again.
West Virginia Senator Chris Rose joining us right now live on the telephone, literally live here in Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania. Hopefully it's not as cold in West Virginia as it is here. It's about 25 degrees right now, 6 for a low. But outside of your comments there, I mean, we stand, the people, of course, of this country, at least the majority of them, stand with West Virginia, stand with the National Guard, and are praying for the recovery of Andrew Wolf. Finally, sir, can you talk to us about something just basic, right? And sometimes the simple things seem to be what is profound. Can you talk to us about God, family, country, freedom, common sense, truth, justice, and the American way, and that being what we are really all about here in the United States of America?
Oh, absolutely. That's first and foremost what each and every one of us take an oath to protect and defend, right? We are a Judeo-Christian, God-fearing country. We are a country of faith, family, and freedom, and we must fight to preserve that. That's been a way of life that's been set aside here by God. All of our rights come from our Creator. And it's just been a unique culture and way of life in America for, 250 years. And that's the fabric of the culture war that's trying to take away from us, right? They've been trying to take it away from us, chip it away. They try to take In God We Trust out of our school and out of our mottos. And we've done a good job of having a revival in this country. Look at the stuff with the way we celebrated the life of Charlie Kirk and the revival that came out of that. So, there's definitely some hope. With President Trump making it back in the Oval Office and Republicans gaining the balance of power, there's definitely a renaissance and a revival happening in this country. But we must embrace those freedom values of our founding fathers. We must defend our constitutional rights, and we start with that on the state legislature level, and it works its way up to Congress. But we absolutely have to embrace those values. Trump calls them MAGA and America First, but they are common sense biblical values that have been from the times of Washington and Jefferson until now.
Exactly. And when we're inside, speaking of the third president, of course, Thomas Jefferson there picked out a couple quotes that are just so powerful for our nation, even now in 2025. So Senator Chris Rose from West Virginia, thanks so much for spending the time with us. I understand we'll be interviewing you as well later in the week. And thanks so much for joining us. And please keep us posted on the condition of Andrew Wolf, of course, with the National Guard.
Absolutely. Thank you, my friend. God bless. And let's work together and make America great again.
Amen. America first. MAGA. Let's do it. All right. Thank you, sir. All right, so that was the Senator Chris Rose, literally on the phone. Sometimes you just have to, go with it and take a phone call, or at least make a phone call. I did talk to him the other day about lining up one, and we'll do that with someone else here in just a minute, as we're seeing the line still here all the way to the end and way to the back yet to the left. So this building will be packed inside. Of course, the President of the United States speaking at 6 o'clock about the economic agenda and moving forward. At the meeting the other day at the Cabinet Room in the White House, President Trump said $18 trillion in tariffs being poured into our country. Carolyn Leavitt with the White House press secretary, of course, saying that the best is yet to come. She said that this morning on one of the networks. And you can see, of course, people kind of rally vibes starting to kick in here as people are definitely bundled up. I mean, this is extreme cold weather, I would say. We're below freezing right now. It is 20-something degrees. And, again, it'll drop as we speak, all the way down to 6 degrees tonight. So we picked a great trip to come on from where it'll be about 60-something degrees in Alabama and Georgia and all that, where we're all based, and we'll be heading back down tomorrow. But anyway, we're going to talk to some more people here in just a second, but just enjoying being around we the people, right? So many times we've been, talking about it in studio as well. I always say kind of missing, rally vibes and talking with we the people. So if you're just joining us right now, since 2 o'clock Eastern, we've been out here interviewing with the people. We're going to keep doing that here. Let's do it right now. How you guys doing? How are you? Good. How are you? What's your name?
I'm Mike.
I'm Matt. Nice to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you.
Where are you from?
Blairstown.
Blairstown. That's what? I'm going to guess.
That's 25 minutes.
Okay, I was going to say 2 hours, man. I'm glad I didn't, but I did.
Where are you from?
Well, I'm from originally. I was born near Harrisburg, PA. So this is kind of my neck of the woods. But now in Alabama, been out here for about an hour, freezing. You kind of cold, huh?
Kind of cold. Getting colder.
Yeah, exactly. Your thoughts about President Donald J. Trump and what you'd like to see from the administration in 2026?
Love them. And keep going in the same direction.
Yeah.
It's going to get there.
Yeah. Is there anything that you think needs to be done to entirely save the country, or do you think the country's saved and we're good and we have no problems?
Same track he's going on.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So go ahead, sir.
Do
what?
Eliminate the illegals and stuff like that.
And you mean by eliminate, you mean by
send them back.
Deport?
Deport, absolutely,
okay. Yeah. Anything else you'd like to say? If say there's a decent amount of people who probably watch this live and on replay. Is there anything you want to say to your fellow countrymen out there in America?
New Jersey or U.S. is great, but could be better, and I think Donald Trump's the man to do it for us and stuff, really.
All right, let's move on. All right, thank you, sir. Thanks, guys. You too. How you doing? Hi. Good. All right, so we'll keep on moving on here as we are talking with a lot of people. I see a pretty cool old-school MAGA hat. Well, not really old school, but the one that's black with the gold letters. How you doing, man? How you doing, sir? Good. That hat, I remember seeing this one. I think it was in Traverse City, Michigan. I think Robert McNeely was up there live, and President Trump came down with the Undertaker song and all that. Do you remember all that?
Oh, yeah.
Well, your thoughts about the country right now? Do you think we're doing pretty good?
Well, I think we're going to be doing a lot better next year. I think a lot of things still got to kick in, but I think we're on the right path to go forward.
Is there anything that you think needs to be done to fully save the United States of America, or is our country saved? And I want to hear that from you guys here in a sec.
Well, I mean, we could always make it better. I don't think we're in that much danger where we really need to be saved, but we need to be better. We need to get back to our original moral values, and we need to get back at the free market solutions for things, less government. Yeah. And that's just the way I see it. I like to be in control of my own destiny and not have to run it through them.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
Yeah.
That's being a free American, right? Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Let's talk with the crew here. Where are you guys from?
Philadelphia.
Maryland.
New Jersey.
All right, so you guys, no big coats. You have a coat on, but holy smokes, man. It's freezing. I got like 45 layers on right now. Let's start with you, sir. Tell us, are you in high school, college, or?
We're in college. We're part of the Susquehanna University College Republicans.
Awesome. Well, thanks that you guys are doing that in college. That's pretty awesome. Your thoughts about 2025, what that has been like for you here with the president, and then looking forward to 26. Is there anything that you want to see done by the president of the United States and the administration?
We've definitely had some bumps in the road, I'd say, in 2025. But as this gentleman said before, I'm definitely hoping for some bigger things in 26. A couple of bills are kicking in the beginning of January, and we're hoping for better things.
All right. Do you have any specifics that you guys would want to see from President Trump and the team in 26?
I'd like to see a focus on housing. I think for young people, I'm the chairman of the Pennsylvania College Republicans, so it's something I hear a lot. Housing, a lot of young people never think they're ever going to own a home. And obviously I think the mass deportations are going to help, supply and demand. But also we need to build more affordable housing. We need to make sure that it's available, it's high quality, because it's the American dream, right? It's something that my grandparents had, my parents had, and also just a safe society, right? I'm from Philadelphia, riddled with crime. I think we need to see more National Guard and to see a more better focus on public safety. If we could do two of those things, we'll have the America that my parents had.
Yeah, I mean, National Guard would be great to see. I think that's going to happen in New York City pretty soon, as soon as Mamdani gets sworn into office, right?
Yeah.
Your thoughts about Zohran Mamdani? Before I get to that, let's make a right turn here, Denver, all the way to the right, that way, or left, and take a look at some of the security in here. This is, I think, the Pennsylvania State Police right now. A shout out to the Pennsylvania State Police right now, the Mounted Patrol going right by, as there's, of course, security all across this Mount Airy Casino and Resort. All right, let's go back to New York City. All right, so have you ever been to New York?
No, I have not.
I'm never going to go to New York.
Don't plan to, not right now, but definitely not a city person in general. I think he's very radical. I think I can understand why the young vote has looked to him, but all in all, he's very radical. So I think having the National Guard there would have a very positive impact, especially on the crime rate in New York City. So something definitely to look forward to. And I think Trump will definitely implement that.
Have you guys, and I'll just ask you one question just jointly here, and then and whoever wants to answer it, but some people out there say, well, what about prosecuting the bad guys? In a movie, right, you usually have the good guy win or the hero, right? At the end of the movie, the bad guy gets arrested and you see him hauled away. Do you guys want to see some of that from maybe things that have happened in the past? Tulsi Gabbard said that in the 2020 election that the will of the people was subverted, with that election. There's other things that we've seen that have been done. Do you guys think about that stuff at all, or is it more domestic issues like housing and gas prices? You see what I'm saying?
So I want to go to law school, and I think having people brought to justice is one of the core foundations of America's civil system. So I would love to see that. Of course, I would want them to go through right channels and to make sure everything is properly handled, and there's no doubt about the guilty charge if that was to happen.
Your thoughts about it?
Yeah, definitely. People need to be brought to justice for their crimes, and I mean, the United States since birth has had a justice system that is supposed to bring justice, and I think we really need to get back to that. There's, of course, a lot of corruption going on. There's a lot of different things. And we just really need to get back to our core values.
Truth, justice, and the American way, no?
Yeah. I mean, I'm from Philadelphia, and we have a runaway progressive district attorney, Larry Krasner. He's responsible for an immense amount of death on our streets, and he just won another term. And I think that we need to start looking into the financial backers, people like George Soros, these dark money from progressive PACs, even from out of the country. They need to be looked into. That's the only way to keep our streets safe and to keep our nation safe from runaway progressive prosecutors.
And then we need some secure elections. We want transparency in government. We want freedom of speech, right?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, freedom of speech is one of the core values in America. It's great that Elon Musk got involved with Twitter, now X. Free speech is finally in full force. So, I think that's having tangible impacts on the right and our electoral chances and the continuation of our movement. But I think it could get even better. We need to start looking at the universities. The free speech situation is abysmal. So I'd like to see a lot more involvement with the federal government in protecting conservative students at our university campuses.
What's your first name, last name, and what organization are you with again?
My name is Gianni Matteo. I am the chairman of the Pennsylvania College Republicans, and I'm the Northeastern Regional Director of the College Republicans of America.
What's the website?
collegerepublicansofamerica.org.
Awesome, man. Thanks so much, guys. See you there. Yeah, your thoughts about everything you just heard. I mean, we talked about a number of other things, and then do you have anything to say or add on?
Sure. They need their day in court. So I'd like to see them go through the same process they put Trump through. You know, at least have the fair trial. Let's see what happens. You know, I think they need to push it.
Thank you, sir. All right, so hearing from, again, we the people, all about all of us. And that's what this is about. And so I'm not afraid to, let people talk here without, organizing some pre-interview or anything. I didn't go up to anybody here and say, hey, we're going to talk about this and we're going to get it. No, as you know right now. Have I talked to anybody and done a pre-interview with anybody here? No. So let's go in and talk to you then. All right. I love your hat. You know what? Why don't we just, I just want to stand next to you. I want to see this hat. Can you, let's all come together. Come on. Thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
And the reason why we're doing this is because of this hat that he's wearing right here, and because we're all United States citizens, correct?
Yes.
Yes, we're all patriots here. And the reason why we're doing that is because of this hat right here, Denver. If we can just take a look at this word, and this is what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen. Am I right about it?
Yeah.
So your thoughts, just as we are about to see President Trump?
I would say God save President Trump. And President Trump is doing a great job. He's going to restore America to the values of Christianity. I have a philosophy, let go, let God. And President Trump is doing a great job, and I hope everybody supports him. And 2026 with the midterm elections, because the Democrats have gotten off the rails, and it's scary because it borders on communism. And we're thankful to live in America and born and raised. And President Trump is doing a great job with the economy, with immigration. This is America first, and that's what we should be, following. God bless America.
God bless America. Amen. All right, so there you go. I mean, that's hearing it from the people out here, and that's one thing that is always good, right? To just give people the microphone, let them talk, and that's something that we haven't been able to do in a while, because we've been covering, of course, the president from afar, but we're still able to see all of the White House events and all of the coverage across the globe. But to be here, literally boots on the ground with we the people, hearing what they want to say, what they have to say. And of course, let's be real transparent about it, because I like to tell it like it is. There are times that I'll say to somebody, hey, well, what about this or what about that? As in, we've heard from people that say, hey, what's going on with holding people accountable? What's going on with the securing of our elections? What's going on with full transparency from the government? What's going on with our freedoms, that kind of thing? There's just different events, and sure, there's a million other stories in the 24/7 news cycle that we could focus on and talk about. But the wind chill's hitting me, and it's 16 degrees, and it's kind of cold, so I'm just rolling with it out here. And no script, no teleprompter. This is all from the heart, because that's what we, the people, have, a lot of heart. This is land of the free, home of the brave, and we're just going to keep on keeping on. We got to win this thing coming up in the midterms, and we got to win in 2028, because if we don't, what will happen in 29 if we have another president that is on the other side of history? If I'm, in D.C. and I have to interview that president, sure, I'll show respect, but I will definitely ask the right questions, because we don't want what's happening in Ireland, where a teacher, Enoch Burke, got arrested because he didn't use the right pronoun as a teacher. We don't want what's happening in London. Why are all the people standing up so much? It's because they are revolting against the system. Do you guys agree with that? Yes. Amen. So that's kind of what's been going on. And I'm not just doing this just to talk and just for my health out here and freeze my ass off, you know what I mean? This is definitely for the country, and it's great to be here with you guys. So why don't we do this? Let's take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First news. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Every once in a while, something big happens, something that changes everything. And now, in a defining moment for crypto, Trump Media Group and Crypto.com are joining forces to acquire up to $6.4 billion of CRO, launching America's first ever CRO treasury, empowering the Kronos blockchain. This is more than a partnership. It's the future of finance built in America. For more, visit Crypto.com, where millions trade CRO every day.
Tired of being told no by your doctor, your pharmacy, or worse, your insurance company? You're not alone. Millions of Americans are waking up to a broken healthcare system. That's why more and more people are turning to All Family Pharmacy. We believe in medical freedom. We deliver the prescription and the medication, all from licensed U.S. doctors and pharmacists, from ivermectin and trusted antibiotics to maintenance medications, even NAD+, the revolutionary anti-aging supplement. Use code RSBN10 at checkout for 10% off your first order.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
All right, welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. We are live in Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania right now. We're going to be going inside here shortly. Thanks so much for joining us on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Of course, earlier on the phone, we had the West Virginia Senator Chris Rose join us, giving us an update on Andrew Wolf, of course, the National Guardsman who was shot in Washington, D.C. Of course, remember Sarah Beckstrom as well with the National Guard. But we know that he's still holding on to life, so we'll keep praying for his recovery there. In the meantime, of course, at 6 o'clock, the president will be speaking here in Mount Pocono. Let's take a live look right now as we go to our next live guest on the phone right now. Ann Vandersteel joins us at 3:26 Eastern Time. Ann, how's your day going?
Good, Matthew. It's great to be with you. I'm glad you're up in the Poconos. It's a beautiful part of the world.
Yeah, it's definitely a very nice here. First time here ever. Your thoughts about how the country is doing right now and what's needed for us to, I mean, are we going to be able to come together? I mean, I don't know how that's going to happen.
Well, frankly, we need all the facts. If we want to come together, the American people have to have a full comprehension of what has happened over the past really 8 years. The attacks on our country, on our sovereignty, on who we are as a republic are still ongoing. We are in the middle of a full insurrection, despite the fact we got President Trump elected, and Americans, should give themselves the high five they deserve for working their tails off to come back after 4 years of the Biden regime. But we are still so heavily infiltrated in all of this agency corporatocracy. It's not government. And those agency bureaucrats are literally thwarting the work of we the people. They are blockading everything that we're trying to do, including get to the bottom of the truth of what happened in 2020. President Trump did an interview recently, and he talked about the fact they have all the information. Somebody that I've been talking about regularly is Tina Peters. She's on a lot of people's minds right now. We want to see a pardon. President Trump's one of his attorneys, Peter Tickton, put a great case out. And it's literally trying to just get this information into the ethos of the everyday American that isn't just listening to RSBN, that they're listening to Fox, they're listening to CNN. We're trying to push it through the envelope of the mainstream media haze and get people to pay attention because they know something's not right, despite the fact that Trump won. They don't understand why, and it comes down to the control and command of what Tina Peters, who singularly and is the only one who actually captured what happened in 2020. And this is why she's rotting in prison. It's a much bigger story, and it includes foreign bad actors and domestic bad actors that are owned by our own CIA and working with, governments around the world. And until the American people fully understand that, it's hard to get unity, because the information civil war that's going on is ripe, and it's coming from all sorts of actors, internal and external, to keep us off center, off balance, and massively confused. So this is where we are right now. I mean, the will of the people, I think, is coming together and getting there. But man, is it difficult right now.
It is very difficult, to your point. I mean, you look at it, it's an interesting way to call it an information civil war, because we know that there are people that say, things that are very common sense, all about God, family, country, freedom, truth, justice, the American way. Then you have people that love Marxism and communism. You see people moving to different states throughout the Union. So that's a great point. What do you think needs to be done to fully save the United States of America? Because one person, it seems, can they do it? Can President Trump save the day?
Well, he can, as long as he has the microphone and he's willing to use it, and he's been briefed up fully. Right now, the information civil war, we're a captured country. We're being run by agencies. The banks are the Western banking cabal has been behind all of this, right? They fund both sides of the war, including the one that we find ourselves inside our country right now. If President Trump fully understands the bad actors that are still in his administration, like the CIA director, John Ratcliffe, who has now been exposed by Patrick Byrne just recently in the last few hours on Emerald Robinson's show as somebody who's fully compromised and was set up in a hotel room with young ladies and captured on video in an extramarital affair of a couple of different young women. Again, he's owned and operated by John Brennan. The downstream effect of that in the CIA agency is not too dissimilar to what's going on with the DOJ and all of the bad actors inside the DOJ that are preventing people like the pardon attorney, Ed Martin, from really getting what President Trump needs to do, which is a pardon for Tina Peters. She is the linchpin in this that can show the connection between what is going on in Venezuela, why we're flying F-18s right now off the coast of Venezuela and through their airspace. The Cartel del Sol, which its leader is Maduro, who is known for stealing elections around the world using a military operation software called Smartmatic, which is in our machines. And so we have, people like Benny Johnson, who I really respect, still saying we can use machines. No, we can't. We have to go to same-day paper ballot, small precincts, voting type stuff. We've got to get completely out of this captured operation and restore the integrity of this country. I believe Trump is aware of this, but it's grappling with how do you say, I need to get in front of the American people and present all of this in a digestible format, perhaps even like a movie almost, because frankly, this story is so insane and involves so many crazy actors that maybe the American people could take it in a movie and go, wow, this is what happened. Because we're just getting overwhelmed with reveal after reveal from 9/11 on down the line to what happened in 2020 to what recently happened with Charlie Kirk. The revelations are overwhelming, and I think the American people are hitting a breaking point at this point.
Ann Vanderstill joining us live. One more question, Ann, for you. Thanks again for being on the line with us here. Do you think that we, the people, the majority of just good-hearted Americans, know that our country might not be saved if things don't work out? If we get a Gavin Newsom in the White House in 29, or anybody else on the left side of the aisle there, are we going to lose? We're going to lose our freedoms, aren't we? I mean, is it too far to go that dramatic?
No, it's not. And I'm going to tell you something that probably you're not going to like and your audience might find shocking, but we have lost our freedoms. We're not operating a constitutional republic. We're operating a corporatocracy. We are run by agencies that are captured by the corporations they're supposed to be regulating. Big Pharma controls all of the pharmaceutical, the medical agencies. The bankers control all the financial agencies. We can go on and on with scandal after scandal after scandal, but it's the American people that have been expensed and expendable at the behest of these agencies that are captured by the corporations. We do not have a constitutional republic. We have it in name only. It is still there. It is under layers of corporatocracy and U.S. code. We can resurrect it, but we must recognize that. And President Trump has the executive Article 2 power to eliminate this, and he needs to take it seriously. And if he has to invoke an executive order for these elections not to use machines in the next federal elections coming up in 2026 for Congress and Senate, he must do that so we can get a full accounting and get real people, real public servant leaders in to then disassemble this apparatus that is smothering our republic.
He's also the chief law enforcement officer and can make some moves there, or can he not?
Absolutely he can. The buck stops with President Trump. He knows this. And I believe he's waiting for the American people, or where he feels the American people are fully comfortable with what I've just discussed. And if that, if that permeates the ethos of the American minds and they start to come around to what's really happened, he's going to have the full faith and support of the American people behind him. He already does. He may not believe it yet, but the more we talk about it, the stronger he becomes, and he can start to execute.
And then that sounds like a slam dunk in the midterms, rallying the base for all the things that the people are actually talking about out there. And, this isn't, and pardon me for if I'm screaming a little too loud, it's very cold here. But, President Trump on Truth Social talks about all of these things all the time. And I think that what we, the people, are wanting to see is actions speak louder than words. But secondly, it's a really tough pill to swallow right now, as we've seen so much love and dedication for the president because he stands for we the people and truth. But I think what's happening is we're growing impatient with actually saving the United States of America.
Yeah, we're growing impatient through the lack of accountability. And again, he needs to, we all saw the truth post that he put out where he was getting frustrated with Pam Bondi. We need more of that. We need more action from him, demanding that she take the action necessary. And at this point, the American people are beyond frustrated with the Department of Injustice, because that's exactly what they feel. Pardons for foreign actors and narco-terrorists. Yes, we've gotten pardons for the electors and pardons for J6ers, yet we still have J6ers, Proud Boys, and Oath Keepers languishing without their pardon and just commutations, and they weren't violent at all. So this is a sort of injustice that the American people are still made aware of, and they're frustrated by it. But when you have James Comey, John Brennan, Jim Clapper still walking around, Hillary Clinton on down the line, it is to the point where the American people are thinking they're never going to see justice, and what is the point? And that's when you start to lose the enthusiasm for people to show up at the polls. We want accountability. We want it now, and this is what we expected from President Trump. That's what we voted for, and not to be funding wars in Ukraine and sending more money to Israel. We really, it's not to just speak disparagingly about these other countries, but it's America first and America only at this point. That's where we have to start. We got to bring it home. Our country is in desperate straits right now.
Thank God for conservative media, conservative citizen journalists, conservative podcasters, content creators to be able to speak truth out there for more and more people to understand what the heck's going on. Ann Vandersteel, thank you so much for taking the time with us. We're going to get back to some of the other people here, which is all of us, right? We're all we the people. So God, family, country, freedom, right?
That's right. God, family, country, freedom. We the people are the government. Just pick up that thin pamphlet called the Constitution. It tells you right there in the first 3 words.
And vote, vote, vote.
That's right. Thank you so much, Matthew. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ann. All right, so Ann Vandersteel live here. So we're in Mount Pocono. That was just literally on the phone there, on speakerphone. I'm not getting the comms back at the network, guys. It's making that noise there. But callshe.com is one of our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. A lot of different topics to bet, trade, or just check out polls. You can do that at callshe.com/RSBN. Of course, you see that QR code. Go ahead and use that, or just download the app or go to callshe.com/RSBN. Also, Tax Network USA, 800-357-1415 is the phone number. If you're looking to get some peace of mind financially, of course, this is the place to go. Just call the Patriots. You see that number there, or go to tnusa.com for more information. 2 great sponsors here on Right Side. Let's go to the front of the line once again and take a look. Actually, let's go over here. I love that. I love the 2 people smiling over there. The smiles were great. That was wonderful. Where are you from?
I'm from here in Monroe.
Okay, so this is my first time here. Is it always this cold?
Lately, but no, I mean, in wintertime, you got to think this is a ski area, so they're hoping for cold like this. They got to be blowing a lot of snow. Come on back at Christmas.
Let's stand next to each other for a second. I have I think I have 4 layers on right now. You have maybe 2. So how in the world are you doing that? Are you just you're
fashion decision? I definitely thought I would be inside.
Sir, can I see your jacket? Just came over here. Look at this guy's jacket. And what are you doing?
No, so these are fuzzy inside pants. So I got that. The pants are good.
I don't know how you're doing it. All right.
I'm optimistic that we're going to be inside in the next wave to go in.
Exactly. If you don't know, it's 26 degrees at least, and then the wind chill's at 17. It's going to be a low of 6 here in Mount Pocono. When's the last time it snowed? I mean, has this snow been here for weeks?
Yeah, like about a week and a half ago. It was good.
Let's talk about politics now. Sure. Weather, politics, those kind of things.
Things that change.
Yeah. We hope that it sticks with, though, truth, justice, and the American way. I know that's the Superman motto and all that, but I really believe in it. Truth, justice, and the American way. Would you like to expound on that?
No, absolutely. I think that everyone just wants a fair shake, and they want a government they can believe in and that believes in them. The whole leg up. Nobody wants a handout. I just want to be the ability to get a job, work a living, pay my bills, and live the American dream.
What concerns do you have, if any, right now as an American patriot?
Yeah, I'm so excited that he's sharing an economic message. I think that's necessary and important for people to hear it from Donald Trump. I think that's amazing that he is so transparent. I don't know if it's going to get addressed in this speech, but I am personally affected by healthcare. That's impacting my family. Our healthcare costs are astronomical, and I'm on a high deductible plan, for God's sakes. Yeah. So yeah, it's but I'm optimistic about this economy, about the direction we're heading. I also don't want a Band-Aid. I can stick it out for a long-term solution. I would much rather play a long game and have the problem solved properly. Same thing on immigration. Let's get some legislation in there and fix this problem, not all these short-term solutions. And I think that's what I like about what I'm seeing.
Yeah. Have you been tracking any stories globally at all, internationally, Europe, anything, or has it been just domestic? Which, no problem, no wrong answer.
I mean, how can you miss Ukraine and Middle East?
Right.
But then, much more importantly, the World Cup. Come on. This is Pennsylvania 250th anniversary. The World Cup's coming here, and the NFL draft. Yeah. I mean, it's going to be a good year for Pennsylvania.
Yeah, a lot going on in the Keystone State and the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. All right, so yeah, I mean, there's a lot on the people's minds here. And you know what, it's not easy, to be honest. I mean, you guys know, some of you out there, where somebody comes up to you live on TV and asks you a question, and it's freezing out, and you just got to roll with it. But yeah, I just want to hear from we the people. That's what really we've been doing since 2 o'clock out here. And thank God for a number of things. Thank God for conservative media once again. And, God, family, faith, country, freedom, all the things. And also thank God for heat, because we're going to be going inside here in just a minute. We're going to see the president speak at about 6 o'clock. There is a pre-program. If you missed it, Representative Dan Muser of Pennsylvania, we interviewed him out here before, asked him all sorts of questions, things that people are talking about or thinking about. We're not afraid to go there, right? And again, we the people, we the people media, in the sense, a conservative media, not afraid to tell it like it is. And you know that there is a new wave of media going on, and it's much better, of course, than the left wing, as they don't tell it like it is. They just lie, and that's all they do. And that's just kind of common sense, That's what they do. Common sense in the sense of my take on things. Apologies for my mind buffering as I'm trying to thaw out here. It's extremely cold. All right. How you guys doing? Where's everybody from over here?
Local, right around the corner. Jersey.
What part of Jersey?
North, Bergen County, but I go to the University of Pittsburgh.
Oh, okay, awesome. Well, 2 things there. My grandma used to live in Mahwah.
Oh, awesome. I'm right there.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's cool. And then I went to college out there in Pittsburgh area. So you're Pitt Panthers. Okay, nice. So talk about Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I mean, we know that Philly is blue, but there's a little bit of red. Yeah. Pittsburgh, not so much blue, but still blue, right?
It's definitely still blue. Allegheny County is so big and so populous that you forget, you have the red areas around it. But some of the most voters in the state come from Allegheny County. It's like the second or first biggest area for votes, and we were talking about it at this county party the other week ago. If you don't get 40% of the vote in Allegheny County, you don't win. The only person who ever did that was McCormick, who got 38.5, and he still won. So it's super rare, it's super tough, and it's one of the most important counties in the state for winning any election in Pennsylvania.
What are Pittsburghers saying about Mamdani?
They're nervous because, New York City is the capital, the financial capital of the world, and what happens there ricochets all across the country. If they start trying to go after Wall Street, they start trying to go after all of the, financial groups, and they have to leave, it's going to disrupt an industry, and that affects everyone. I'm originally from New York City. That's going to affect everyone there. So I'm not happy about it. I wish they had gotten someone better than Cuomo to run against him, because Cuomo is evil. So it sucks, but I was born in Manhattan. Okay. So I'm right from that area. So it's a real shame to see him win and, see him in charge of a great city like New York. It's really a shame. Yeah.
Are you going to return to New York?
Probably not. I really love Pennsylvania. I love being here. It's, the state where you want to be if you want to, do anything in politics. So I love it here. I love it back home in New Jersey, New York, but I don't know. If people like Mamdani are going to keep winning, then I don't see a future for myself there.
I hear you loud and clear on that. Why do you do what you do in the sense of, for politics, for the country? What drives you to do this?
Trying to better where we live, trying to better the society that we are all a part of. Gen Z, I'm on the board of College Republicans of Pennsylvania, and Gen Z is going to be one of those first generations that may not be as better off as our parents. And we have had to deal with a lot as an age group: COVID, war, and, the Biden immigration crisis, that all these people coming in, taking jobs, the communities being disrupted. We've been through a lot, and, who else is going to stand up for us than ourselves? So that's why I do what I do, and that's why I'm involved in, because, we have to be. It's our only option.
Yeah, I hear you. And you're shaking your head over there. What do you think?
I agree completely. I'm a student at Gettysburg College. I'm also doing College Republicans with Jesse here, and he's absolutely correct. And as a Gen Z, we got to step up, and we need to want to win.
What's it like to visit the Gettysburg, Memorial, the national park there, and to think about what Abraham Lincoln said? He said it's a government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not what? Perish from the land or the earth, right?
No, absolutely. Gettysburg's a wonderful place. I'm originally a Marylander, but I love Gettysburg. I always call it my little slice of Americana. It's a really charming town, and I recommend that everyone visit.
Yep. Amen. Thanks, guys.
God bless. Thank you.
Yeah, God bless you. So, if you've never been to Gettysburg, definitely worth the trip. Yeah, it was wild to be up there and stand where one of our great presidents, delivered a speech that we, are all familiar with, of course. All right. Let's do this. Let's check out some more of the live crowd here. And, right about now would be a good time to go inside, to be honest with you guys, because it's freezing out here, but it's all good. All right, so we see a number of Patriots here. Where's everybody from here? Local? All local? Okay, cool. What would you like to hear from President Trump today?
Lower gas prices.
What kind of car do you drive or truck?
Big trucks that take a lot of gas.
Yeah, tell me more about that. What kind of trucks?
3,500 GMCs, Denali's, diesel.
Nice. Some business industry?
Yeah, I have 3 trucks for business.
All right, so tell me more about how that's going to affect you.
It affects everything. Yeah. Fuel comes down, the shipping comes down, food comes down. It's common sense, and I don't know why they can't figure this out. Yeah, it's just stupidity.
Do you remember when they, during the Biden regime, they would put the Biden stickers next to the price?
Yeah, that was funny. That was funny shit. Yes. It's true. So my to get like a pump shipped to me now from 2 years ago is double the price, and it's fuel.
Yeah, that's wild.
So if they lower the fuel, it's simple. I don't know why they haven't changed it yet.
So when you talk about these kind of things, fuel and your industry and business and that kind of thing, is it hard to think about the bigger things too, like our freedom of speech? You know what I mean? Like out in other countries.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? There's so many things that we are dealing with here to make sure we keep the Constitution, the law of the land, and that kind of thing, right? Yep. So on that bigger kind of aspect. So can you talk to us about the domestic thing, but also our country as a whole?
I think it's going to hell, our country, letting all these people in, and they have no respect for our laws, our traditions. It's ridiculous. And I'm a veteran, Marine veteran, so I fought for this country.
Thank you for your service. And also, what else do you think that would need to be done in order to save the country then? I mean, if you let's be straight up about this. And sorry, the question I just asked was all over the place. It is what it is. But if you were to talk to the president, say I was President Trump, I'm standing right here, what would you say to President Trump?
Lower fuel prices.
And that's it?
That's the biggest thing.
Yeah.
And get rid of all these freeloaders.
Yeah.
I know for a fact there's people that are collecting that are too lazy to work because they brag. I've heard customers brag to me. They can make $60,000 a year in free handouts. I know of one lady was bragging to me driving a $90,000 Range Rover, and she's Section 8 housing.
That's crazy.
And they're all like that.
That's crazy. We're going to check out. Thanks for talking, man. What's your name? Thank you for your service. We're going to go check out what the heck that happened over there. We're from Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're in Alabama.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Long ways from home.
Well, you can curse for me because I'll tell you what, it is. Yeah, I hear you. We are a long ways from home.
Alabama's got friendly people, though.
I'll tell you what. That's the truth.
Alabama.
Say it again.
Alabama's got friendly people down there.
Amen to that. I love it.
Super friendly.
Super friendly. Great people.
Yeah.
Great people all across this country. Good-hearted Americans out there. We just, we need to get more governors and mayors that are on the right side of history in the cities.
And have balls to stand up to the BS.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what you have to have.
About what people think.
Yeah.
Do the right thing.
Do the right thing. Amen to that. Let's go to the front. Nice talking to you. Yeah, let's go to the front here. We're going to actually toss to Robert McNeely, and let's go back to Auburn, Alabama right now.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Every once in a while, something big happens, something that changes everything. And now, in a defining moment for crypto, Trump Media Group and Crypto.com are joining forces to acquire up to $6.4 billion of CRO, launching America's first ever CRO treasury, empowering the Kronos blockchain. This is more than a partnership. It's the future of finance built in America. For more, visit Crypto.com, where millions trade CRO every day.
Tired of being told no by your doctor, your pharmacy, or worse, your insurance company? You're not alone. Millions of Americans are waking up to a broken healthcare system. That's why more and more people are turning to All Family Pharmacy. We believe in medical freedom. We deliver the prescription and the medication, all from licensed U.S. doctors and pharmacists, from ivermectin and trusted antibiotics to maintenance medications, even NAD+, the revolutionary anti-aging supplement. Use code RSBN10 at checkout for 10% off your first order.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
Welcome back in studio to Auburn, Alabama. President Trump to deliver remarks roughly 2 hours from now. And we'll take you back to Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania for a pre-show in the meantime. And with respect to the last interview, gas prices are actually trending lower, according to the White House. The nationwide average for gas at its lowest in 1,681 days and trending lower. According to Gas Buddy, the average gas prices have dipped below $3 per gallon in 37 states, below $2.75 per gallon in 22 states, and below $2.50 per gallon in 5 states. In fact, Americans can even find gas below $2 per gallon at some stations in at least 4 states, with prices as low as $1.69 per gallon out west in Colorado. Under Biden, gas prices were the highest they had ever seen, even after he drained our strategic reserves to artificially decrease the prices. So far, in President Trump's second term in office, Americans are on track to spend the lowest amount of their disposable income on gas in the last 2 decades, amid the Trump administration's pursuit of American energy dominance. Now, it's part of an emerging trend of strong economic news backed up by data. In just the past week alone, Americans saw the national median rent fall for the 4th straight month. Weekly jobless claims plummet to a 3-year low, and mortgage rates near their lowest level in 1 year. A consumer sentiment spike is happening. It's all good news for American consumers, and much more progress is on the way as President Trump focusing on the economy for this first of what's sure to be many speeches to hit the ground running in 2026. After 4 years of Biden's reckless spending, and after open borders and anti-energy policies that drove inflation through the roof and crushed working families, the momentum is now unmistakably in the right direction. And the Trump administration will stop at nothing to make sure all Americans feel relief. This is on the heels of an interview with Politico where President Trump stating the accomplishments in under a calendar year of this administration, working overtime and quickly to make America great again. President Trump reflecting on the progress of his second term as it approaches the 1-year mark on January 20th of 2026, detailing how he is reversing the economic wreckage left by the auto pen, unleashing an investment surge, slamming the door on illegal border crossings and maritime drug smuggling, and restoring an America First posture abroad. Here are some of the key moments. President Trump stating the Democrats love to say affordability, but then they never talk about the details. They're the ones that gave us the high prices in the first place. And I'm the one that's bringing them down. President Trump going on stating that he inherited a total mess when prices were at an all-time high when I came in on January 20th. Prices are coming down. Look at energy. We have $18 trillion being invested. Car companies moving back that left us years ago. AI is coming in with levels never seen before. Factories opening up all over the country. Ultimately, you know what reduces itself to? Jobs, jobs, jobs. You're going to have jobs like you've never seen in the United States. And President Trump continuing, when I go on a trip, I only have one place in mind, the United States of America. Most of my time is spent here, but when I do go outside, it's only going outside for here. For instance, settling and solving the problem with China. That was a huge effect in the United States. I want to see people that contribute. I don't want to see Somalia. I don't want to see a woman that marries her brother. Of course, that's in reference to Congresswoman Ilhan Omar and Minnesota, where we've seen the illegal Somali representation and the population there in a fraud scandal that continues to develop with COVID funds. It's really a terrible thing to see as their attorney general and their governor, Tim Walz, the 2024 Democrat vice presidential nominee, seemed to turn the blind eye. President Trump continuing that 2 years ago and 1 year ago under Biden, this country was out of control. Millions of people pouring through, totally unchecked, totally unvetted, and now we have nobody coming in. Nobody ever talks about that anymore. And they should talk about that. Now, on the issue of Obamacare, which is sure to be a debate in 2026, was set up for insurance companies to become rich. They've paid trillions, not billions, trillions of dollars And what I'm saying is very simple. The president went on to continue, I don't want to pay them anything. No money for the insurance companies. I want to pay money directly to the people and let the people get their own insurance and their own health care. But you know what? Who's fighting me? The Democrats. Trillions of dollars goes into these insurance companies, and I want that money to go to the people alone because they are totally owned and bought by the insurance companies. And President Trump concluding there that he has a great vision for the United States of America to make it great again. He wants to see young people thrive and to have a foothold in this country for their entirety of their families. I'm one of the people that survived weaponized government, as the president put it, but things are looking nice. But the Democrat left, vicious, very sick people. So this president really creating a footing to go out there into places like Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania, to fight for the middle class in this country. We're nearing that 4 o'clock hour Eastern. President Trump delivering remarks in 2 hours from now. We'll send it back out there to Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania, and Matthew Alvarez.
My mom. On a pleasing day. It shouldn't. First of all, there's only one thing he didn't hold up his promise. I'm not a genius. Okay.
You're just walking around to keep warm.
Right. How much longer, right side?
So much.
I can't.
Running around.
Getting closer.
Still freezing. Open the doors.
Oh, yeah. It's rained, it's snowed, it's sleeted.
It's
like 1 degree this morning.
It's 0.
What channel is this? RSBN.
Yo! Hey!
No, the president.
Independent, and so then I went Republican. So theoretically, you have to receive.
Hey! Stay warm. All right. And that.
So a message President Trump is focused on, it's the tariffs, it's what has been accomplished this past year with the use of them to revitalize the American economy and also to reshape global trade. We've seen it in the Middle East, to Europe, and throughout the Indo-Pacific with a pre-program to begin roughly 45 minutes from now in Pocono, Pennsylvania. We'll take you there for all of the action. In case you missed it, and if we haven't ready, Mr. Producer, Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Secretary of War Pete Hegseth hosting the Australian government, specifically the foreign minister and the deputy prime minister in regards to AUKUS. So this is the Australian, United Kingdom, and United States trilateral security pact that is dealing with matters in the Indo-Pacific. And really because of the rise of the Chinese Communist Party throughout the region, this was a huge highlight of President Trump's trip out to the Indo-Pacific, and I'm sure more in the future come his sit down again with Xi Jinping in the spring of 2026. So this happened yesterday. The Secretary of State in the Department of War, Secretary Hegseth, with the Australian representatives.
It's the first one that I've done as in my time here in the last year. Obviously, the same is true for Secretary Hegseth, and I want to welcome both the Foreign Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister for Defense for both joining us here today. This is an incredibly strong alliance. In fact, as we were discussing a few moments ago, it is our only ally that has fought with us in every war over the last, certainly over the last 4 or 5 decades, and we're very grateful to them for that. And this is a very strong partnership. It's a strong alliance, and what we want to do is continue to build on it. We think we have a lot of momentum behind this alliance, coming off the visit with the Prime Minister here in October, which we also had a chance to participate in, and in follow-up events to it. And we felt very strongly after that we have real momentum. We wanted to do this here before the end of the year to continue to build on that alliance and to continue to build on that momentum that came from that meeting, and to work together on our shared priorities, and we have so many. We truly have no better friend. In addition to that strong alliance, we're also deeply committed to the Quad, the concept of, in conjunction with Japan and India, the building out of this Quad, which is something you'll see. In fact, it was my first meeting as Secretary of State. I had been confirmed, sworn in downstairs, and came right up on that elevator and into this room. And it was in this very room that I did my first event as Secretary of State with the Quad. And we look forward to, we think we've had at least 3 meetings this year, if I recall correctly, and we'll continue to build on that in the year to come. We look to do more of those. So we have a lot of things we've worked together on. At the direction of the President, AUKUS is full steam ahead, as he said, and I know the Department of War, Secretary Hegseth will discuss that further, has conducted a review, which it's a review about how we can expand this relationship, about how to build on it, so that it can be about many things. And I know we've also signed a landmark critical mineral framework agreement. This is something we share in common, not just with Australia, but with many of our allies around the world, the desire to diversify supply chains, and the belief that in order for us to be able to do anything, whether it's defend our countries, defend our allies, or defend each other, but also to build our economies and to prosper as economies, we have to have critical mineral supplies and supply chains that are reliable and that are diverse and not overly invested in one place, where they can be used as leverage against us or our partners of the world. And so this is something that you'll find the U.S. and Australia working very closely on, and it's at the cornerstone of everything we plan to do together in the months and years to come. So I want to welcome you to Washington. Thank you for joining us and agreeing to doing it here at the end of this year. I know it's you have many other obligations and places you're going to be traveling quite extensively in the days to come as well, so we're very grateful that you were willing to come here and join us, and we look forward to reciprocating in the new year by visiting you in Australia, as I look forward to. And it's one of my, I actually have never been, and I need to go. And it's a very efficient trip, because I can say I went to a country and a continent all at once. And so very rarely can you say that. So thank you for joining us here today. We're grateful and honored by your presence.
Thank you very much, Secretary Rubio. Can I thank you and Secretary Hegseth for hosting us in this extraordinary room, as you said, where we've had our first Quad meeting after you were sworn in. We're really, Richard and I are so happy to be here, so honoured to participate in another AUSMIN meeting and to build on the very successful meeting between the President and the Prime Minister, and including the historic critical minerals deal that they delivered. AUSMIN was established, that is this meeting was established under President Ronald Reagan and Prime Minister Bob Hawke. And in 1985, President Reagan spoke of our common defence of freedom from the First and Second World Wars and said, "All this has nurtured the bonds of friendship between our two peoples. Today, the United States and Australia as much as ever rely on each other." That remains true today, and as Secretary Rubio said, Australian soldiers have fought beside American troops in every major battle since World War I, and we continue to rely on each other. Not just our servicemen and women, whom we thank for their service, but all our people. And that's because the work we do together is indispensable to a peaceful, stable and prosperous Indo-Pacific. And this is something Secretary Rubio has spoken so eloquently about. The United States is our principal ally and our principal strategic partner, and together we navigate volatility, we invest in each other, we invest in the region's security, and we boost each other's prosperity, whether that's through investment in critical minerals, critical technology, Australian superannuation, or of course AUKUS. Australia's approach to the alliance has always been to work to ensure it delivers concrete benefits for our security and prosperity and for that of the United States. And AUKUS is central to that, a win for Australia, a win for the US and a win for the United Kingdom. And we welcome President Trump's statement, we are full steam ahead. We are full steam ahead. So we look forward very much to these consultations today. Very happy to be here in Washington. We'd also, Secretary Rubio, be very honoured to welcome you to Australia when you are when you are able to come. So thank you again for hosting us. We look forward to the discussions.
All right. Secretary Rubio, thank you for hosting us. Deputy Prime Minister Marles, we've seen each other often, and we will continue to inform Minister Wong. Thank you for being here. It was mentioned this is the 40th year of OSPAN, 1985, and it's not lost on any of us the depth of the friendship our two countries have had and our militaries have had for quite some time. And it was Ronald Reagan who, just like the Trump administration, put a practical application to that partnership 40 years ago by ensuring that our leaders are meeting together regularly to stay on track in rowing in the same direction because we share the same values, the same neighborhood, we're both Pacific nations, and our leadership's coming together on a regular basis is a reflection of that. So on the defense side, we're working on force posture, we're working on defense industrial cooperation, first on force posture initiatives. We're upgrading infrastructure on air bases in Queensland and the Northern Territory. That allows for additional U.S. bomber rotations. We're upgrading logistics and infrastructure in Darwin so more U.S. Marines can do rotational deployments and pre-positioning MV-22 Ospreys. This establishes new and resilient logistics networks across Australia. We're deepening our cooperation on the defense industrial base, cooperation on guided weapons production and lethal capabilities, 2-year roadmaps on Australia's guided weapons and explosive ordnance enterprise, groundbreaking cooperative actions on things like GMLRS, guided missile launch rocket systems and precision strike missiles. And we're working toward co-production and co-sustainment of hypersonic attack cruise missiles, co-sustainment, air-to-air missiles, cooperative programs across the board, including Mark 54 torpedoes. We're also building on the historic framework and critical minerals cooperation that's been mentioned already by President Trump and Prime Minister Albanese, signed in October. Critical minerals and rare earths are a huge part of ensuring both countries can operate the way we need to in that region and around the world. And finally, as we move, as was mentioned, full steam ahead on AUKUS, we applaud Australia's upcoming delivery of an additional $1 billion to help expand U.S. submarine production capacity. We're strengthening AUKUS so that it works for America, for Australia, and for the UK. There's a lot we're going to do together in the months ahead. This meeting will be, as was laid out by President Trump, as I mentioned at Reagan just a couple days ago, these are practical, realistic ways that our two countries can come together to ensure that we provide peace through strength for both of our nations. The stronger we are together, the more we can deter the kinds of conflicts neither of us want to see, and this is a deepening of that partnership. Grateful to be here. Thank you.
Well, Secretary Rubio, Secretary Hegseth, Marco Pete, on behalf of Penny and I, thank you very much for having us here in Washington today. It is a real pleasure to be here in the 40th anniversary of OSMIN. Our relationship with the United States is the most important relationship that we have, and indeed our alliance with the United States is really the cornerstone of Australian strategic and foreign policy, and today is an important moment to take that forward again over the next 12 months. We are living in a much more contested world where it really matters to be doubling down with friends and allies, and obviously America is front and centre and foremost for Australia in that respect. We are very grateful for the meeting that happened between Prime Minister Albanese and President Trump a couple of months ago. It's very significant in the context of the relationship. I think also President Trump has given us the motto for our meeting today, which is full steam ahead. And it is very much full steam ahead in terms of the alliance, in terms of the progress on AUKUS, in preparing ourselves for the establishment of the Submarine Rotational Force West at the end of 2027. That is a significant moment in the journey of AUKUS. But right now we've had an increased number of visits of US nuclear-powered submarines to Australia, including the USS Vermont, which has been at HMAS Stirling over the last 6 weeks or so, where it's undergone the most extensive maintenance that a US nuclear submarine has undertaken outside of the United States. And we are really pleased with the progress that we are seeing in terms of building Australia's capabilities to ultimately be able to operate our own nuclear-powered submarine capability going forward. At every AUSMIN meeting that we've had since 2022, when Penny and I first started attending these AUSMIN meetings, a central part of what we have sought to do in the defence space is to increase the US footprint in Australia. And this AUSMIN will be no different, as Pete has just taken you through, be it infrastructure which enables greater bomber rotations in Australia, or be it what we are doing in terms of enhancing logistics capability of the United States in Australia, having more American equipment be stored in Australia, for example, the Ospreys. These are just examples of what we are doing across every domain. Air, sea and ground, but also space and cyber, to have the most extensive American force posture that we have seen in terms of the breadth of that in the Australian continent. And that is so important going forward, to make very clear in our region that Australia and America stand side by side in working together to contribute to the peace and security of the Indo-Pacific. As we meet today, there are almost 900 Australian servicemen and women who are embedded in the United States Defence Forces across the US. Indeed, the deputy commanders of the US Army, the US Navy and the US Air Force in the Pacific are all now institutionally Australian. And that is an example of the degree to which our two countries work so closely together in respect of defence. Penny and I are really looking forward to taking our relationship and our alliance again forward in the meetings that we have today. We're working really well with this administration, and we are very excited about working with you, Marco and Pete, to take the alliance forward into the future.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Secretary of War Pete Hegseth meeting with Penelope Wong of Australia, the foreign minister there, with the Deputy Prime Minister of Australia as well, who was in the room, Mr. Richard Mills, for all of that. Thank you for that footage, as we thank America, allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN, a wonderful company here that really cares about what you cherish most this time of year: family, friends, faith, and being together for the holiday season. But, it's that cold and flu season. You get sick during it as well as you travel across this great land of ours. 10% off your must-have medications for this holiday season. Use code RSBN10 for 10% off now of Tamiflu, antibiotics, antivirals, also ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, methylene blue, NAD+, and much, much more. In fact, over 300 essential medications, including those emergency medical kits that are so useful. So whether it's stocking them up in that medicine cabinet or taking them on the road, both great options. Look at this as your fight against the red tape and the bureaucracy of the government. In fact, many of the pharmacies down the street from you probably do not even prescribe things like ivermectin and the life-saving medications offered here at allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN, a pharmacy online leading the way for most favored nation status and the right to try off-label generics that are affordable and are reviewed by a U.S. doctor, licensed to practice, of course, that will send that right to your door without any delays. No insurance, no issue. You do need a pharmaceutical note for this, but it is a great option this holiday season. RSBN 10% off with that code today. allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Thank you to Monetary Gold as well. Wealth Security Preservation. Grab the complimentary Presidential Gold Guide today. Call today. Do not delay. It's 888-617-7994. Ask how you can eliminate your annual IRA fees permanently and for life at rsbnforthegold.com. That's rsbnforthegold.com. With banks failing this year in America, nearly 500 during the Obama administration, what are you to do when that occurs, when paper money goes thin and burns up in the air? We know that the American dollar has lost 40% of its purchasing power in the last 2 decades. And with the immense inflation from the last administration, very smart to diversify your wealth, retirement savings, pensions, everything you worked hard for through Monetary Gold, the best in the business. Scott Cheney is on the other line, the digital marketer and senior portfolio manager for this amazing organization. His team out in Los Angeles, California, and throughout the country can help you immediately because not every plan fits the same foot. Everything's diversified, everything much different. So you might think, oh my goodness, this is only for a certain income bracket or a certain group of people, perhaps, retired now. No, it's good to look at even when you're a bit younger when it comes to diversification and using the purchasing power of gold and silver in this bull market to buy another property or maybe start creating generational wealth for you and your family. rsbnforthegold.com. Monetary Gold at 888-617-7994. Give them a call today. Do not delay. As we look forward to the pre-programming, roughly 25 minutes from now inside the Mount Pocono Resort there in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Lower prices, bigger paychecks. It's the goal of this administration leading into 2026, and so much accomplished this year alone under a calendar year, but much more to be done. As President Trump to deliver remarks at 6 o'clock Eastern, we might also have playback as well for you. The president attending a vice presidential Christmas party this afternoon before he heads out to the Commonwealth. But we will bring that to you when that pre-programming begins. In the meantime, we can share with you some of the things President Trump offered up on Truth Social with cut number 1 and the AI race happening here in the United States of America. There must be one rule book if we are going to continue the lead in AI. We are beating all countries at this point in the race, but that won't last long if we are going to have 50 states, many of them bad actors involved in rules and the approval process. There can be no doubt about this. AI will be destroyed in its infancy. I will be doing a one rule executive order this week. You can't expect a company to get 50 approvals every time they want to do something. That will never work. With cut number 2 as well, NVIDIA in China. I have informed President Xi of China that the United States will allow NVIDIA to ship its H200 products to approved customers in China and other countries under conditions that allow for continued strong national security. President Xi responded positively. A 25% tariff will be paid to the United States of America. This policy will support American jobs, strengthen United States manufacturing, and benefit American taxpayers. The Biden administration forced our great companies to spend billions of dollars building degraded products that nobody wanted. A terrible idea that slowed innovation and hurt the American workers. That era is over. We will protect our national security, create American jobs, and keep America's lead in artificial intelligence. NVIDIA's U.S. customers are already moving forward with their incredible, highly advanced Blackwell chips and much, much more soon. Neither of these parts are of the deal, but my administration will put America first. The Department of Commerce is finalizing the details, and the same approach will apply to AMD, Intel, and other great American companies. Make America great again. In the meantime, though, we have Mexico, who's violating a water treaty. With cut number 3, Mexico continues to violate our comprehensive water treaty, and this violation is seriously hurting our beautiful Texas crops and livestock. Mexico still owes the U.S. over 800,000 acre-feet of water for failing to comply with our treaty over the past 5 years. The U.S. needs Mexico to release 200,000 acre-feet of water before December 31st, and the rest must soon come after. As of now, Mexico is not responding, and it is very unfair to our U.S. farmers who deserve this much-needed water. That's why I have authorized documentation to impose a 5% tariff on Mexico if this water is not released immediately. The longer Mexico takes to release the water, the more our farmers are hurt. Mexico has an obligation to fix this now. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And in turn, a big part of the topic that will be tonight, tariffs and how they're helping the United States of America. Because of tariffs, easily and quickly applied, our national security has been greatly enhanced. And we have become the financially strongest country by far anywhere in the world. Only dark and sinister forces would want to see that end. And as dark and sinister forces have surrounded this country, thank you to the pouring in of illegal aliens into this country, thanks to the Biden administration, and thanks to their carelessness when it came to bringing people over, like the individual we saw who attacked National Guardsmen over Thanksgiving. Of course, Sarah Beckstrom and losing her life to that terrible attack, and Andrew Wolf is recovering with his family visiting President Trump in the White House recently. There is cut number 5, prayers and thoughts with our amazing uniformed officers, local and state police to DHS, Border Security, FBI, and National Guard, everyone there who's making America's streets safe again. $12 billion going into relief for farmers, something President Trump might address tonight in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, which has many, many farms throughout a gorgeous state, if you have ever visited, and very fertile land as well, with lower prices and bigger paychecks being the focus. President Trump meeting yesterday in the Roosevelt Room with the remarkable farmers.
I'm delighted to announce this afternoon that the United States will be taking a small portion of the hundreds of billions of dollars we receive in tariffs. We are making a lot of money from countries that took advantage of us for years. They took advantage of us like nobody's ever seen. Our deficits are way down because of tariffs. I guess because of the election, because without the election you wouldn't have tariffs. You'd be sitting here losing your shirt. But we're taking in billions. We're really taking in trillions of dollars, if you think about it, Scott, because the real number is, when you think of all the money being poured into the country for new auto plants and all of the other things, AI. So what we're doing is we're taking a relatively small portion of that, and we're going to be giving and providing it to the farmers in economic assistance. And we love our farmers, and as you know, the farmers like me, because based on voting trends, you could call it voting trends or anything else, but they're great people. They're the backbone of our country. So we're going to use that money to provide $12 billion in economic assistance to American farmers.
And a quick correction there, that was the Cabinet Room, not the Roosevelt Room from yesterday, but still an important meeting with America's farmers, as the White House just releasing an email that the president delivers progress on lowering costs with much more relief on the way. Since taking office, President Donald J. Trump has made substantial progress reversing the inflation and cost of living disaster he inherited from the recklessness of the Biden administration. Inflation, in fact, has been cut by more than half. Gas prices have fallen sharply. Real wages are growing again. And key household expenses are finally heading in the right direction. But President Trump is also clear there is still important work ahead to ensure every American feels the full benefit of those lower costs. Now, while Democrats attempt to con Americans into believing they are the champions of affordability, the reality is that Democrats created the problem, and President Trump is stopping at nothing to fix it. On the topic of inflation, President Trump tamed Biden's inflation crisis and is working to bring it down further. Under the auto pen, inflation averaged nearly 5% and hit 9.1% amid the worst inflation crisis in decades, perhaps the worst since the Carter administration in the late 70s into the early 80s. All fueled by the radical left's obsession with spending. In President Trump's second term, inflation has dropped to an average of just 2.7%, the critical first step in reversing Democrats' cost of living disaster. In fact, under President Trump, Americans have even seen the first overall price decline since 2020. On wages under President Trump, Americans have made real wage gains, and work continues on reversing the damage they suffered under Biden. Now, again, under Otto Penn's administration, American workers lost over $2,900 in purchasing power because inflation rose faster than wages. And inflation, in essence, is simply a hidden tax. But in President Trump's second term, even after accounting for higher prices, Americans' real wages have grown by nearly 4%, or nearly $700, and are on track to grow by nearly $1,200 after his first full year in office. In the split screen there, we should be seeing President Trump to board Air Force One from Joint Base Andrews after the Christmas party he had just attended with the Vice President of the United States. So we'll take that there when we can. Continuing on gas prices, so important now to look at those going down, because some people even in line believe that that's not the case. But Americans are spending less on gas than they have in 3 years. And this is only the beginning. Under Biden, gas prices were the highest they had ever been, even after he drained our strategic reserves to artificially decrease those prices. In President Trump's second term, gas prices have fallen to the lowest average price in 1,682 days, and Americans are on track to spend the lowest amount of their disposable income on gas in the last 2 decades. In fact, average gas prices have dipped below $3 per gallon in 36 states, below $2.75 per gallon in 20 states, $2.50 a gallon in 5 states, and some stations in at least 4 states under $2. In fact, Colorado, $1.69, so not too bad on average out west. Now on housing costs, housing affordability is finally trending in the right direction under Biden. Mortgage rates hit their highest in decades as rents surged. At the beginning of December, the average 30-year fixed mortgage rate was 6.19%, 12% lower than when President Trump took office in January. Now, according to the Consumer Price Index, shelter inflation is at a 4-year low, and the national median rent has fallen for 4 months straight. On grocery prices, prices for everyday staples are starting to see the declines that Americans want. And there's much more to come. Under President Trump, prices for eggs and butter, ice cream, fresh fruit, cereal, fish, seafood, rice, pasta, and ham have all seen declines. Now, on everything else, the Trump administration's whole of government effort will continue driving prices down, boosting take-home pay, and strengthening the economy so all Americans can feel relief. President Trump signed into law the largest tax cuts in American history. This includes no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, all of which will save Americans money in their tax returns. This landmark legislation will raise Americans' take-home pay by as much as $13,300 and wages by as much as $11,600. In fact, thanks to the landmark law, millions of Americans will receive tax refunds, with the average refund estimated to increase by about $1,000 per filer. As we look a little bit closer there now with the pool cam, the Air Force One being prepped and ready to go for a quick trip across JBA over New Jersey into Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania, just east of Scranton, Pennsylvania. President Trump's deregulatory efforts are saving Americans a collective $180 billion or $2,100 per family of four. For example, President Trump halted burdensome Biden-era efficiency standards that jacked up the price of everyday appliances. American consumers are thriving in this country. Consumer sentiment is back on the rise, and small business optimism is spiking with record holiday shoppers and sales. President Trump bringing back jobs and investment back to the U.S. with 1.9 million more American-born workers employed today than when President Trump took office. And again, President Trump working to reduce that deficit. The Trump administration will not rest until the high prices that resulted from Democrat policies are fully reined in. We're making progress, and the best is yet to come. As we see from Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania, tossing it back to Matthew Alvarez in the field.
Robert, thank you so much. Of course, there in studio in Alabama, Matthew Alvarez live here in Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania. Of course, this is the Pocono Mountains. And if you've been watching our broadcast, we were, of course, outside for a couple hours there, but well worth it to speak with we the people about a number of issues across the country, whether domestic issues, foreign policy, what people want to see from the Trump administration in 2026, the things that people say will save the nation. We know that tonight the president will speak at 6 o'clock about the economy. We'll hear an update on that and also moving forward. We know that White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt said earlier today on another network that the best is yet to come. So we'll see that, or will we? When will we? It's all those questions because we haven't seen much of it at this point, but it depends where you live. I mean, some gas prices, of course, going down in various parts of the country. It's always good to have the following. If we take a live look actually right now at some of the signs, all the way on the left, it says lower prices. Obviously, it says Pennsylvania welcomes President Donald J. Trump. It also says lower prices, bigger paychecks. So that is the slogan, the agenda that President Trump will be speaking about. And of course, always good to speak about the economy. As we know, the economy, one of the huge issues for everybody. It's always been that way, as people know. What affects the pocketbook, right? What affects, what you buy? How much can you buy? Are you able to feed the family? These are all important issues, of course. Lower gas prices. All of the same kind of talking points that we've heard over many, many administrations. Well, President Trump to speak on that tonight. Of course, he said at that meeting the other day in the cabinet room that we're receiving about $18 trillion in tariffs. So some of that revenue will be seen here by the American economy, the American people, and we look forward to that, of course. Will there be those $2,000 checks coming back in for us to put it right back into the economy? We'll see. But of course, a number of things that we were talking about out there, of course, I said of course a few times, still thawing out, to be honest with you, from being outside in that bitter cold. But some of the things that we're talking about outside, of course, holding lawbreakers accountable, like what will actually save the United States of America. Because in 29, if we get somebody else in office that is not on the right side of history, what's going to happen? What will happen to our freedoms? What will happen to the constitutional rights we have? What will our country look like? Will we look like what Ireland looks like a little bit right now, or England? Heaven forbid we ever look like China. We already have a socialist communist as mayor in New York. So we're seeing some signs that don't look so good, but there have been a lot of wins as well under President Trump. We have seen that border get secure. We've seen the ICE mass deportations. A shout out to our military, our Customs Border Protection in that fight as far as the illegal immigrants in our country. I'm not going to comment on Venezuela right now. Let's watch and see what happens. There's opinion, there's editorial times, there's news reporting times. Of course, there's always a mix that you'll get with me when it comes to all this, because at the end of the day, we the people on the right side of history that love God so much, love family, love faith, love freedom, love our country, love common sense, love truth, love justice in the American way. So just remember, at every time that, at least I'm out there interviewing people, and of course people at Right Side Broadcasting Network that work on air, and others in conservative media and content creators and podcasters that have some amazing followings out there, a shout out to everybody, because the more truth that gets out, the better we are as a people. You know, Thomas Jefferson has a number of quotes about that, about not being ignorant to what's going on out there. And I'll get to some of those quotes a little bit later in the broadcast. But let's go to callshe.com in the meantime, callshe.com/RSBN, one of our great sponsors here on Right Side. And then we'll get to some more commentary. We'll show you the crowd and all the things that we do here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. So callshe.com/RSBN. As you see there, the QR code, great spot to go, or go to that app. What will Trump say during his remarks in Pennsylvania? As you may see on your screen, will the words illegal alien or nuclear or Ukraine be spoken? You see those percentages there, 55%, 53%, and 43%. And a lot of people look to Callshe just for trends and just what are people betting and trading and just checking out polls on. Well, Callshe.com is a great spot to do it. We'll be talking about Tax Network USA in just a minute, but let's get back to some more commentary. So the question right now as we move forward is, what does the majority of the country stand for? And we were just talking about God, family, country, freedom, truth, justice, and the American way. I'm going to pause for just a second. Hearing the music that we hear right now here in this auditorium at the Mount Airy Casino Resort in Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania, where outside it's 26 degrees and tonight it'll be 6 degrees. To hear the music again, it's got, again, the rally vibes, all the campaign season feels, right? Well, we know that the midterms are a huge, huge election coming up for our country. But to rally the base, this is President Trump's way of doing that right now, is to talk about the economy. What we heard from people outside and what we've seen on social media and conservative media, podcasts, all sorts of places. And I've spoken to a number of family and friends, and what we've talked about with the American people, not only on Truth Social and on X, is those things that will actually save the country moving forward. When I say we don't want to look like X, Y, and Z, right? We don't want to look like California. We don't want California to be what we model our future as. Not saying anything against the great patriots of California. I'm talking about the Gavin Newsom types that would love to be in that White House in 2029. And people can call it any name you want as to what I'm talking about right now, a panikin or whatever. I'm not a panikin. I'm a realist. When I see what needs to be done for our country to be saved, it's common sense. It's called the bad guys have to be held accountable. It's called secure elections, free and fair elections. It's called full transparency for our government. It's called supporting free speech. It's called getting rid of the swamp. And as Tim Burchett said the other day, the sewer in D.C., he's the one that called it that. Tulsi Gabbard's the one that said that the 2020 election, that was the subversion of the will of the American people, talking about various people within the deep state that are still no accountability there. Peter Navarro knows what it's like to get in trouble, but he didn't do anything wrong. President Trump himself, he was the one that was sitting in the courtroom. We the people, we remember what it was like under the Biden regime. And so, yes, we can sit back and say, oh, the economy this, the economy that, everything's great. Well, it's not, and we need to keep winning. These are things we already expect from the president. This is my opinion here. I expect that we're going to have a great economy. I want the gas prices to go lower. I want our taxes to go lower, if not eliminated. You know, I want a secure border. I want law and order. Trust me, I've been at so many rallies. I understand the love and the dedication to we the people, to the United States of America, to President Donald J. Trump, who took a bullet for us. I understand all of it. I am a staunch supporter of freedom. So I'm on the truth train. And I know many of you are too. And that's the only train that matters. And so we want President Trump on that truth train with us moving forward. We don't want to get veered off on anything else. And that's just an opening statement that I'm sharing from the heart with you guys. I know that I am so happy that President Donald J. Trump is the President of the United States of America. I want to see him kick serious you-know-what. I want to see him win for we the people. I am so happy that Harris and Biden are no longer the president. Or Harris, that she didn't win. I'm so glad that she didn't win. So we have a chance here. So this is me calling balls and strikes, right? You have to. If you're a true journalist, if you are loyal to truth, you have to stick and be loyal to truth all the time, no matter what. We all go through our journeys, we all go through ups and downs, whatever. But the point, I think, is this. As long as everything is done with that perspective of God, family, country, freedom, common sense, truth, justice, and the American way, I'm a supporter of anybody that is full on for those things, because we know that there are a number of people that are not. In other countries, we see that. I just don't want to see our country look like other countries. That's all I'm saying. Really, if you want to know the full transparency, that's what this is about for me as a citizen of this country. And for you that are watching, we all want, do you not? I mean, do you not want freedom? Do you not want the Constitution to be the law of the land? Secure elections, justice to be served. So that's the truth train, the America First train. Make America great again within all of that framework. Let's get this thing done. So tonight, of course, we'll talk about the economy. And the thing that's difficult, and I'm going to be more transparent with you here a little bit about the economy and that kind of thing and my thoughts on this. But we're going to get into more news reporting mode in just a second. Obviously, this is kicked off to be more of an opinion editorial, but I believe it's true information. And if you're going to be on national conservative media, you really kind of show your cards. Where are you leaning? Where are you standing? I'm standing with, again, God, family, country, and anybody that supports all of that. And so last point, and we'll get into some of the news that we're tracking out there. Of course, there's a 24/7 news cycle. President Trump's been traveling a whole lot. He's back now in the domestic circuit. He'll be here in Pennsylvania any minute from now. Looking forward to hearing the president about what he has to say about the economy. But we know that actions speak louder than words when it comes to everything, including prosecutions for those in the deep state, for voter reform, same-day voting, paper ballots, voter identification, proof of citizenship, all the things. So we don't want to just hear about this stuff anymore. We want to see the actions on it. And this is obviously not just me. I wouldn't say all of this. If I was the only one believing it, maybe I'd say it, but there's a whole lot of you out there that are saying, hey, Matthew Alvarez, amen. I agree with you. President Trump won 3 straight elections in landslides. We know what happened in 2020. All of that love, all of that passion for America, for freedom, for the Constitution. That's why I do what I do here. And I'd rather do it here than, let's just be honest about this. Why don't we do this? Pan to the right, please, Denver, and then we're going to go to one of our sponsors. Let's look to the right real quick. Now, all the way over to the right is the press. Now, there are some conservative media over there. And have I smiled or fist bumped or said hello to the foreign press, the national press? Sure. But I thank God that I'm not working in mainstream media, because you wouldn't be able to say everything I just said. It's kind of cool, to be honest, to have that freedom. And that's what conservative media is all about. All the podcasters, all of you out there that are content creators on the right side of history. I interviewed Caitlin Bennett on X just the other day. She's on the right side of history, just standing up for we the people. Other conservative media outlets, podcasts, all the things. This is the new media. This is where it's at, because we're on the side of God, family, country, and truth. So there you go. Anyway, let's go to a couple of our sponsors here. Tax Network USA is one of them. After that, I'm going to finish up my opening remark about the economy, and then we'll get into some of the stories we're covering and take a live look here at the event, as we always do at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Let's go now to Tax Network USA. So the question is, do you owe back taxes or haven't filed in years? Now's the time to resolve your tax matters. So with that national conversation around abolishing the income tax system, the IRS is fighting back and proving it's here to stay by becoming more aggressive than ever before. They're sending out more collection notices. They're filing more tax liens and collecting billions more than in recent years. So if you owe, the IRS can take your wages, bank accounts, Social Security, retirement, and even your home. It's not a question of if the IRS will act, it's when. So right now, Tax Network USA is offering a completely free IRS research and discovery call to show you exactly where you stand and what they can stop before it's too late. Their powerful programs and strategies can save you thousands or even eliminate your debt entirely if you qualify. So you don't have to make a serious mistake here. Representing yourself or calling the IRS on your own, waiving your rights and costs could cost you more than money. They're not on your side. So get protected the right way with Tax Network USA and start that process on settling your tax matters once and for all today. The thing I like about this is you're able to call them, talk with somebody on the phone, get everything squared away, all your questions that you have there. Call 800-958-1000, 800-958-1000, or click that link below for your free discovery call with Tax Network USA. Also, if you'd like to donate to Right Side Broadcasting Network, just text RSBN to 801-801. You see that on the bottom of your screen there. Of course, all those rallies, all the events that we've been live at, and all the stuff we cover from Monday through Friday, right? When we see President Trump at various events at the White House or overseas, all of that costs a pretty penny. So if you'd like to donate, please do. RSBN, you can text that to 801-801. All right. So to wrap up what I was saying earlier, I get it. The economy is a big deal. We know that. But there are things that are, in my opinion, a much higher priority to save the nation. I'll just leave it there. I love reporting on what's going on. We're going to report today's event, and we're here live to do it. But there are many important things going on out there, including let's free Tina Peters. Let's free Tina Peters. What the heck's going on there in Colorado? You know, there's a lot that we see. And this is the point that I really would like to drive home. Again, not reading from a teleprompter. I have some notes here. All right, some notes. But I do want to say this. The mainstream media and all of this other stuff and junk that's reported on out there, just because a mainstream narrative isn't talking about the things that you have just heard here from myself or things that you guys are thinking about what's needed to save the nation, doesn't mean it takes away the power of the truth of the matter to get the job done for our United States of America. Because if the midterms are not won, as Laura Logan said earlier, they're going to try and impeach Donald Trump. 2026, that's why I had the question out there to We the People. I asked them, I said, what do you want to see done with the Trump administration in 2026? I didn't say for the next 3.5 years. We shouldn't even be going year at a time. We should be going day at a time, month at a time. Again, I don't go with fluff. I don't go with just because somebody's got a certain suit, you know, and they're nah. No more political dog and pony shows. No more of that. I'm sick of it, and I've covered it for years and years and years in local media stations throughout the country. But now what we're looking for is how to save the United States. So you think about it, already we know that we have an information war that's happening, people on both sides of the equation, people that are, most of you that are watching, good-hearted, common sense Americans, successful Americans. If you're not successful, you got to figure it out, how to get successful. We all have to try and do it, right? We have the people that love God, family, and country, and the Constitution. You know, we the people. The good people of the United States, the ones that stand for freedom, the land of the free, the home of the brave. And then you've got the other side, communism and Marxism and wokeism and all the isms, globalism, deep stateism, blah, all that junk, all that crap. And we know what side, you know, is the right side of history, right? And so I really believe that when we're in this space that we're talking about, we've always talked about good versus evil, and that's exactly what we're talking about. So it's pretty cool to be, maybe I look like a news reporter or whatever, but to talk about the truth of what we're dealing with in this country. And we heard it from people out there as well. So I'm reporting to you that we the people in Pennsylvania, a good percentage of them, when asked about, do you agree that a number of these things like prosecutions need to happen, or securing our elections, or full transparency from the government, or protecting our constitutional rights, those are four important things to me, and I know they're important to you. Again, we're not playing TV here. I don't play TV. I play TV enough in the local media because I couldn't ever speak like this. But now I can because I have freedom of speech. And I'm able to talk with you guys about it. And a lot of you, a majority of you, I believe, agree with every word that I'm saying. And I'm not being arrogant or anything like that. I'm just speaking for myself, for my family, but on behalf of a number of you that agree with what I'm saying out there. And you know who you are that agree that there's things that need to be done. Again, the economy is important. We're looking forward to hearing what the president has to say about it. But this is a tough time in our nation. I don't want to see us go the way, think about it, if Gavin's the president in 29, that border is going to be wide open again. Our free speech, as the light's going off right now, I'll talk, Denver, the light is flashing in my eyes. I don't care. My point is our free speech might be hindered. And so we're just going to keep on keeping on, no matter what, in the sense of voting, in the sense of freedom of speech, and living for God, family, and country. All right, so anyway, I really didn't prepare any of those words. I just know that that's on my heart. And whether it's eloquently delivered or not, I don't care. I do know this. I love you guys. I'm glad you're watching here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. I've met a number of you out there at the rallies. And, you know, you hear Elton John in the background right now. Again, this reminds me of so much of the rally coverage that we've done here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. And you want to be a purveyor of truth. I will not take talking points, whether that's on social media. I just won't, from anybody. And especially if you're sticking to truth, right? You can't go wrong if you stick to common sense truth. All right, let's listen to Elton. Let's check out some of the crowd right now. This is live in Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania. We see a ton of people in here, and it's good to see fellow patriots, we the people, a few or a number of red MAGA hats, as the signs say, lower prices, bigger paychecks. Pennsylvania welcomes President Donald J. Trump. Again, it's difficult on the full transparency to talk about anything that doesn't seem positive about what's going on in our country. Again, full on the record. My name is Matthew Alvarez. I'm 44 years old. I've worked in media for a number of years. I'm glad to be here with you guys. But let me say this before we go. We're going to go to that prayer in just a second. Let's just say this. We look forward to truth, justice, and the American way. Let's go to the prayer.
Ask you all to rise. Let us pray. Almighty God, you have given us this good land as our heritage. Make us always remember your generosity, your grace, and constantly to do your will. Bless our land with honesty, honest industry, truthful education, and an honorable way of life. Save us from violence, discord, hatred, and prejudice. Give us a spirit of love and the strength to know and do your will. Make us, who came from many nations, a united people, so that the barriers which divide us may crumble. Defend our liberties and give all who bear office in our land the spirit of wisdom and understanding, the spirit of knowledge, and the fear of the Lord, so there might be justice and peace in our land. Finally, Lord, bless our coming together tonight. Let your life-giving spirit move each of us to do justice, to love kindness, and walk humbly with you. We ask this all in the name of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Leading the Pledge of Allegiance, please welcome the President of American Legion, Post 346, David Siegel.
I would ask you all to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag. For all those that are able, I would ask you to please stand. Please place your hands over your heart. For veterans, military personnel, and first responders, I would ask you to render the proper military salute. If you would please join me.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Singing the national anthem, please welcome Diane Tate.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled
Please welcome local first responder Kyle Kashik.
Good evening, Northeastern Pennsylvania. My name is Kyle, and I'm proud to be here tonight. I am a born and raised Pennsylvanian working as a police officer and volunteer firefighter just 10 minutes away from my childhood home in Luzerne County. As a police officer, I work a lot of overtime. For some people, overtime is optional, but for first responders, overtime is a reality of the job. Communities depend on us to be there in a crisis, whether it happens at Sunday at 3 p.m. or Tuesday at 3 a.m. I am proud of the work I do, and I'm happy to do it. But the hours could take a toll. But knowing now that this work isn't going to be taxed, well, that really goes a long way. Congressman Bresnahan helped pass the historic legislation President Trump signed that is going to put more money in the pockets of working families and first responders like me. Making overtime tax-free helps us stretch our paychecks further at a time when everything feels more expensive. The extra money in my pocket is going towards putting down roots, buying a house, and starting a family. I really feel supported by this policy. It shows me that they didn't forget us about first responders in Washington. Tonight, I want to say thank you. Thank you to Congressman Bresnahan for supporting no tax on overtime. Thank you to President Trump for making this a reality and for having our backs. Thank you to my fellow first responders, and I'm proud to stand by you. And thank you to our community who supports us day in and day out. It is an honor to serve each and every day. God bless the men and women who serve, and God bless America.
Please welcome Small Business Manager. Please welcome Small Business Manager Amy Conboy.
Hello, Northeastern Pennsylvania. My name is Amy, and I am proud to be from right here in Monroe County. I've spent most of my life in this community, and after college, I chose to return home to work as a waitress and bartender at my family's Irish pub. I love being a part of our family business, but like many hardworking people, I felt the impact of taxes taking a significant portion of my paycheck. Most of my income comes from tips, and money that I earn by providing great service is reduced before I ever see it. That's why the efforts of President Trump and Congressman Bresnahan mean so much to me. They understand how important it is for working families and young people to keep more of what we earn. Their work to deliver larger tax cuts and to introduce new rules that help those who rely on tipped income makes a real difference. Eliminating taxes on tips will be transformative for me and for so many servers in our community. It means keeping more of our hard-earned wages, saving for our futures, and having the chance to build stability. For me, it brings me closer to my goal of one day owning a home and investing back into the community that raised me. We all know how challenging the past few years have been. Affordability affects everyone, but especially those living paycheck to paycheck. I've seen it on the news, heard it from customers and friends alike. President Trump and Congressman Bresnahan heard it too, and I believe they are working hard on behalf of all of us because they want us and America to be successful. As someone just beginning my adult life and career, I am grateful that they are focused on helping people like me prosper. Thank you all for having me here tonight. I am honored to be standing here before you, and I am truly proud to be a Pennsylvanian and an American.
Please welcome local waitress Donna Zajac.
Hello, Monroe County. My name is Donna, and you know, I can't believe I'm up here on this stage. I'm a single mom. I'm a single mom who has lived in Pennsylvania for the past 20 years, and I've been a waitress all my life. Started when I was 15 years old. I've always enjoyed it and used to waitressing, made good money. But lately, my money doesn't mean to stretch that far. Pretty much everything I make goes towards paying the bills with taxes. These days, though, there's nothing in my paycheck. A lot of people don't realize this, but for servers, almost our entire income is from the tips we earn from satisfied customers. And you know, I'm sure there are a lot of people like me out there in this audience, and even more of you watching this. People who felt like they can't get up something, sometimes, especially under the Biden administration. It was hard to keep up with the bills or afford any basic things when there just isn't enough money to go around. Next year, it's going to be different, though, because next year I'm going to get my taxes back from the tips I earned. So will everyone who's paid tips, everyone who paid tips. Thanks to President Trump and Congressman Bresnan, no taxes on tips was passed. The on tips was passed and signed into law. For me, that's the difference between paying my electricity bill in full or in installments. This is going to change a lot for me and for my daughter, Fatima. I have to brag on her for a second. She's at school studying to be a veterinarian. Yeah. Which is what she always wanted to do since she was just a little girl. She was this big when she was little. She said she was going to be a doggy doctor. With no taxes on tips, I'll have extra money in my pocket to help with her tuition. I'm going to help her live her dream. As a mom, that's what you want for your child. And President Trump and Congressman Bresnan are making this happen. Thank you so much for listening and allowing me to share my story. I'm really thankful to be here and thankful to know we got people who care about putting money in our pockets.
Please welcome Congressman Dan Muser.
Let's go!
evening, Northeast Pennsylvania. How we doing tonight? Is everybody ready for the 47th President of the United States to arrive? Look, I come tonight beginning with just saying thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you for re-electing President Donald J. Trump as the president. For electing U.S. Senator Dave McCormick. For electing Rob Bresnahan to help us in the House. Rob's in the House. To elect Brian McKenzie, who's also here. We need him. And thank you for electing your favorite congressman, that damn user. No, I'm kidding. So, in the last year, President Trump, as you've probably noticed, has fixed everything that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris broke. Wouldn't you agree? How about how he fixed our border? Stop the drugs, stop the human trafficking, stop the cost on American taxpayers. How about how he fixed American energy? There was an all-out assault on domestic energy under the Biden administration. Thanks to President Trump, taxes are coming down, going to drive manufacturing growth. How about the common sense that Joe Biden tried to break? He did break, but President Trump brought it back. Trade. Folks, last month we had the lowest trade deficit in the last 50 years, thanks to President Donald J. Trump. World stability, the leadership that our president is showing, opening up markets and bringing peace throughout the country. And yes, President Trump also fixed the broken inflation that Bidenomics has caused. During Biden administration time period, inflation went up over 20%. You know what it's been since President Trump took office? 2.3%. Okay? So in spite of what the fake news wants to tell you, we inherited the high costs. We inherited the inflation. We inherited the 20%. But guess what? President Trump and the Republican Congress are going to fix that too. There's a plan in place. The plan includes the taxes, the regulations, the energy, the trade, the banking, leaning in all aspects to deliver. And it's going to happen. But President Trump cannot do it alone. President Trump cannot do it alone. And that's why going to be following me after my remarks is Rob Bresnahan, who represents you here in the 8th Congressional, represents Monroe County. We're also going to have Ryan McKenzie, as mentioned, from the Lehigh Valley. We also have with us tonight, and we were going to have an opportunity, folks, next year to borrow a phrase, make Pennsylvania great again. We got Stacey Garrity here with us. Stacey's done an unbelievable job as state treasurer, private sector experience, and she's a retired full colonel in the United States Army. And boy, oh boy, I can't wait till we defeat Josh Shapiro. So, my fellow Pennsylvanians, once again, just like in 2024, we need to deliver, we need to come through, we got to get out the vote. We've got to be all in like we were in the past, because freedom of America, just like 250 years ago, runs through our great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. It's up to us, Pennsylvania. Can we do it? Let's deliver for the America we love. God bless you. God bless the United States of America.
Please welcome Congressman Ryan McKenzie.
If everybody had an ocean across the USA, then everybody'd be served like California. Museum
Good evening, Monroe County. Are you ready for the 45th and 47th President of the United States? I know you are, because it was just over a year ago that it was places like Monroe County that delivered for President Trump. We had victories up and down the ballot because people were sick and tired of 4 years of out-of-control inflation under Joe Biden, a wide-open southern border, and chaos all around the world. So what did they vote for? They voted for change. We sent them 2 new congressmen right here in Monroe County, myself and Rob Bresnahan. We defeated Bob Casey and sent them Dave McCormick in the U.S. Senate. And we sent Kamala Harris packing and President Trump back to the White House. Now, when we get victories like that, it's not just for politics. It is because we love our country and we want to get things back in the right track. So what did we do? In Congress, we started working with President Trump on day one. We got to work and did the hard things. We secured the southern border, which the Democrats told us was not possible. Now you see illegal border crossings down over 90%, and that southern border, according to our Border Patrol, is more secure than ever. That means less crime, less drugs, and less human trafficking right here in the United States. The president and his administration also went to work fixing all the conflicts and forever wars that have been going on all over the globe. And he has resolved so many conflicts in a peaceable fashion that they just gave him the FIFA Peace Prize. How about that? And when it comes to our economy, we worked with the president to pass the single largest tax cut in American history. That is going to deliver real relief for every single American, and let me tell you how. It is going to expand the standard deduction so that every single American gets the tax relief they deserve. And then, as we've heard in other categories, whether you're an overtime worker or a tipped worker, you are going to see some of the biggest relief and the biggest return that you have ever seen in your life come April of next year. But that's not it. We did more. We passed an expanded deduction for our seniors, who we know are struggling on fixed incomes. So there is no tax on a big portion of their Social Security. Almost 90% of seniors will now not have tax. But there is more work to be done. We know that's not enough. We are not going to rest on our laurels. We know so many people are struggling because of those high prices from Joe Biden's inflation. That does not mean that prices come down when we say that we have tamed inflation. It just means that we have stopped the rate of growth from that massive spending that was going on for 4 years. So we have a lot more work to be done, and one area that we're going to hear about tonight is from a cabinet member, the Secretary of Energy, who is here, because when we bring down the cost of American energy and get back to American energy dominance, that brings down the price of everything across the board, because that energy goes into the fuel, that goes into the transportation, that brings goods to market. And so when we bring down that cost of energy, we see prices across the board coming down. So you're going to hear from him and from the president about what we're doing to bring back American energy dominance in this country. The final thing I want to talk about, when it comes to affordability, the other component outside of costs and taxes that are such a big part of it, the other component is American wages. When we shut that southern border to illegal immigrants, we also stop the flow of people coming into our country, taking American jobs and reducing American wages. So by securing that southern border, you're going to see that you're not going to get undercut by somebody who's working under the table, not paying taxes, not having any kind of workers' compensation, nothing like that. What you're going to see is that real wages are going to rise. And when we do that, we can lift all boats in this economy. So we are going to go about doing this hard work for another year, and I am confident that all of you in this room and Americans around the world are going to see the benefits of 2 years of President Trump and a Republican House and a Republican Senate, and we are going to get reelected to get this country back on track for another 2 years. So I just want to close by saying thank you to all of you for what you did to get President Trump, Dave McCormick, and myself elected to the U.S. Congress last year. We are working on your behalf every single day. And when it comes to 26, I know that you're going to have our back, and we are going to continue to make America great. Thank all of you. God bless you, and enjoy the evening with President Trump.
If everybody had an ocean across the USA, then everybody'd be served like California.
Please welcome your Congressman, Rob Bresnahan.
Northeastern Pennsylvania. What a great night for Northeastern Pennsylvania. It is an honor to welcome President Trump back to Northeastern Pennsylvania. Here at NEPA, we're built on hard work, strong families, and communities that take care of each other. We show up, we work, we put in the hours so our kids can have a better life. Tonight is important because NEPA reflects both the challenges and hopes of working families across America. Our region keeps this country moving. We build, we ship, we farm, we protect, and we serve. From the workers at the Tobyhanna Army Depot to the officers at USP Canaan to the nurses and hospital staff caring for our families late into the night, Northeastern Pennsylvania shows the grit and the heart of this country. Over my first year in Congress, I've met with and heard from thousands of people like all of us who live in our district, and have heard about the challenges that they're facing. Seniors in Stroudsburg struggling with prescription costs. Parents in Wilkes-Barre doing everything they can to keep their kids safe and healthy. Manufacturers in Lackawanna County proud of their work, but squeezed by energy cost and workforce shortages. First responders in Nanticoke slowed down by failing infrastructure. The message is the same everywhere we go. Lower the cost, support high-paying jobs, keep our communities safe, and listen to the people doing the work. They aren't asking for partisan arguments. They're asking for results. This is why I was proud to work with President Trump to deliver the Working Family Tax Cuts Act, which delivered no tax on tips. Go ahead, you can clap for that. Let's go. No tax on overtime, expanded the child tax credit, raised the standard deduction, and gave a $6,000 tax credit to our senior citizens. Now it's time to build on this and continue the work with the president to cut costs for working families, bring jobs back from overseas, fix our roads and bridges, ensure access to affordable and reliable health care close to home, and stand with every single veteran and military family in the United States. Let's thank President Trump for braving the freezing temperatures here in northeastern Pennsylvania and making the trip back home. It reflects our shared commitment to strengthening the middle class, rebuilding American industry, and investing in regions just like ours. I am proud to welcome President Trump and the Trump administration to northeastern Pennsylvania. Thank you for getting me to Congress. It is a humble and a privilege to serve you each and every day.
Please welcome Secretary of Energy, Chris Wright.
You shake my nerves and you rattle my brain. Too much love drives a man insane. You broke my will, but what a thrill. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. I let you love what I wanted this morning. You came along and...
Thank you for being here tonight. It's an honor to be in the great state of Pennsylvania, and particularly in northeastern Pennsylvania. The history of this state, the anthracite coal nearby, the Titusville, the first well that started the global oil and gas industry, and today the Marcellus Shale, the greatest shale gas on the planet, are all in this great state of Pennsylvania. You help. Even better is the people and the culture of Pennsylvania. You built the industrial revolution of our country, built our industrial strength, helped us win 2 world wars, and become the economic powerhouse of the world. Pennsylvania has a tremendous history, and I believe deserves and should have an even more prosperous and opportunity-rich future. That should be the future of Pennsylvania. President Biden, unfortunately, launched a 4-year all-out war on energy. Every form of energy, every tool possible. He called it a war on climate change, but of course that's nonsense. 4 years of all of government war that did one thing, that drove up the price of energy, drove the largest inflation in a 4-year period in my lifetime, made life less affordable for Americans, drove jobs overseas, and weakened our nation. Thankfully, the great state of Pennsylvania and Americans all across the country elected President Trump to put an end to this destructive nonsense. President Trump's views on energy are very simple. More is better. Americans better than foreign. Lower prices are better than higher prices. More jobs, more opportunity, more rising in wages. Those are better, not bad things. Those are what we're all about. 7 days a week, President Trump works to push this agenda. So what does he do? He's got to reverse everything done by President Biden. But President Biden canceled an oil pipeline connecting the U.S. and Canada that was under construction. President Trump fights every day so we can build more pipelines. So we're going to take Pennsylvania gas to New England, drive their energy prices down, and bring opportunity to get more Pennsylvania gas exported to our allies abroad. And most importantly, to bring jobs, industry, and economic opportunity right here in Pennsylvania, Just over a week ago, President Trump signed the Genesis mission. This is a major initiative for the United States to lead in AI, to maintain our global superiority, military, technology, economic. AI is going to be transformative for our country, and we cannot be second behind China. A Biden administration or a Harris administration would guarantee we could not lead in AI because we'd be short of energy, we'd have inflation problems racking our country, we'd have blackouts across the country today. President Trump has stopped the closure of coal plants. He pushed a... The anthracite coal from this region launched America to the country we are today. Think about that. And the Biden administration did everything they could to crush coal-generated electricity, coal mining, coal exports to the world, coal opportunity, total and destructive nonsense. Under President Trump, we have record high oil production, record high natural gas production. Soon we will start to see downward pressure on electricity prices. And let me end, yes. I take that as a sign that everyone prefers lower electricity prices over higher electricity prices. This has electoral implications. If you look across the states, and as a data nerd, I do that, electricity prices in Democrat-controlled states are 75% higher than they are in Republican-led states. If you want low electricity prices, what you want is the ability to build infrastructure, to build new power plants and keep the ones you have open, and you want to build demand growth. You want new factories in your state. You want businesses to expand, and you want to build data centers. I know they're controversial, but if you look at the states that have growing demand for electricity, they have flat or declining electricity prices. If you look at California, New York State, Massachusetts, they actually produce less electricity today than they did 5 years ago, and they have skyrocketing electricity prices. You get economic growth going in Pennsylvania. People build factories, expand things, build data centers. That is a road not only for jobs and tax revenue and economic opportunity, it is the road to lower electricity prices. It is the road we can all follow thanks to President Trump's leadership. God bless you all, and I love the state of Pennsylvania.
You shake my nerves and you rattle my brain. Too much love drives a man insane. You broke my will, but what a thrill. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire.
Please welcome Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent.
Good. And thank you all. It's good to be back in Pennsylvania. I hear Scranton is sleepy Joe Biden's hometown. But as far as I can tell, this is Trump country. Pennsylvanians elected President Trump for a second term because they'd had enough of a president who put America last. Biden and his auto pen were the chief architects of the worst inflation, Bidenflation, in a generation. His administration made life impossibly expensive for American families through a toxic mix of what I call the 3 I's: immigration, interest rates, and inflation. Biden's immigration free-for-all was among the greatest abuses of power ever imposed on the American people. By allowing 10 to 20 million illegal aliens into the country against the will of voters, the last administration stole both jobs and homes from American families. Home prices and rents soared as millions of illegal aliens who were never supposed to be here in the first place competed for housing. And wages cratered from the glut of new labor supply. Biden's open borders effectively created a black market in labor that kept wages for working Americans artificially suppressed. Thousands of our own citizens suddenly found themselves out of work or working a job that barely paid the rent. At the same time, they saw their rent costs climbing higher. Why? Because they now had to compete for a limited number of homes against a seemingly unlimited number of illegals. Donald Trump stood above the endless stream of illegal immigration yelling, "Stop, stop." And this is why Pennsylvania and Americans voted for him in a landslide. President Trump promised to secure the border and return American jobs and homes to American citizens through the largest deportation effort of the century. He has delivered on that promise in every day, every way. Common sense, simply closing the border. Our president is bringing an end to illegal wage suppression to put American workers first. And his policies are already bearing fruit. Real wages across the country are up 1% on the year, the first time in 4 years. We are witnessing a blue-collar boom with real wages for blue-collar workers under President Trump increasing at one of the fastest rates in the last half-century, almost in line with his first term. Thanks to the president's efforts to clean up illegal immigration, he is fixing high home costs as well. Rents have come down significantly. Consider that the average national price of rent has decreased 5% since the peak of Biden's immigration insanity. We expect average home prices to follow suit as deportations unlock more housing supply. The second eye that made life unbearable for American families under Biden was interest rates, which climbed at an unprecedented rate while he was in office. But President Trump is fixing that too. High interest rates make life more expensive for American families, but they are coming down under President Trump. The bond market had its best year since 2020, and if I have anything to say about it, as your nation's top bond salesman, bonds will have another strong year in 2026 as we fight to bring Treasury borrowing costs down. Lower Treasury borrowing costs mean lower mortgage rates, lower car payments, and lower credit card bills, which all translates to greater buying power for all Americans. The third eye that drove the cost of living crisis under Biden was inflation. The previous administration ran up the highest deficit in U.S. history outside of a recession or wartime. As a result, inflation skyrocketed to a 40-year high. As Secretary Wright, the highest in his lifetime and my lifetime. Families watched their hard-earned savings melt away as prices of consumer goods climbed ever higher. As with immigration, the Biden administration stole from the American people through inflation. Consider that 42% of inflation under Biden was triggered by his administration's runaway deficit spending. Inflation is the ultimate stealth tax. It's the government's way of spending money it doesn't have and devaluing yours. Biden ran up America's credit card and left all of us here to foot the bill in the form of higher prices in groceries, gasoline, clothes, and other goods we depend on. This was just one more reason voters like you elected President Trump. President Trump is stamping out Bidenflation for good, and we fully expect it to roll down next year. Prices went up under Biden because his central planning policies created scarcity. Scarcity in nearly every sector of the economy, from housing and energy to credit and consumer goods. This made inflation even worse than it would have been as a result of deficit spending alone. But where Biden created scarcity, President Trump is creating abundance. Thanks to President Trump's efforts on deregulation, America's businesses are able to build and innovate again. Thanks to his one big, beautiful bill, Americans are taking home more of their hard-earned income as a result of no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, and deductibility of auto loans for American-made cars. American-made cars. And thanks to his heroic efforts in trade, trillions of dollars in new investment have flowed into the United States, and our workers are finally able to compete on an even playing field. These policies in combination are driving a boost in production that will lower the prices of goods for all Americans in 2026 while also creating jobs and increasing incomes. This is the formula for prosperity: lowering prices, raising incomes. And every component of the Trump economic agenda is in pursuit of these twin goals. Under President Trump, scarcity is giving way to prosperity. The benefits of his agenda are now rippling through the economy, and those ripples will become waves as his agenda gathers force in 2026. President Trump has put a decisive end to the 3 I's. I would add a fourth one: insanity, under Joe Biden. Insanity. Our great president is ushering in a golden age economy by making America affordable again. We're grateful to have you with us, and I look forward to the president speaking to all of you this evening. It's great to be with you. Thank you.
Welcome back. This is Right Side Broadcasting Network. Scott Besson just took the stage there. Let's take a look at the audience right now. As you guys have been seeing on Right Side Broadcasting Network, this is Matthew Alvarez here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I was born in this state. We are about 45 minutes, maybe an hour and a half actually, from Philadelphia, depending on traffic, but of course where freedom was birthed. So, great to be here in Pennsylvania. I actually first got my start at Right Side Broadcasting Network back in September of 2022, and it was at Wilkes-Barre, Scranton, Pennsylvania. So that's only about, again, 40 minutes north of this location. So full circle a little bit. Great to be here with We the People. And we'll be hearing from President Trump as well coming up in about 14 minutes or so. As many of you guys know, when we say he'll speak at 6, it might be 6:05, maybe it will be 6, but we're here for it. Again, if you're just joining us right now, we were outside in the frigid temperatures of Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania. We interviewed some great patriots out there. They told us what they would like to see in 2026. Some people said, we want President Trump to keep doing what he's been doing, keep winning. Others agreed with some questions that I was asking about various things like holding people accountable, really what will save the nation. And I didn't ask them a question about 2027 or 2028 because we know the midterms are very, very important. So let's see what we can do next year. What can happen? And so that's what I was asking we the people. And a lot of different answers and a lot of people agreeing with the fact that, yeah, sure, we need to see those that have broken the law be held accountable. We need voter reform. We need full transparency from the government. We need our freedom of speech to continue, of course, the Constitution, the law of the land. Because if we don't, if things go sour, it'll be almost like 55 times worse than Kamala Harris ever would have been under a different administration. So there's a lot that's at stake in our country, as you guys know. So tonight, a speech about the economy, of course, the economic agenda from the president. Earlier today, Carolyn Leavitt, the White House press secretary, speaking to another network talking about that the best is yet to come. Well, let's watch, wait, and see. However, the clock is ticking for the United States of America when it comes to the Constitution. You might look at me and say, what are you talking about? Everything's good. The open border that was under Biden was closed by President Trump. If we get another left-wing president, can't they just open that border? Can't they just flood the country with illegal immigrants? Can't they start doing what Ireland and the UK has done to freedom of speech? Can't they go against everything that we the people stand for? All of us that voted for President Trump over the past 3 elections that he won, including 2020. What will happen if we don't have someone on the right side of history in 2029? But that's why I asked the people, what's going on in 2026? How about just next year? Because if we don't win the midterms, some say they'll work to impeach President Trump. So there's a lot to get to, a lot to unpack, a lot of stories to follow. The 24/7 news cycle is in high gear. I'm with we the people. I'm with the truth train. I'm with America first. I am also MAGA. I want all the things that are good for our nation. But time is ticking. We need to get things done. The economy is part of it, but there's a whole, heck of a lot more that has to be taken care of. Am I not preaching truth? Is this not, am I wrong? And the reason why I'm confident in saying this is it's common sense. It's about God, family, country, freedom, common sense, truth, justice, and the American way. And I speak to countless people, whether it's on Truth Social, on X, whether it's people here in Pennsylvania, whether it's friends, whether it's family, that are saying the same thing about what needs to be done to save the country. It's not fun to see what's happening between MTG and President Trump and Tom Massey. It's not fun to see it. But we call a spade a spade. If you're a true journalist who adheres to truth, you should not be afraid to speak truth or your mind. It happens to be that where a lot of my colleagues in the press, not conservative media, but those in the mainstream media, who are to my left and you're right at home, who are standing over there, I'll still say hi, I'll still be respectful and professional, but what they're spewing is a bunch of nonsense. We, the people, want people to tell it like it is. You'll hear that in conservative media. A shout out to all the podcasters and conservative citizen journalists and content creators and social media influencers that are on the right side of history. I stand with you, you stand with me. We stand together here. If all of us were silenced, if all of us had censorship and you couldn't say what you really believe about what needs to be done, and I couldn't say it, and we just went along with what everybody else is saying in the mainstream media, and no truth was ever talked about, That'd be awful, right? That's what's at stake in the next presidential election, let alone the midterms. So the midterms are just as important. Anyway, let's get to a couple of our great sponsors. Then what we'll do is we'll go to Joint Base Andrews, where President Trump took off from there on Air Force One. We'll watch that video, and then right after that video, I'm going to go down and talk to some We the People here. How about it? Right behind our live standing point here, we'll go and talk to people, just hear what they want to hear from President Trump, but also what they want to see from the Trump administration in 2026. So we'll do that in just a minute. Before we do, let's go to All Family Pharmacy, a great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. You know, here at RSBN, we always try to point you toward companies that actually support your freedom and give you real choices, and that's exactly why we trust All Family Pharmacy. They're not your traditional pharmacy pushing flu shots. All Family Pharmacy is different. They give you options, encourage you to take charge of your health, stay prepared, and have the right medications on hand before sickness hits. And of course, during the holidays, that's important. The travel, the cold weather, the family gatherings. This is a time when everyone can get sick. We hope that doesn't happen, but if you do, you have a place like All Family Pharmacy that you can get everything streamlined. So you don't have to wait until someone gets sick, of course. All Family Pharmacy has everything your family might need. Antivirals, antibiotics, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, mebendazole, even emergency kits and supplements. All doctor reviewed and delivered fast to your door while you're out doing your holiday shopping. There's nothing wrong with adding a few essential things like All Family Pharmacy. So just go to allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. You'll get that code there and that percentage off. And if you are wondering why I might be a little bit louder today, just imagine being here with a real loud speaker and a live event. So apologies if I'm too loud. Anyway, let's go to Monetary Gold as well. If you'd like a Monetary Gold info kit, you can get that. Every major financial disaster begins with a few simple facts that people unfortunately ignore. In 2007, it was that overextended credit, reckless lending, and misplaced faith that everything will hold. Well, today, some of those same indicators, they're happening. So what you can do is call the number you see on your screen and go to rsbnforthegold.com for more information on Monetary Gold. For more than 25 years, Monetary Gold has guided Americans through every economic storm with that A+ Better Business Bureau rating. Always good to have that. Some great people over there at Monetary Gold. 888-617-7994 is where you can give them a call. All right, so it is 5:55 Eastern Time. 6 o'clock is the scheduled start time for President Trump's speech. As of right now, I don't see the travel pool press here, meaning they're on their way. That means the president's on his way as well. Let's do this. Let's go to President Trump. As he's taking off, of course, he took off. This is video from within the hour to Joint Base Andrews and watch the president board Air Force One and take off. And then after that, let's talk to We the People, shall we? I'm Matthew Alvarez. Thanks so much for watching on Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's all about truth, justice, and the American way. Let's go to that video right now. Welcome back to Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania, where it's about 25 degrees outside, 6 for a low tonight. For those of you in the south, come on now. Holy smokes, I wasn't ready for the 6-degree weather, but it's all good being from Pennsylvania. I'm here joined with Bernie right now. Tell us, sir, about your thoughts about 2025, how the Trump administration's been doing in your opinion, and also what you'd like to see in 2026 from President Trump and the team.
Well, I think President Trump's doing an excellent job. He has to get the immigrants out, the illegal immigrants out. The veterans, he's taking good care of the veterans. When he first came in, he did some good things for the veterans, and then when Biden came in, Biden just did away with what he did, and it hurt a lot of veterans. So,
I see your hat, sir. You served?
Yes, yes.
What branch, and thank you for your service?
Navy, 72 to 76.
So what's it like to be here? I mean, is this the first time seeing the President of the United States?
No, this is my fifth rally. Fifth time. I went to 5 rallies. This is another time been here, yeah.
Is there anything outside of what you've been hearing that you'd like to see in 2026 to fully save the United States of America, or are we good? Is everything kosher?
I like to see them do more about the drugs, about rehabilitation. I think there could be something done more, like open up these old bases and doing like a boot camp type of thing, because what they're doing now with the rehabs is just an open drug market. It's just making money for the politicians and the pharmaceutical company. I had a daughter to go through it. She passed away from fentanyl, so I went through it all. I saw what they did in and out of the rehabs, on the methadone. All that is an illegal high. And my thing is to put them into a boot camp for a year and a half, get them off the drugs, and then teach them a trade while they're there. And I think with these military bases that are closed, they could do that.
I'm so sorry for your loss. What was her first name?
Diana.
When did this happen?
This happened back in 21. That's her there.
Let's show the people at home. So it was fentanyl.
Fentanyl. She was doing drugs. We're from Philadelphia. I moved up here. We brought her up. She was on Kensington Avenue. We brought her up. She was clean for 3 years. She took a pill at the Mohegan Sun, 1 pill, because her toxicology test, there was no alcohol or no other drugs in her system, just all fentanyl. So, and I just think how they're doing it now with the rehabs is just totally wrong, because they come out and they're just on a legal high with the methadone. They have to do something better where they're away for a longer period of time. They're on a base where nobody can get to them, and they learn to trade in the meantime.
How do you go on as a dad?
It's tough. It's very tough. She was my sweetheart. So, a lot of memories all the time I get like this, so I miss her a lot.
And how old was she again?
She was 33.
So you had 33 years with her.
Yes.
Tell us about...
The last 3 years were great because she was clean, she was working, she was doing great. And she went to the Mohegan Sun, and she must have pulled 1 pill off of somebody, and they found her up in her room dead.
So tell us, in the 33 years, though, just a couple of highlights about her, because, I'm a new dad, and this is like very difficult to talk about, to be honest.
She was a great person. She always stuck up for the underdogs, and she cared about people. She always looked out for people. She was just an amazing girl. Played basketball, was great and good at basketball. So
when you see that the border, gets closed and deportations are happening, you are smiling from ear to ear, aren't you?
And every boat that gets blown up, I am happy as anything, because that has to be done. Those drugs have to stop coming in.
President Trump on the campaign trail, he was saying things like death penalty for drug dealers. Is that something that you'd be for?
Yes.
Why?
For fentanyl dealers, yes. Because all you got to do is take a little pinhead and you're dead. And see, it doesn't affect the regular drug addicts because their system's immune to it. It's the people that take it for the first time. That's why my daughter was clean for 3 years. Her system was clean, and she took 1 pill, and it killed her instantly. She was laying on the bed with makeup on her hands. massive heart attack. That's what they do. It's murder. It isn't an overdose. That's murder. And that weekend they had 400 deaths up in the Mohegan Sun Arena from fentanyl.
You know, and that's what's interesting, because somebody that sold whatever up there had the fentanyl inside the drugs. Yeah, no, there's stories that I've heard about this, but to run into someone that has been affected by it is totally different than hearing this on the news. You know what I mean?
Wait a minute for a minute. Excuse me. I carry her with me. There's her ashes in here. I carry her ashes with me all the time. So I really miss her. Oh.
I hear you, man. Give me a hug.
Bringing God back to this
country. Say it again?
That's another thing Trump's doing, is bringing God back to this country. That's the problem with this country. They're getting away from God. They took religion out of the schools, and God made us. You got to have God in our lives.
Your thoughts about the late, great Charlie Kirk, who stood for everything when it was all that, right?
He was a great person, great person. He spoke the truth. That's all. And they didn't like it.
And that's the thing. What would you say to people that are afraid to speak truth?
Well, the other side, that's all they do is lie. They lie about everything. The media, I'm disgusted with the media. The media is terrible. They won't put the truth out there. They just follow what the Democrats say. You know? And I was a Democrat all my life.
Really?
Yes, I just turned 16 to go with Trump. I was a Democrat all.
So what happened?
I listened to Trump. I never liked the guy personally, but I listened to him, and what he was saying, I was thinking. So Trump's the best thing that ever happened to this country.
And that's the thing. I mean, that's what resonates with we the people, is when truth is spoken. And there are some things that I've heard from some people saying, here's how we should save our country. What are your thoughts about those that have broken the law within the deep state, that kind of thing? Do they need to be held accountable, or is it just kind of like a pat on the wrist?
No, because if you don't hold them accountable, somebody else is going to do it again. You got to hold these people accountable, every single one of them. They got to be held accountable.
And then securing our elections is another thing, securing our elections.
There should be same-day voting, ballots, and it should be a national holiday so nobody has any excuse that they can't vote.
And then finally, I mean, not finally, there's so many things we could talk about right now.
Yes, there is. But he's doing a great job. He's doing a fantastic job.
Ernie, thank you so much for talking with us, sir. God bless you, man.
What channel is that?
This is RSBN, so Right Side Broadcasting Network. So you can watch us on Rumble, YouTube, all over the place. Download the app if you'd like. All right, thank you. Wow, you know, it's not something that, you know, I didn't know that. I just walked over to him as the seats were getting filled here. Let's take a live look at the crowd right now. But yeah, just walked down and just pointed him out, said, hey, would you like to do an interview? I had no idea what the topics would be there, but that's the kind of thing that we're facing. All sorts of things that try and tear down the people, right? Or destroy the people. And that's what we know about the so-called enemy within the Bible, right? The enemy comes to kill, steal, and destroy. Well, wouldn't he want to pervert the truth as well? Act like there's a lot of good truth going on, but really, in conservative media, you're going to hear, and podcasters and all these people telling it like it is. Just like Bernie said, the reason why he started voting for President Trump back in the day was because President Trump spoke what we were all thinking as an outsider, you know, and that's the same framework that I believe conservative media and podcasters and citizen journalists who have hundreds of thousands, if not millions of followers on X and Truth Social. Really a shout out to all you guys out there that are on the right side of history, that will not keep silent, that will say, yes, I agree with what Charlie Kirk stood for. I'm going to speak truth into darkness. I will not be afraid. And you keep on keeping on. And so that's why, if you're watching this broadcast, and a little bit earlier, I was speaking about a number of things that, you know, people are thinking, like talking about the prosecutions and securing our elections and that kind of thing. But it's that truth that we're wanting to share with the American people, because sometimes if you're not always into news, if you're not always keeping up on what's going on, and you live your life, and which is great, right? But if you're not super informed, then there could be a problem. And I'm not the one that said that. Let's go all the way to the third president of the United States of America, Thomas Jefferson, right? Like, who better to be like, all right, let's listen to what Thomas Jefferson has to say, right? He said, quote, "A well-informed citizenry is the best defense against tyranny." I'm going to repeat it. Thomas Jefferson, "A well-informed citizenry is the best defense against tyranny." He also said this. This one's a real good one. He goes, "He who knows nothing is closer to the truth than he whose mind is filled with falsehoods and errors." Thomas Jefferson said, he who knows nothing at all, right, is closer to the truth than he whose mind is filled with falsehoods and errors. He also said, evil triumphs when good men do nothing. Evil triumphs when good men do nothing. He also said, finally, the Bible is the cornerstone of liberty. So those quotes, especially as a journalist, right? I've been working in the media thing since 2003. In college, there was a college TV station. I had internships at networks. I worked at a number of local affiliates across the country in some major cities. But there wasn't really a huge conservative opportunity or network at the time back in the day. So, and I wasn't really ready for next levels. I was a local reporter. You got to learn, you got to take your next steps. But anyway, Right Side Broadcasting Network, September 3rd, 2022, in Wilkes-Barre, Scranton, only 40 minutes up the road, was my first ever live broadcast. And there was a colleague that works at another conservative media network. I remember interviewing MTG that day in Pennsylvania, just 40 minutes from this location. And so back here in Pennsylvania, now 2025, as we look forward to 2026. And we hope that we win the midterms. We hope that we see what we, the people, want happen up and down Washington, D.C. We still want the swamp to be drained. We still want the wall to continue to be built. We still want law and order. We love that President Trump had the National Guard go to various cities. I'm wondering how soon the National Guard will be in New York City, because Mamdani will be sworn in on January 1st, 2026. How soon will the New York State National Guard be called in? So there's just a lot of stories, a lot that we're following here at Right Side Broadcasting Network every day, looking at either X or Truth Social. Let's go right now, actually, to President Trump as he is landing in Wilkes-Barre. Just speaking about that in Pennsylvania. Let's go there now. All right, welcome back to Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania. It is 6:12 on the East Coast, 3:12 out there on the West Coast. I'm Matthew Alvarez. Thanks so much for live streaming in. Those of you watching out there on the West Coast, in the Mountain Time Zone, in the Central Time Zone, and on the East Coast, thanks so much for tuning in. I'm just going to interview a number of people here live as we're awaiting President Trump. If you'd like to follow me on X, it's at Matthew US Media, at Matthew US Media on X, and at Matthew Alvarez on the Great Truth Social. Follow Right Side Broadcasting as well if you'd like, at RSBN on Truth Social and at RSB Network on X. All right, so I saw some people that were back here. I said, come on over for an interview. They actually stepped over the bike rail thing, so I'll interview them quick. I don't know if that's even allowed, but we'll give it a shot. Hi, guys. Want to step over this way? What's your first name? And tell us, we'll go like that. What's your first name?
My name is Jason.
Crystal.
All right, can you tell us how excited you are to see President Trump today?
There's no words for it. I'm speechless to think that I'm getting to see this president, and it's like a lifetime experience that I never thought I experienced before.
First time ever, huh?
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. Your thoughts? I mean, I see the Trump hat, so you're ready.
I'm so excited. It's our first time in a Trump rally. So we've been waiting for this. And it took a while to get in. We didn't think we were going to make it in.
And it was freezing out there.
It was freezing. Oh my God. Yeah. Couldn't feel my legs, but I'm so happy to get in.
What would you like to see from the Trump administration in 2026?
If they can improve the gas prices, like they said, the rent, everything, like inflation, inflation mostly. Yeah.
All right, guys. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
thank you. Thank you. Yeah, definitely.
To come and meet some of my friends.
Well, why don't I interview you right here? We're live right now.
What station are you?
We're with Right Side Broadcasting Network, RSBN.
Come on, get in the...
All right. Do a quick photo there.
Now,
you turned it around. Wrong button. There you go. Boom.
Well, Rosemary Brown, David Parker's there, Joe Brown. I have Gary Reinhardt. Louis D. Naples is here with his son.
That's cool. So before we go there, though, I want to talk to you.
Oh.
So tell us about your thoughts about President Trump being here, and then also your thoughts about 2026 for the Trump administration.
I have gone to every standing president since I've been 12 years old.
Really?
No matter where I go.
So you love this stuff, huh?
Yeah.
You love politics.
Yes.
So you've been to Washington, D.C. a couple times?
I trained in Washington.
Doing what?
For the Army.
Really? Yeah. Thank you for your service. That's awesome. So, it's all.
I was a civilian, though.
Oh, no, I got it. So did you work at the Pentagon or no?
I worked for Army Material Command. I'll let you look that up.
All right, cool. Last thing. There's a number of people watching. Wave to them up there on that camera. So where are you from, Pennsylvania?
Yes.
All right, so what do you love about the United States?
Being an American. Yeah. Being able to say what I want, do what I want, come and go as I please.
Sounds like don't tread on me to me. Yeah. All right, good stuff.
We live liberty, honesty, and being an American.
Amen. It's good to love God, family, country, freedom, right?
Yep, that's it.
It's all about freedom, isn't it?
Yes.
Amen. Amen. Anybody? I want to get this guy here, sir. I can only stay in this area. How you doing? What's your name?
Mark Schrader.
Mark, nice to meet you. First, let's show the people the sweater here. That camera right there. There you go. Nice. I like it. It's a good getty up. Your thoughts about President Trump and 2026? Next year, a big year for the midterms. What are some of the topics or policies that you like or want to see done better? Anything like that?
Well, one of the big deals, of course, is illegal immigration. And my mom was an immigrant, and she came here legally. She got her green card. She did everything the right way. And when people are just sneaking across the border, I just can't believe the way they had such an open border. And then you'd hear about people that would lose their jobs because they didn't have a COVID shot. And who knows what they were bringing in. A lot of them may have had COVID or other diseases. And if they're coming in illegally, you don't know what they have.
Yeah, exactly. And then on top of that, the jobs, the real estate market. It's not good to have millions of illegal immigrants here, right?
It's supply and demand. I'm no economist, but when you have too many people that want a house, prices go up.
That's true.
And if 20 million people don't belong here, and that's the thing, Trump is the president, he's the leader of the executive branch and the commander-in-chief, and he has the right to enforce those laws.
And there's a number of laws that he can enforce as well, being the chief law enforcement officer as well.
Yeah.
Let's just go with the last thing here. We know that the midterms are important. With your family and friends, when you're talking to them,
I don't dare say anything to my brother and my nephew.
So they don't like...
No. And I have a small family. Most of them have either moved away or they're passed away.
So what was Thanksgiving like then? Was it easy or was it not so good? You didn't bring up politics?
My brother and my nephew used some wisdom. Unlike certain people like Jimmy Kimmel's wife, we did not talk about politics. We talked about the food and football.
That's a nice way to get through maybe a family gathering when they're on both sides of the aisle when it comes to politics.
Cheer against the Cowboys.
Yeah, there you go. All right, well, there you go.
The thing that does blow my mind is how they get so upset about rounding up illegals, but if I had a farm that I just bought and there was some guy living in one of the outbuildings and I kicked him out and he gets all offended and he says, well, the previous owner left me live here, and said, well, it's my property now. You're not supposed to be here. They just get entitled, but they weren't supposed to be here in the first place.
Yeah. There's so many topics and so many stories that we see out there that need to be taken care of. And, there's some great wins that we've seen under President Trump. There's a number of other things I think people are wanting to see as well, like getting that voter reform done, securing our elections. And
if I have to, I'll go to like the Giant and I'll buy cold medicine. I have to show an ID to buy cold medicine. When I was camping, I needed one of those long lighters that you would use for lighting like a campfire or one of those charcoal grills or something. And I had to show an ID. The woman said the camera thinks you're under 21. And I said, do I look under 21? I'm 66. I couldn't believe that. She said it's only in black and white. I had to show an ID to buy a cigarette lighter, but I don't have to show an ID to vote? What can possibly go wrong?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all can go wrong. Especially, instead of same-day voting, let's just do votes that last for like a couple weeks.
Yeah.
Let's not prove any citizenship. Let's not use paper ballots either. That's what the Democrats would want, right?
Isn't there something in the Constitution saying Election Day is the day? Right. So they're doing it's probably unconstitutional.
It's awful to see that we're one of the only countries that doesn't have voter ID.
I understand certain countries, like I don't. Is it South Africa or somewhere? There's all kinds of restrictions to make sure that there's no criminal activity going on.
Exactly. El Salvador, Hungary, Poland. Sir, thank you so much. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Nice shirt.
Thank you.
I love it. How you doing, sir?
Very good.
What's your name?
Dan Naylor.
All right, Dan, tell us how everything's going. How do you think the country's looking right now?
Well, I think the country is beginning to turn around and head in the right direction. I'm chairman of the Republican Party here in Lackawanna County, and of course, it's a heavy Democrat county and home of Joe Biden, and people were disgusted with where the direction of the country, where we're headed. And I think that Donald Trump has decided that, releasing the energy and letting us use some of that energy here in Lackawanna or in Northeast Pennsylvania is going to build us more industry. And, we have, I think it's one of about the sixth largest natural deposit of natural gas in the world, and we need to take advantage of that.
Yeah, there's a number of things that we can take advantage of, especially here in Pennsylvania when it comes to even, oil in Pennsylvania, too, with oil shale and that kind of thing. Let's shift gears a little bit. So you're the Republican leader of the Lackawanna County?
Yes, chairman of the Republican Party in Lackawanna County.
So what's your overall assessment of 2025 under President Trump?
2025, I think that he made the decisions to get rid of a lot of the things that Joe Biden labored us with and headed us in the right direction. I think immigration, he promised. It's not very many politicians that do what they say they're going to do. He told us he would stop immigration, and 90% of immigration has been stopped. There are people that have come into this country for noble cause, and we can at some point look to those people, and probably bring them along as U.S. citizens. But at this point in time, we need to get rid of the bad actors, because there's a lot of those people that came in here and they don't believe in our system.
Well, there's a lot of people, to your point, so let's just rewind a little bit. He was just saying about the bad actors that don't belong here. They don't believe in our system, right?
Right.
Then there are the bad actors that are United States citizens, like Comey and others, who are also bad actors, who should also face some sort of anything. I mean, look at Peter Navarro and others. I mean, these guys get quick thrown in jail, and then now our country possibly could be on the brink if we don't get the right leader in 2029, because everything you're saying could be reversed. Do you agree or no?
Oh, I agree, absolutely agree. And I think that's why we need to, in 2026, re-elect a Republican Congress. We have two congressmen here that, really basically flipped the House. Rob Bresnahan, I met with Rob Bresnahan before he announced, I said, the thing was, in Lackawanna County, we had to get over 42% of the vote for Rob Bresnahan. We got 43.9%. That made Rob Bresnahan a winner. And we need to do that again, because the person that he's going to be running against is very liberal. I mean, she's the liberal mayor of Strandon. She's not from here. She doesn't have the same values that we have. And having known Rob Bresnahan's grandfather, I know the hard work and the diligence that they're going to work for.
Looking forward to more wins, hopefully a big win in the midterms. Thank you for talking to us, sir.
Very good. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to get with you right. What's your name?
Danielle.
Danielle, I'll be right there in a sec. All right, let's go to callsheet.com/RSBN right now. What will Trump say during his remarks in Pennsylvania? That's something that you might see on your screen right there. Just go to callsheet.com/RSBN. Check out the app as well, or go to the QR code, and you can find out more about Call Sheet. I mean, you're betting, you're trading, but you're also checking polls on all sorts of topics, including music. I love country music, by the way, playing right now here. Country music, weather, sports, technology, faith, science, politics, whatever. Callsheet.com, great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We can answer next. First name again?
Danielle.
All right, Danielle, so tell us, why are you here?
Well, I couldn't not come. I live 2 minutes away. Just last month I was saying, wouldn't it be so cool if the president came here to our town? And then it's like he heard me, so I had no excuse not to be here today.
Awesome. Tell us about your support for President Trump. Did it start back in the day, 2015, or is it kind of like, were you even involved at all with politics?
Not so much for the first term, but for the second term, yes, I was a supporter.
And why did you get behind the president in 2024? If we remember, November 5th, like 6 million viewers on Right Side. What a huge, huge win for the president, for the country. Do you say you've got the same excitement as you did then, now, and what would you like to see in 2026?
Yes, I still have the same excitement. I'm very for Trump. I think he's doing a great job, and if he just keeps continuing on his path, then I hope he makes America great again.
That's what we the people are saying. We want our country to be great. America first all the way. Thank you so much for talking with us. Have a great day. Thank you. All right, we're going to go one more interview, and then we'll have a sponsor coming up, and then I'm going to step back up to the spot up there. What's your name?
Caitlin.
Caitlin, nice to meet you. What's this guy's name?
This is Carson.
Carson and Caitlin, nice to meet you guys. That's a pretty cool hat he's got there. So tell us about you being a mama bear and what that's like in a country that sometimes the wokeism wants to get into the minds of even the youth. How awful is that?
It's very difficult, but it's very important to have a supportive family and a husband at home. And we do a good job of making sure that wokeism doesn't come into our house.
And so what would you say to people out there that are thinking about maybe they want to homeschool a little bit? You think that's good?
I don't think that's a bad idea. Yeah, we've considered it. You find a good network of people, and that's what it is. It takes a village.
What would you say to the parents out there that are watching that went through it during the 2020 COVID crap, and kids like your son here had to wear a mask at school?
I give them credit for getting through it and continuing to teach their children at home the true values of what's important.
And finally, how important is freedom to you?
It's priceless, especially for my children. Yeah.
Amen. Thanks, guys. Take care. See ya. Well, good stuff there. We're going to head back up here and talk to you about one of our great sponsors, as we await the 45th and 47th President of the United States of America. And then we'll also be covering, obviously, the President's speech live. And if you remember back in 2015, the speeches that were with President Trump, we always stayed with the entire speech. You know, mainstream media, man, they'd like to cut out of that kind of thing. They would never want to show the full crowd either, because they just want to hide the truth. They're always into censorship. They're always into not speaking what the true narrative is out there. And we know that the true narrative, come on, I mean, it doesn't take rocket science to think that we just want to have free and fair elections, or we want law and order, or a number of other things, including the Constitution to remain the law of the land. And you might be wondering, why am I talking about the Constitution all the time? Didn't we already win that and have that since 1776? The reason why I bring it up is because it's something that has always been attacked. Think about the amount of things happening around the world, in Ireland, in the UK. It's already like that in China, right? People want to be free. And it's the 8 billion of the people versus the 800 of the tyrannical globalist types that are trying to squash the will of the people. I mean, it's kind of cut and dry and pretty clear now. So that's why we rally behind things like America First and We the People. And that's why President Trump won in 2024. But also, we want to see the agenda of We the People happen, and those 20 core promises to be fulfilled, including ending the weaponization of government. There's a lot, as you guys know, and some of those alphabet agencies out there. It's just facts. This isn't just me looking at what somebody else is saying. We see the corruption. So what are we going to do about it? We better vote in the right people, and let's put pressure where pressure needs to be put. As people say, calling balls and strikes. If you only follow just what 5 people said, and the truth was way over here, right? Let's go to Tax Network USA. We'll get back into news reporting mode here in just a second. Do you owe back taxes at all? So Tax Network USA, this is a great company. Always good to speak with people on the line. 800-958-1000. With the national conversation around abolishing the income tax system, the IRS is fighting back and proving it's here to stay by becoming more aggressive. Now, if you owe the IRS, they can take your wages, of course, bank accounts, Social Security, retirement, and even your home. It's not a question if the IRS will act, but it's when. So right now, Tax Network USA is offering a completely free IRS research and discovery call to show you exactly where you stand. So you don't have to make a serious mistake. Represent yourself or calling the IRS on your own. Just go with Tax Network USA. These guys are great. 800-958-1000. Tax Network USA. Also, mypillow.com/RSBN. Great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Mike Lindell, a rock star for conservatism, a rock star for election security. So mypillow.com, a great spot to go to buy a number of Christmas gifts if you'd like. So go ahead to mypillow.com/RSBN. Also, speaking of elections, free Tina Peters. Free Tina Peters out of that Colorado jail. I'm going to look on my notes here. I jotted down information from her lawyers. And it says from her lawyers, quote, Tina Peters committed no crime. What she did was obey the federal requirement to preserve the evidence of the election. She followed federal law. A lot of people talking about that. A lot of people talking about, again, holding people accountable, voter reform, full transparency with the government, and keeping our constitutional rights intact. At the end of the day, that's what we're looking for. That's what I'm looking for. That's what a lot of you out there are talking about. And I'm not just saying that. I've seen the comments on Rumble, on YouTube. I've seen the posts on X and the posts on Truth Social. I've heard from We the People in person. If you missed any of our live interviews outside while I was all bundled up because it's freezing here in Mount Pocono, hear from this one guy from New York. I think it was Midnight 123. Now, I don't know the guy, but he, in the interview, all of the information he was saying is spot on. So if you're missing any of the footage from earlier, you can check that out a little bit later. In the meantime, it's really loud in here. Let's go live right now and take a look at the crowd. And look at the crowd as we are here live. You know, some people were just tapping my leg while I'm trying to talk. Very, very difficult to do live reporting when that's happening. But anyway, so Air Force One gaggle that just happened. Let's listen into the USA chant, and then we can go to that Air Force One gaggle as well. I'm Matthew Alvarez here live on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Will you be holding a final round of interviews for Fed Chair this week? There was a report that you'd be meeting with Fed Governor Kevin Warren.
We're going to be looking at a couple of different people, but I have a pretty good idea who I want. You're going to have to take it easy with that thing. You know, it's a government plane, but I like to take care of it.
Will there be meetings this week? Interviews this week?
Hello. Somebody's in there. Come on out.
Mr. President, Senators Cassidy and Greenfield have introduced a bill for great health savings accounts to replace the Obamacare subsidies.
That's good.
Do you support that bill?
Well, I like the concept. I don't want to give the insurance companies any money. They've been ripping off the public for years. Obamacare is a scam to make the insurance companies rich, and they have made, I mean, you look, $1,400 to $1,700 increase, 100% increase over the last number of years. There's really few things that have gone up like insurance companies. They're getting numbers and money like nobody's ever seen before. Billions and billions of dollars is paid directly to insurance companies. We're not going to do that anymore. I believe Obamacare was set up to take care of insurance companies, not to take care of the American public.
Do you want Republicans to vote for that bill tomorrow?
No, I love the idea of money going directly to the people, not to the insurance companies, going directly to the people. It can be in the health savings account. It can be a number of different ways. And the people go out and buy their own insurance, which can be really much better, health insurance, health care.
Mr. President, I was with you in Vegas and you had no tax on tips,
right?
The hospitality industry. Would you ever consider no tax on gambling winnings, considering that might be another stage to save American?
I haven't been asked that question in a long time. No tax on gambling winnings. I don't know. We have no tax on tips. We have no tax on Social Security, and we have no tax on overtime. No tax on gambling winnings. I don't know about that. I'm going to have to think about that. I think it's better to go up and maybe take our seats. It's a pretty rough flight. Bye, everybody. Bye.
And there you go, President Trump getting off of Marine One and into the motorcade on the way to Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania, where we are live inside the Mount Airy Casino and Resort. I'm Matthew Alvarez. Thanks so much for live streaming in here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Very loud music here today, of course, all the kinds of tracks that you would usually hear at a President Trump event, whether it's the campaign season or whether it's during a speech. This is the first time, it seems, in a long time that we've seen President Trump in this capacity in front of the American people. So why don't we do this? Let's take a live look right now at the crowd. We'll start all the way to my right, your left, and then we're going to pan the camera all the way to the back of the auditorium or the room here, because it's actually an overflow crowd. There's a whole bunch of people, hundreds of people that are not even in the building or in the room that you're about to see once we pan all the way to the right. So Pennsylvania, of course, a huge swing state won by President Trump back in November last year, 2024. And for those of you that are watching live right now and you're looking for President Trump, well, he's about to be here in Mount Pocono. The presidential seal is on the podium, and we're looking forward to hearing from the president as we are looking live right now at the back of the room here. And if you look all the way through the two doors, you're going to see a bunch of people looking in. I mean, let alone seeing a commander-in-chief, you know, the 45th, the 47th president. Always just cool to do that. But also, I know we, the people, have a lot on their mind when it comes to what is needed for this country to be truly saved. So one thing you won't get from me is I will not be a play TV type where I just go along with any narrative. The only narrative that I'm interested in is a narrative that would represent God, family, country, freedom, common sense, truth, justice, and the American way. The America First way. I should add that in there. America First way as we await the president here. So listen, we all have had our journeys. We're all here now, and it's 2025. We have a big year coming up next year in 2026. So the midterms will be huge, and we have a number of people joining us live right now. So let's do that. We're going to go with Pete Begley. He's the chairman of the Monroe County, Pennsylvania Republican Committee. So I had to kneel down here. This is how we roll sometimes at Right Side. We got to do what we got to do. So, Pete, tell us about President Trump and the fact that he's here speaking to Northeast Pennsylvania.
We're thrilled the president is here in Monroe County. Monroe County elected a Republican president for the first time in 20 years, and we sent 2 Republican congressmen to Washington. We flipped 2 seats here in 2024. It was a great election. And Right Side Broadcasting had a lot to do with that. You guys do a great job.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Since 2015, right? Showing all the speeches, you know, really just saying, you know what? A big you know what to the mainstream media. We're like, we're going to stick to conservative, free press, and that's what we're going to do. Now, speaking of freedom, though, even if President Trump does a number of great things, if there are some things that if he doesn't do, I don't know how we're going to save our country when it comes to 2029, because I think that things can be reversed if we get some Gavin Newsom in office. So what would you say President Trump needs to do to save the country fully, or are we good?
Well, I think we should end the filibuster and turn his executive orders into law and really just put the pedal to the metal. The left is not fooling around. They get power again, they are going to be vicious. And so we have to seize the opportunity God has given us. So I would like the House and the Senate to just get behind the president and his agenda that America gave to him. He's America's president. The world loves him. So we're in the best position we've been in. But you're right, we have to put the pedal to the metal.
Pete, thanks so much, sir. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Okay. Okay, thank you. Getting some more live interviews. Man, I feel like a baseball catcher down in that stance. Woo! Anyway, we have a number of sponsors that we love here at Right Side Broadcasting Network as we're getting ready to see the Commander-in-Chief. Now, it is 6:49 Eastern Time. Tuesday, December 9th. I'm Matthew Alvarez, 6 again for streaming. And, of course, Robert McNeely at the studio in Auburn, Alabama. And it's much warmer down there, guys. Wow. All right, anyway, let's get to it here. Let's go to All Family Pharmacy. You know, here at RSBN, of course, we always try to point you toward companies that actually support your freedom and give you real choices, and that's exactly why we trust All Family Pharmacy. They're not your traditional pharmacy. Let's see what happens with the music as it goes down. Let's go.
If you are standing in an aisle, please make your way to the overflow standing room outside the ballroom. You cannot be standing in an aisle. You must have a seat or standing on the walls. Thank you very much.
So they give you options, encourage you to take charge of your health, stay prepared, and we're just told that only cameras will be up here at this point. So I'm going to be off camera until we get to the president. They give you options, encourage you to take charge of your health, stay prepared, and have the right medications on hand before sickness hits. And of course, during the holidays, that's important. The travel, the cold weather, the family gatherings. Well, All Family Pharmacy has everything your family might need. Antivirals, antibiotics, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, mebendazole, even emergency kits and supplements. We're going to continue that here in just a second, but let's talk about something. I just want to say for the record, just quickly, obviously I haven't been singing all the praises, but I will say this. The press lead just said to us that it's only cameras up here, nobody in front of the camera. You can take that how you will, but there's no reason why I would have to step off camera unless maybe they didn't agree with what I was saying. But again, I stick with truth, and I always will. But anyway, let's continue on with some more sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We could also possibly go live down here behind us. And as of right now, there's a lot of room on that press riser, so I'm not sure why that just happened. Interesting, very interesting. All right, let's go to our next sponsor. Sean, can you, back in the studio, can you let me know? All right, Monetary Gold is our next great sponsor here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Every major financial disaster begins with a few simple facts that most people ignore. In 2007, it was overextended credit, reckless lending, and misplaced faith that everything will hold. And of course, it didn't. Banks failed. Wasn't so good, was it? Well, with Monetary Gold, you can call 800, actually it's 888-617-7994, or visit rsbnforthegold.com. So, great sponsors here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Again, there's a lot of room in front of that camera up there, and I was told by the Trump administration press lead that no more people standing in front of the camera. Let's take a live look. Denver, can you look over there, please? We're going to look at the mainstream media and look at all of the people that are in front of a camera right there. So I'm curious as to why that decision was made. Is it because, am I telling it like it is too much? So anyway, there's the fake news, except for some of the conservative media. And again, you know, professional and respectful to everyone over there. We've talked before. Hey, how you doing? Oh, it's been a long time, all that stuff. But when it comes down to the narrative, I'm just not going to bend the knee to the crap on the left, the mainstream media, or anything that is anti what's going on when it comes to being on the right side of history. These guys pumping their fists as our camera guy saying, hey, come on, pump the fist. So just being really transparent right now, because when you're a journalist, you kind of report what you see and what's happening. It's the who, what, where, when, why, and how. So in this case, why did I have to get taken off that podium? Interesting. Right Side Broadcasting Network didn't ask me to step off, but the Trump administration's press lead did. Interesting. Anyway, this is all about God, family, country, and freedom. I'll stick to it, and I'll continue to stick to it. We want to see more wins by this administration. And I know those of you out there, you're standing on the right side of history. It takes a lot of kahunas to do what I'm doing right now, but I don't care. I care about the country. Yes, I care about feeding my family. I have a 1-year-old and a baby on the way. And yes, this is part of my salary to live in this country. But then sometimes when you're really principled about certain things, like truth, I don't waver. I won't. I can't. I've worked in mainstream media for way too long to bow to any of the political dog and pony shows that I've seen over the years. So I'll continue to report news, conservative news, back there in studio, out here live. But again, all about God, family, country, guys. So a little bit about what we're seeing here. Of course, some great Patriots. This guy here, I see him, man. Nice hat, by the way. What's your name?
My name is Matt.
Nice name. My name's Matthew as well. Talk to us about President Trump and the future of what you're looking to see in 2026 to make sure we win these midterms. And let me just ask you one other question. What are your thoughts about MTG and Tom Massey and President Trump saying that MTG is a traitor?
I'm actually not current with that information, unfortunately. Whatever President Trump's doing is definitely the right thing for our country.
And we hope that's true, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Did you serve in our military?
I did.
What branch?
I was in the Air Force.
Thank you for your service. Can you talk to us about when you served and where you served?
It was a good time. I served mainly with Unit out of McGuire, 514th ASTS, and served overseas in Afghanistan for a tour in 2016. And I've seen it through the years with the different presidents, and I believe things are much better right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather have President Trump than Kamala Harris, right?
Absolutely.
Any day of the week.
Always.
Any other policies that you'd like to see done, or are we pretty good as a nation?
I think we're building to become a better nation, a stronger nation, more secure nation, and I think we're on the right track.
Amen. Thanks, man. Thank you again. All right. Well, let's see what time it is right now. We know that the president is scheduled for 6 o'clock. It's now 7, so that's typical in the sense of rally coverage and campaign coverage and all the things. Let's go with a situation that we're looking at now. I'm looking for an email that was just sent to me for the White House. There it is. We're seeing that it says President Trump delivers progress on lowering costs with much more relief on the way, according to the White House. So the travel press just got here. And so it looks like maybe, I mean, I see 2 cameras up there at this point, and we were right in front of our camera with room there. So there's not any other space that anybody else can be. Like I had room right in the front there, but for some reason down here. All right, let's do this. As we await President Trump, we will go to a commercial break. We'll be right back here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Every once in a while, something big happens. Something that changes everything. And now, in a defining moment for crypto, Trump Media Group and Crypto.com are joining forces to acquire up to $6.4 billion of CRO, launching America's first ever CRO treasury, empowering the Kronos blockchain. This is more than a partnership. It's the future of finance built in America. For more, visit crypto.com, where millions trade CRO every day.
Tired of being told no by your doctor, your pharmacy, or worse, your insurance company? You're not alone. Millions of Americans are waking up to a broken healthcare system. That's why more and more people are turning to All Family Pharmacy. We believe in medical freedom. We deliver the prescription and the medication, all from licensed U.S. doctors and pharmacists, from ivermectin and trusted antibiotics to maintenance medications, even NAD+, the revolutionary anti-aging supplement. Use code RSBN10 at checkout for 10% off your first order.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. As you see, a live shot there in Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania. Always wonderful to be at a Trump gathering, whether it be the rally to economic speeches, now taking it on the road, gearing up for 2026. Now, many of the people, as Matthew covering there today, in the audience, in line since 10 in the morning at the resort, and plenty of overflow as well happening. Even the MC there at the event stating that you have to grab a seat if you can, per the fire marshal's orders, as President Trump in that motorcade, likely in the building as Secret Service can be seen there. And moments away from his speech, focused on the economy. That is this take now, really under a calendar year, what he has done with tariffs in the Middle East, to Europe, to Indo-Pacific, right here at home, and how that local focus has had a global effect and vice versa. Even today, or even yesterday as well, the Secretary of State Marco Rubio with Secretary of War Pete Hegseth speaking on security and the trilateral pact with Australia and the United Kingdom. Part of that has a large sector of economic security attached to that, with the White House releasing many facts and information on delivering progress on lowering the costs for middle-class America, and much more relief on the way after we saw skyrocketing inflation nearly topping what was seen during the Carter administration in terms of percentages. Now, since taking office, President Trump has made substantial progress reversing the inflation rate and cost of living disaster he inherited from the Otto Penn administration. Inflation has been cut by more than half. Gas prices have fallen sharply. Real wages are growing again, and key household expenses are finally heading in the right direction. But President Trump has also been very clear on this. There is still important work ahead, even prior to the midterms and the primaries that we'll see just weeks from now. So as we enjoy this Advent season leading up to Hanukkah next week and Christmas, we remain vigilant as we'll be heading to the ballot boxes very soon. The reality is the Democrats under Joe Biden created this problem, and President Trump is stopping at nothing to fix it. Now, on inflation, President Trump tamed the Biden inflation crisis going back to the Otto Penn of 4 years ago. Inflation averaged nearly 5% and hit 9.1% amid the worst inflation crisis in decades, fueled by radical left's obsession with spending. In President Trump's second term, inflation has dropped to an average of just 2.7%, the critical first step in reversing Democrats' cost of living disaster. In fact, under President Trump, Americans have even seen the first overall price decline since 2020. Now, you're hearing that narrative on affordability coming from the left, but let's look at wages. President Trump, under his leadership, Americans are experiencing real wage gains that lacked in the last administration, as work continues to reverse what the Biden era provided for America. Under Biden, American workers lost over $2,900 in purchasing power because inflation rose faster than wages. In President Trump's second term alone, even after accounting for higher prices, Americans' real wages grow nearly by 4%, or $700, on track to grow by over $1,200 on average in the first full year on office. Now, the biggest difference you're probably seeing immediately, it's the gas price aspect. Americans spending less on gas than they have in years, and this is only the beginning. Under the last administration, gas prices were the highest they had ever been, even after he drained our strategic oil reserves. This really affected Alaska, and dating back to my time covering local politics in Anchorage, Alaska, we began to see the unraveling of that with the cancellation of the Keystone Pipeline. Even the former Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, a self-proclaimed socialist, begging former President Biden to keep that open, as it created not only American jobs, but Canadian jobs. It was good for the whole of North America. In President Trump's second term, gas prices falling to the lowest they have been on the average price in 1,682 days. Americans on track to spend the lowest amount of their disposable income on gas in the last 2 decades. In fact, average gas prices dipping below that $3 mark per gallon in 36 states, below $2.75 per gallon in 20 states, and below below $2 a gallon in at least 4 states. Now, it's $1.69 in the state of Colorado on average. So nice to see that happening out in the Mountain West. Just yesterday, pumping gas around that $2.49 mark here in Auburn, Alabama. On the housing costs, housing affordability finally trending in the right direction. Under Joe Biden, mortgage rates hit their highest in decades as rents surge. Now, at the beginning of December, the average 30-year fixed income or mortgage rate was 6.19%, 12% lower than when President Trump took office in January. Now, according to the Consumer Price Index, shelter inflation is at a 4-year low, and the national median rent has fallen for 4 months straight. And that's really the question here of something that the late, great Charlie Kirk would speak of recently. If you're a young person and you're forced into a renting economy, then you're not able to really live that American dream. We're seeing people start families later, getting married later, buying their first home later. And that could be a real problem over time if people can't settle into a home that is of their own accord, and then always draining money into rent, and you're really not building capital, not building of your own private property, something that is a highlight of the American experiment. Now, on grocery prices for everyday staples are starting to see price declines, and there's much more to come under President Trump. Prices for eggs, butter, ice cream, even fresh fruit, seafood, rice, pasta, and ham have all seen declines at the market and supermarket and grocery stores across this great nation of ours. In turn, with the $12 billion being pledged to farmers, President Trump meeting with them in the cabinet room in the West Wing just yesterday. Be sure to buy local if you can, especially at those farmers markets. They are a hit down here in the Southeast. Now, in everything else, the Trump administration's whole of government effort will continue driving prices down, boosting take-home pay, and strengthening the economy so all Americans can feel that relief in real time. President Trump signed into law the largest tax cuts in American history. We were there in Tucson, Arizona, September 2024 on the campaign trail. Let's go to the President of the United States.
I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the
Well, this is a nice crowd. You got a lot of people. You've got a lot of people standing outside tonight. It's freezing. They got here yesterday like at 2 o'clock in the morning or something. Well, I'm worried about them. Would anybody like to give up your place? Let some people come in from the cold. You go out to the cold. I don't think so. I just want to say hello, Pennsylvania, and I'm thrilled to be back. This incredible Commonwealth with so many proud, hardworking American patriots. That's what you are. So am I. I'm a proud hard worker. I'm a proud patriot, but you're a proud patriot. Thank you very much, everybody. It's a great reception. You know, we're on to expose what happened recently when we took over. You know, it's 10 months. And already we have the largest investment ever made in the history of, not our country, of any country anywhere in the world. Think of that. But let me begin by wishing each and every one of you a very Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, all of that stuff. Remember when I started in 2015, I made my first speech, and I said, we're going to bring back Christmas. Remember, the radical left wanted to get rid of the word Christmas. I said, I don't think that's going to work out. And we did it, and now everybody's saying Merry Christmas again. But just over 1 year ago today, with your help, we saved America. That's what happened. We saved in the most important election victory possibly in the history of our country. Our country was going down. We were a country that was being scoffed at, laughed at all over the world. We won all 7. Thank you, Charlie. She said, and you saved us. Who are you? Stand up, please. Who said that? I love her. Only in Pennsylvania can this happen. I know this state. By the way, last election, did we kick ass in Pennsylvania? We won. That means we won 3 times in a row, as you know. But we won all 7 swing states. We won the Electoral College, 312 to 226. We won, and by the way, the real vote was much more than this, but we wanted to make it too big to rig. We won the popular vote for the first time of any Republican in many decades, and we won 86% of all counties in America, 2,700 to 525. That's good. We did it. Not me, we did it. And now, after just 10 months in office, I'm pleased to report that America is winning again, Pennsylvania is prospering again, and I will not rest until this Commonwealth is wealthier and stronger than ever before. Remember when Biden got up and called you a state? That was not good. He said, it's great to be back in this state. Oh, where are we? Where are we? What state is it? It's Pennsylvania. Oh, okay. Now, we're respected again as a country. We're respected. Since my inauguration, we've created nearly 60,000 new Pennsylvania jobs, including 4,000 Pennsylvania manufacturing jobs that the Democrats gave up on. You're doing better than you've ever done. Under our leadership, more than 40,000 Pennsylvanians have been lifted off of food stamps. 40,000. And working with a great guy, remember David McCormick? He used to go to every rally I had. He knew what was happening. And he's here again, as usual. I can't get rid of this guy. Where is he? He got a little lucky, though, you know, in Butler, a place called Butler, Pennsylvania. I love Butler, Pennsylvania, but it was amazing, and we had a tremendous crowd, like 55, 60,000 people. Then I called David. I said, David, come on up. He was working like hell to get elected. It was a tough race, and very few people could have done what he did. But I said, right at the beginning of the speech, I said, David, come on up. Come on up. I want to, this was before the thing happened. And then I looked up and said, you know what, David, just stay there. I'll get you later. You're so lucky, David. You're so lucky. You don't know. I could have had a little differently shaped ear if it weren't for you. You know, you got very lucky that day. People don't talk about that, but I remember I called him up and I said, just stay there. Because he was walking a little bit slowly. I didn't want to take the time. Oh, boy, that was a good day for you. What a job he did. He's really a great guy, and his wife, Dina, is fantastic. Thank you. Stand up, brother. He's a lucky man. Working with Senator David McCormick, we've secured commitments for nearly $100 billion of investments in Pennsylvania. We were up here a few months ago. Some of the greatest energy companies in the world made that. We were doing it on a beautiful day. A little warmer than it is outside today, David. But over $100 billion, and we've saved a great American company. You know, we saved, this little group of people and me, saved a little company called U.S. Steel. And it's hot as a pistol now. And we have the keys to the company. It's always going to be here. It's never moving. They said, what happens if it moves to Japan? I said, you can't move a steel mill to Japan. You can move a headquarters, but the steel mill stays here. That's all that matters. And I will tell you, the company is spending billions and billions of dollars, and there was no second by comparison. Other companies were interested, and they really are. They call me all the time, tell me they're really excited about it. And, you know, they're building a lot of additional plants. It's turning out to be beyond what anyone thought possible, but we had to save U.S. Steel. U.S. Steel was one of the greatest companies, which really, for a long period of time, years ago, the greatest company anywhere in the world. U.S. Steel was, you see it with the big factories that were, 2 years ago. Now it's starting to fill up. The tariffs have filled it up because people are coming here. Other steel companies are coming to Pennsylvania now because they don't want to spend 100%, 50%, 25% of tariffs are all coming in. It's amazing. You know, the word, remember when I said tariff? My favorite word is tariff. True. But then I got a lot of heat from the fake news. Look at all of them back there. I took a lot of heat. I got up early on. I said my favorite. It's turning out, you know, tariffs are bringing us hundreds of billions of dollars. I just helped our farmers out because they're starting to do really well. But in order to try and negotiate, some countries played a little cute, and we just gave them, right out of a tariff money, cost us nothing, right out of the hundreds of billions that we've taken in, we gave the farmers a little help, $12 billion, and they are so happy. And all they want is a level playing field. And now it's happening, and the tariffs are making them rich. It's going to be, you're going to see what happens over the next 2 years. It's like a miracle is taking place. But we've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars, really trillions. Scott, we have the great Scott Bassett. Scott, stand up. And if you add to that all of the companies that are pouring their money to building plants in Pennsylvania and many other states, auto plants, AI plants, plants of every type, which we would have never had if we didn't put the tariffs on. Did you see where Europe now is saying, I think we got to start doing what Trump is doing. We've got to start putting on tariffs because we're getting our asses kicked, and it's true. But Scott, if you really think about it, it's trillions of dollars, not billions of dollars, right? So it's amazing. It's the smart people understand it. Other people are starting to learn, but the smart people really understand it. 1 year ago, under Sleepy Joe Biden, have you heard of him? You know, okay, look, the King of Saudi Arabia told me this. He said, sir, 1 year ago, I was in Saudi Arabia. Somebody complained that I was making a foreign trip. I went to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and UAE. I brought back $4 trillion. They said, he shouldn't be traveling. He should focus on home. What the hell do you think I'm doing? And 250 Boeing jets. I brought back so much everything. Then they say, he should, the stupid people, they say, he should be leaving our country. Yeah, let's sit around and twiddle our thumbs. It's, it's sort of crazy, right? But 1 year ago, the King of Saudi Arabia said it. He said, sir, 1 year ago, you were a dead country. Dead. They were focusing on China. They were looking for, who's next on line, frankly. And he's a good man. And the Emir of Qatar said it. UAE said it. The big company, the big, smart country said it. We were a dead country 1 year ago. We were dead as a doornail. We were going down the tubes. And now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. There's nobody close. Sure. And it's because of the election on November 5th, because that's when it started. You saw what's happening with recruitment in the military. The enrollment is the highest we've ever had. And, right before November 5th, we couldn't get anybody in the military. We couldn't get police. We couldn't get firemen. We couldn't get anybody. And after November 5th, that's when it started. Right now, we have the highest enrollment we've ever had, the greatest recruitment days we've ever had in the military. It's amazing. So it's November 5th, and it's also, again, it's a thing called tariffs. And I told you, I was about to say that, because I love the weave. You know what the weave is? You go here, bing, 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 bing. You always have to get back to the right location. But otherwise, they'll criticize you for straying from the speech. By the way, if I read what's on the teleprompter, you'd all be falling asleep right now. But it's true, 1 year ago, and during periods of time, I'd say my favorite word is the word tariff. I love it more than any other word in the dictionary. And the fake news said, that's terrible. What about God? What about family? What about religion? What about your sons, your daughters? What about how terrible that's just. So I moved it back to 5th. I have it to 5th. And now I'm in no trouble with the fake news, They say, what about religion? They always find, so you have to weave a little bit with the punches. You have to go, the boxers, you got to go with the punches. But it's been amazing what's happened. And it's been amazing. It's a transformation of our country. I have the greatest oil man anywhere in the world. I see him sitting right there, Chris Wright. I was going to put him in, Doug Burgum. He's great. He's interior. And I said, Doug, I want you to go to Energy. You're really fantastic at Energy. Came from North Dakota. Big fracking place. They done really a great job. He was a great governor, I would say, right? Really great. And a great person. He's doing a fantastic job. I said, I want you to head up Energy, sir. I'd be good, but I'll tell you, there's one man out there in the whole world. There's one man out there who would be better than me. Who is it? A man named Chris Wright. Who the hell is Chris Wright? Give me a break. I never heard of the guy. Well, you never heard. He's the biggest there is. He's the smartest there is. The greatest oil man in the world. Chris Wright. I said, I got to see this guy. And after about 2 minutes, I understood exactly what Doug was saying. So I said, okay, Doug, you'll go to Interior. You work with, because interestingly, Interior owns all the land that has the oil. And he has all the expertise that drills the oil. And I said, we'll do a friendly merger here. This is pretty good. And that's what we did. And we're right now drilling more oil than we've ever done ever before. Prices are way down. We just had 4 states. It was just reported that 4 states had $1.99 a gallon. Right? We're sawmaking. So I want to introduce Chris Wright. Stand up, Chris. Who would think, you look at him, he's a nice looking guy and all that. Who would think he's rated, he's the most talented oil guy. He can put his nose in the ground and tell you whether or not there's oil. Other people have to spend billions of dollars on machinery and equipment, and it doesn't work. So I want to thank you. You're doing a great job. And is it true? We are right now, energy overall, not only the oil and gas, we are right now involved in more energy and have more energy in the works by far than we've ever had before. Is that right? Yeah. Not even close. Yeah. And I have no higher priority than making America affordable again. That's what we're going to do. And again, they caused the high prices and we're bringing them down. It's a simple message. If I had one message tonight, this is being covered like all over the world. This is crazy because I haven't made a speech in a little while. When you win, you say, I can now rest. So Susie Trump, do you know Susie Trump? Sometimes referred to as Susie Wiles. Susie Trump. She's the great chief of staff at they don't use the word chief of staff anymore because of the Indians got extremely upset. But now the Indians actually want their name used, which is true. They never didn't want it used. But the chief of staff, and she's fantastic, she said, we have to start campaigning, sir. I said, I won. What do I have to do already? They said, we have to win the midterms, and you're the guy that's going to take us over the midterm. Where's Susie? Susie, come on, Susie. Look at Susie. Susie's the greatest. And who do we see there? We even brought our superstar today, Caroline. Stand up, Caroline. Isn't she great? Is Caroline great? When she goes on television, Fox, they dominate. They dominate when she gets up there with that beautiful face and those lips that don't stop, up, like a little machine gun. She's got no fear. You know why she has no fear? Because we have the right policy. We don't have men in women's sports. We don't have to sell men in women's sports. We don't have to sell transgender to everybody. We don't have to sell open borders where the whole world is allowed to come into our country from prisons and everywhere else. So she's got a little bit easier job. I wouldn't want to be the other side's press secretary, right? Thanks, Carolyn. Great job. We appreciate it. But that's our message. They gave you high prices. They gave you the highest inflation in history, and we're bringing those prices down rapidly. Lower prices, bigger paychecks. You're getting lower prices, bigger paychecks. We're getting inflation. We're crushing it. And you're getting much higher wages. I mean, the only thing that's really going up big, it's called the stock market and your 401ks. It's going up. But I say it, and I said it the other day, and a lot of people misinterpret it. They say, oh, he doesn't realize prices are high. Prices are coming down very substantially. But they have a new word. They always have a hoax. The new word is affordability. So they look at the camera and they say, this election is all about affordability. Now, they never talk about it. They never talk. Thank you very much. They say I'm not allowed to run. I don't know what the hell that's all about, but that's okay. He said 4 more years. You see the new hat? We have 4 more years. 2028. We have all sorts of... Well, you know what? We have 3 years and 2 months to go. And you know what that is in Trump time? 3 years and 2 months is called eternity. We have a long time. We have a long time. But under Biden, real wages plummeted by $3,000 a year. Under Trump, the typical factory worker has already seen their wages increase by more than $1,300, and that's in just a few months. And for construction workers, it's $1,800 up versus $3,500 down, and I think their number is wrong. It's much lower than that. For miners, do we love miners? I love miners. I don't know how they do it, going 10,000 feet under the ground, and they wouldn't trade jobs with me. If I gave them a beautiful, magnificent penthouse in the middle of Manhattan, where I used to live, if I gave them the most beautiful penthouse, they wouldn't take it. They'd rather go 10,000 feet underground and dig. That's what they want. For miners, their wages went up $3,300, and we're bringing back coal. But my administration cannot talk about anything else except when they say the word coal, they have to precede the word by 2 words: clean, beautiful. So we only call coal clean, beautiful coal. Is that right, fellas? Because coal needs a little public relations help. It's a very powerful fuel. It's used by China. China makes all our windmills, but they don't have any wind farms. It's a little interesting, isn't it? Wind is the worst. That's a scam. They ruin your valleys. They ruin your peaks. And the most expensive energy, the only ones that get rich are the developers who make a fortune. You have to change your windmills. And most of them are made in China, but China has very few wind farms. You know why? Because they're smart. You know what they do have? A lot of coal. They love coal. So that's okay. But we have clean, beautiful coal, and we brought it back into vogue. We have nuclear, we have oil and gas, we have sort of everything. We don't approve windmills. We don't approve it, I'm sorry. We don't like things that kill all our birds. And that every time you put one up, only the guy that owns it makes a lot of money. Those guys, what a joke. And they are ugly, you're right, sir. But Democrats talking about affordability is like Bonnie and Clyde preaching about public safety. And they are really truly the enemy of the working class when they do it, because we're going to have a great energy policy. Our oil prices are coming down, very substantial energy prices. And honestly, with that, everything comes down, because there's nothing nearly in the category of oil. You wouldn't even know what second is. There are seconds and thirds, but it's so far down the list we don't even talk about them. You get energy prices down, which we're doing. Again, the greatest amount of drilling, the greatest amount of fuel being produced right now in our country than ever before, by far. It's not even a contest. And when that happens, those prices come down. That's why you're seeing oil per barrel coming down nicely, very nicely. We don't want to go so rapidly because we want the people that produce it to keep producing it, but they're doing good. But it's amazing. But when energy comes down, your other prices come down too, all of your prices. And that's exactly, we inherited the highest prices ever. and we're bringing them down. We inherited the worst inflation in the history of our country. Think of that. And we're bringing them down rapidly. Their entire agenda is about robbing working people to fund their far-left cronies and give lavish benefits to foreign migrants and illegal aliens. You can't do it. Look, we all have a heart. We don't like what's happening. But, you know, when they allow them to come in, we have a border that, by the way, they don't talk about the border. Why don't you talk about the border anymore? The border is, for months, it's closed. Actually, their people, because they're radical left, their people, radical left, they rate the border and everything. You know how many people came into the border over the last 7 months? You know what it is? Zero. Except for the ones that came in legally, right? Legally. When Biden and congressional Democrats had power, they blew up our economy, sent prices soaring. Look, the poor guy, he didn't know what the hell was happening. Okay, I'm sorry. It wasn't him. It was the lunatics that circled. Yeah, it was the auto pen. You're right. I can't believe I didn't say that. I hate when you beat me to the punchline. I would not have said. Well, I'll tell you, I'll give the fake news a little breaking news. So I believe, and I may be correct, but we're checking this. We have a bad head of the Fed. We're going to be making a change. Fortunately, this guy said. But we have 4 members appointed by Sleepy Joe Biden. Which is better, Sleepy Joe or Crooked Joe? Historically, when I've done polls, from people, I do my own polls. I go to a big arena. We have 20,000 people. I say, which you like, Sleepy Joe or Crooked Joe? And I learned, I save millions of dollars. I don't have to do any polling, okay? Typically, Crooked Joe wins. I'm surprised. Because to me, he's a sleepy son of a bitch, who destroyed our country. If we didn't come along, and it's not me, it's all of us. If we didn't come along, this country was destroyed. I'll tell you, it would have been destroyed. But now Democrats in Congress want to take us straight back to the Bidenomics. They don't change. And I don't really talk about it because, for instance, I watched a congressman the other day on a television show. They were interviewing a Democrat. He was fighting like hell for men to play in women's sports, okay? And I was going to put something out. I was going to he's a well-known congressman. And I said, let's save it about 2 weeks before the election. Right, David? We don't want to do it now. What the hell good does it do now? Let's save it for about 2 weeks because we don't want them to change. Just let them keep going. I think transgender for all is a great, great thing for the Democrats to be talking about. Transgender for every member in your family. If they're not feeling well that night, let's just change their sex. Now, let's not talk about it. Let them go and let them fight to get these things. I think open borders are great. Where prisons are emptied into our country, right? Where we have people from all over the world being dumped into our country. The people that aren't wanted in their countries, by the way. I think that's a great, like Somalia. Welcome. Do we have any individuals from Somalia in the group? Please raise your hand. That's for Minnesota. That's called the Great Big Minnesota Scam with one of the dumbest governors ever in history. I love this Ilhan Omar, whatever the hell her name is, with the little turban. I love her. She comes in, does nothing but bitch. She's always complaining. She comes from a country where, it's considered about the worst country in the world, right? They have no military, they have no nothing, they have no parliament. They don't know what the hell the word parliament means. They have nothing, they have no police. They police themselves, they kill each other all the time. I love it. She comes to our country, and she's always complaining about, the Constitution allows me to do this. We ought to get her the hell out. She married her brother in order to get in, right? She married her brother. Can you imagine if Donald Trump married his sister? Beautiful. She's a beautiful person. If I married my sister to get my citizenship, do you think I'd last for about 2 hours, or would it be something less than that? She married her brother to get in. Therefore, she's here illegally. She should get the hell out. Throw her the hell out. She does nothing but complain. So now, and we have our savior in this room. His name is Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent. He's right there. Because that very handsome man, by the way, if you're picking the Secretary of the Treasury, is he like the perfect guy for a movie? He's made for the movie. Stand up, Scott. Look at him. No, he's central casting. He's central casting. But you don't, under that beautiful exterior is a killer. And here's what happened. He is in charge of the investigation of Somalia and the billions of dollars they have robbed from Minnesota, right? I hope you do your job. I hope you're not one of these Republicans where something comes up and they don't do what they should do because they're nicer people. You know, they're much nicer people than the Democrats, but Scott's actually not a nice person at all. So, Scott, you're in charge of that investigation? Okay, I'm not interfering at all. I'm just saying, please do a good job, honest and fair, right? Honest and fair. Oh, if he's honest and fair, you know what he's going to find? It's great. I'd love to have that job. They may switch jobs with you. I'd love to have that job. They're to get him the hell out of here. They hate our country. And she hates our country. And her friends hate our country. And AOC hates our country. They all do. And we have a new candidate in the great state of Texas, where I won Texas by more votes than anybody. And you have to understand, I'm being judged by these bad people back there, the fake news. So anything I say that's slightly off, I get like headlines. Donald Trump exaggerated. Or Donald Trump lied. They give me Pinocchios. Washington Post, a Pinocchio. They lie every day. They give me a Pinocchio. But think of this. If I make even the slightest mistake, what they do is they go after me. Everything I say is correct. We have now a new candidate. I won Texas by the largest vote in the history of Texas 3 times, okay? I love Texas. Just like I love Pennsylvania, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Just like I love, honestly, every one of our states. I love all of our states, and we've done so well. I love all of our states. What? By the way, is this a different country now than we had a year and a half ago? Right? What a difference. Crime is way down, despite the fact that we have many, bad people entered our country. Many of them are being taken out. Ultimately, they're all being taken out. Washington, D.C., we had a tragic incident, as you know, with the 2 incredible people. What a terrible thing that was just 2 weeks ago, right? Just a terrible National Guard, terrible thing. Sarah and Andrew. Sarah passed away. She's looking at us from heaven, from above, and she was killed almost instantly. They kept her alive. So her parents came from West Virginia, another great state. Her parents are incredible. They couldn't believe it. She was 20 years old. Perfect. She was just getting a little promotion. They were so proud of her. She was on her way up. And she was shot in the head, the brain, shot in the head. They were able to keep her alive long enough for her parents to come in from West Virginia and say goodbye to her. And Andrew is the second one, who's also from West Virginia National Guard, incredible people. And so they were both from West Virginia.
And his mother's named Monica. And Monica's the most positive person I've ever seen. The night that he was so badly hit and the doctors gave him almost no chance, I called their hospital room and spoke to her. And she said, sir, he'll be fine. Oh, no, I'm telling you, he's going to, I'm praying. The whole country is praying. Sir, I'm telling you, don't worry about it. He's going to be fine. This is the mother talking to me. And the father's like devastated. He's an incredible guy too, both. And I went and invited them to the Oval Office, and they came in. She said, sir, he's fine. It was amazing, actually. And today, Monica, she said, we're all praying, and I'm praying. And then she called to say, sir, he moved his finger today. This is like 3 days later. He moved his finger. And today I got a call that he got up from bed. Do you believe that? He got up. He got up. Now, he didn't speak. He's not ready for that yet. You got hit in the head. But he got up, and boy, they're so happy. It's amazing. And the care that they've given him at the hospital, and the generals that have been there, the military that's been there, it's amazing. General Seward and others that she said the level of love that your military has given to my boy. And by the way, Sarah's parents said the same thing. The love and the affection and the care that they're given, they can't even believe what's happened. But Andrew stood up today, and people even can't believe it. So the mother was amazing, and let's hope it continues. Look, it doesn't get much worse than what he did. Let's hope it continues. But that's an act of terrorism. This is a guy came from Washington, state of Washington, came across the country, and he wanted to kill people with the uniform. A whack job. Isn't it crazy? Think of it. He was also very badly injured. And they're fighting to save his life so that we can give him the death penalty. How crazy is that, right? They're fighting to save his life so that we can give him the death penalty. That's the way it really should work, right? The doctors have to do their job, and then the lawyers have to do their job. But it's an amazing country. Actually, Andrew's father said that. He said, they're fighting for him. I hope they save him, sir, because I hope he has to understand what he did, how bad it is. And he's going to, I think he will be saved, actually. It looks like they will save him. He wasn't as badly hurt as Sarah or Andrew, but isn't it an amazing thing? They're working so hard to save his life, and we're going to put him up for the death penalty. Amazing, huh? Only in America. That's only in America. You know, in one way, there's something beautiful about it. In another way, it's a little crazy, right? In my first term, we built the greatest economy in the history of the world. You know that. We had the greatest economy in history, even with the COVID came, and it really hurt the world. It was a gift from China, but China got hurt very badly, too. We're getting along with China. They're buying a lot of our soybeans. Keep buying those soybeans there. You know, you heard all about magnets and rare earth. They were great. I met with President Xi. Scott was with me, and we had a whole group. Marco was there, and Chris was there. We were all there, and we made incredible deals with China. We're getting along. Getting along is a good thing. You know, getting along is a good thing, not a bad thing. It's a smart thing, and they're buying literally trillions of dollars worth of our products and all of that. And we had a very good meeting. Remember, the whole world was going to shut down over rare earth. That was 2 months ago, and that worked out very well. It all works out well. If you have a smart president, it works out well. If you have a dummy, it doesn't work well. But we had a great economy. We had the greatest economy in our country's history, but we had what's called the greatest economy. This is the first term, probably ever, of any country. Now, in addition to that, we rebuilt our military. We got the biggest tax cuts ever. We got the biggest regulation cuts ever. We had the best job numbers. We had a great first term. Or frankly, to be honest with you, I wouldn't be standing here. Because if I had a bad first term, you know, you might say, I like him. He's really good. But we had a lousy first term. You're not going to vote. You voted for me because we had a great, despite all of the Russia bullshit, despite all of the impeachments, think of it. The impeachments, all of the crap we had to go through with these crooked Democrats. They're crooked as you could be. They're bad people. They're sick people. But despite all of that, we had an amazing first term. Our second term is blowing it away. It's blowing it away. So we're doing it again, but bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. There's more work to do, but today, 22 states, we're setting 22 total. Is that right, Chris? That just came out, that statistic. We're down lower than we've been in 7 years in gasoline prices and oil prices, not just the 3 states that I talk about with $1.99 a gallon. How would you like to have $1.99? That's the equivalent of a very major tax cut. When you get the energy prices down, it's really the equivalent, maybe even in many cases better than a big tax cut, which we gave you. We gave you the biggest tax cut ever in the first term. We then gave you, with the great big beautiful deal, which is phenomenal, we gave you something that's even better than we did. We gave you an extension of the biggest tax cuts and the biggest tax cuts ever, even bigger than the first term. And that's one of the reasons that your 401ks are through the roof. It's one of the reasons that the stock market is at the highest point. So rent prices are down, dairy prices are coming down very strongly. The cost of Thanksgiving turkeys was down by 33% compared to the Biden era. You know what you did during the Biden era for Thanksgiving? You said, oh my God, this is terrible. It was a rotten Thanksgiving. And Walmart, I thank them. They came out with a big, sort of a numbers thing, a chart, and they had it 25% less. So that's pretty good. A Thanksgiving meal with all of the trimmings is 25% less under Trump than it was a year ago under Biden. That's a good stuff. We're bringing it down, and we're coming down more. We're coming down a lot more. Takes a little time to come down. They were ruining. They're going to destroy our country. The cost of a Christmas ham, what? Don't forget who? Eggs. I'm getting to eggs. But you're right. Remember with eggs I had my first news conference. 2 days went by and I had a news conference, right? Unlike Biden, 2 years go by, he still didn't have it. Remember? He'd walk off the stage. He's finished with his, sir, you finished with your speech. Now what? You finished what? And then he'd walk into a wall. What he did, and it wasn't him, it was some really smart, radical left lunatics. What they did to our country, we can never forget. We can never forget. But you remember the first eggs? We remember the first 3 days. I just got there. Sure, what's these people? 2 of them are there, right there. Look at all those cameras you got. You got a lot of television going. 2 of them were there. And I'm talking about, yes, I look forward to getting involved and doing great things. What about eggs? Eggs are down. They go, eggs. They said, the price of eggs is quadrupled. I said, oh, I didn't know that. Tell me about it. It's gone up like 4 or 5 times. Remember eggs right at the beginning? He's right when he says eggs. It went up like 4 times. It was like crazy. And they said, sir, don't buy. They came into the Oval Office. Sir, we have an Easter egg hunt. It's like a thing for 150 years at the White House. Beautiful. They said, sir, we're going to buy plastic eggs this year. Plastic eggs. We don't have, enough eggs to go around for that. I said, you're going to buy regular eggs. And by the time Easter comes, we're going to have so many eggs, you're not going to know what to do. You're not buying plastic. And we didn't. And Brooke Rollins, our Secretary of Agriculture, did an incredible job. And eggs dropped like a rock. And we ended up buying a lot of eggs for a lot of. But the price of eggs is down now 80% since March. Think of that. And we have 2 price charts. Do you remember the last time I pointed to a chart? My all-time, I don't care what these charts say. My all-time favorite chart was the chart I had in Butler. I said, let's look at the chart. Bing, bing. I don't care how good that chart looks. It's shit by comparison to the one in Button. It's nothing. I like the Butler chart. Remember, that was on how great employment was and all this, but I like it for other reasons. Look at that chart. It's good, but now I talk about the Butler chart. I don't even want to look at it. Doesn't mean anything. But look, Biden price increases and Trump price increases. Look at Biden. Up 37, 24%, 22, 21, 30.7, 30.7 again, 10.4%, 49%. Trump, the price is down 5.1, 4.2, 0.5, down 4%, 2 points, 2.9. Look at that. Our prices are coming down. Their prices, it's a hoax. They're just, remember they said the Inflation Reduction Act. Remember that? Billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars. The inflation, and after they got it approved, because we had a few Republicans that went along with that whole hoax. And remember, we're going to pass the inflation. And I said, there's nothing to do with inflation reduction there. There's nothing to do with that. It had nothing to do with inflation either way, other than raising inflation, perhaps, because it was such a stupid. And then they admitted, they fought it like, oh no, this is inflation. After they got the thing passed, then they said, we agree, it has nothing to do with inflation. Screw you, we don't care. That's what it is. We're dealing with bad people. And the word affordability is the exact same thing. And I can't say affordability hoax because I agree the prices were too high, so I can't go to hoax because they'll misconstrue that. But they use the word affordability, and that's their only word. They say affordability. And everyone says, oh, that must mean Trump has high prices. No, our prices are coming down tremendously from the highest prices in the history of our country. And look at that chart. Let's see the next one. You have another one, I think, mortgage rates. Even with a lousy Fed chair. We have a lousy Fed chair. Oh, and by the way, it looks, you're going to have to check this, please. I just heard it could be that all 4 commissioners in the Fed signed by Biden, including Too Late. You know who Too Late is? Too Late, pal? Jerome Too Late. He's too late with his interest rates for a reason. He's a bad guy. He's not a smart guy, but he's a bad guy. Too Late. Is he going to lower rates a little bit, finally? Did you see where Jamie Dimon, respected guy, said, you got to get the rates down, you schmuck, you know? But I hear that the AutoPen may have signed those commissions. If they signed those commissions, now maybe I'm wrong, but we're going to check. Have you checked that? Are you hearing it? Who signed it? Did he sign it or did the AutoPen sign it? I'm hearing the AutoPen. You know, you can't use the AutoPen unless it's very strongly authorized, unless you show you know what the hell you're doing, which is impossible of him to show. So, I don't know. I think it's something we have to look into. You put people there that are not authorized to be there. I know I signed Chris Wright. I signed everything, but I signed Chris Wright. If I gave you an AutoPen, they could throw you the hell out of here, Chris. The difference is they would do it, you know? We try and be too nice. No, would you check that, Scott, okay? Because I'm hearing that the AutoPen could have signed maybe all 4, but maybe a couple of them. We'll take 2. So look at that, Biden. I love that laugh. Who's the woman with that great hearty laugh? That's a woman that likes Trump. That's not beautiful. Anybody can laugh with that happiness. She likes Trump. He likes Trump, too, with the hat. Yes, that's right. Thank you. Thank you, man. Thank you. So, Biden, new yearly mortgage cost increases, and Trump, new yearly. Look, we went down with our rates. They went up with their rates much. That's a lot. So, with us, you save $2,900, almost $3,000. And with them, you go up, it costs you $15,000. You don't hear that because the fake news doesn't tell you that. And these are charts, these are government charts. These are not made up by Donald J. Trump. These are government charts. Do you have a third chart? Because I like these charts very much. Not as much as Butler, but I like them. You have any other charts? Because so far they're playing quite well. Oh, look at that. Real wages. Look at that. Losses and Trump real wages gains for the typical worker. Wow. I mean, that's incredible, right? So look at the amount of loss. 18.5, 106. What the hell is that all about? Is that even possible? Biden food. Oh, I see. No, that's the eggs. You moved that chart very quickly. I said, what's going on with that chart? That was Houdini did that. Because I was saying, boy, I really like the numbers having to do with real wages, but, they've played very well. But this plays very well, too. So you have Biden food price increases, Trump. Look at that. Look at that. So ours are decreases, all decreases, and they're moving down good. But look at AIDS, 106%, and we got them down 15%. Look at those numbers. But you don't hear that from the fake news. You don't hear that. What do you think of that, David? I think we're going to have to do something. We should impeach him, but he's gone. I guess we can't, right? By the way, if it were up to them, numbers like that, they would have impeached. Those numbers are terrible, and those are government numbers. So thank you very much, everybody. It's good. We have a couple of other charts we're going to show you, too, that are just terrible. We're also working to bring down the cost of health care. Obamacare is a scam. Under Obamacare, trillions of dollars were given directly to health insurance companies. Their stocks are up 1,700% in a very short period of time. Would you say that's good? Obamacare's primary purpose was to pay off insurance companies. The insurance companies back the Democrats very heavily. I want to give billions of dollars directly to the people. I want to take all of the billions and billions and actually trillions, but over a period of time. And I want to give all of that money we give to the big, fat, rich insurance companies. And I want to give them nothing. I want to give nothing to the insurance companies. I don't want to give all, because they're sucking our country dry with this scam by the Democrats. That was Obama, and I've always said it, Obamacare, but now you see the numbers because your premiums are going up on Obamacare and everything. It's forcing everything up. But we want the money go directly to the people. We want you to go out and buy your own health insurance, and you'll get much better health insurance at a much lower cost. Everybody knows this is the best way to go, but the Democrats, they're bought and owned by the insurance companies. So let's see how many of them have the guts to vote for this. We're putting in bills where all of that money, hundreds of billions of dollars, goes to the people to go out and buy your own health care. And everybody's different. Some are young people. Some are older people. It's a much different, really, set of criteria. In 4 years under Biden, Democrats secured less than $1 trillion in new investments in our country. Think of that, though. And we've done in 10 months, we've set the all-time country record by many times. I'm going to get the exact numbers many times. 18, what are we? Are we over 18? Right around 18 trillion. We could hit $20 trillion in the first year with 10 months, 18 trillion versus less than 1 trillion. And I'll tell you what. It was going to go down. If it wasn't going to be like even anything, it would have been negative because companies were pouring out of our country. The stock market is set 51. This is in less than 10 months. The stock market is set 51 all-time record highs. There's never been anything like that. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. It's set, think of that. It's set 51 all-time record highs in less than 10 months. That was as of about 3 weeks ago. Before I entered office, 100% of all new net jobs were going to migrant workers. Think of that. 100% of new jobs were going to migrant. These are government numbers, by the way. These are not Trump numbers. These are government numbers. Because they say, well, did Trump come up with these numbers? No, I didn't come up. I'm just... Migrant workers and illegal aliens got 100%. But since I took office, 100% of all net job creation has gone to American citizens. How about that? Now, how about that? Even I will give myself a hand. Now think of it, 100% went to American citizens before 100% went to people that came into the country illegally. Again, many of them from prisons, many of them gang members, drug members, Tren de Aragua. More Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country. That's why when they ask about the economy, you know, you have fake polls. How's Trump doing? You hear these numbers. How's Trump doing on the economy? I was interviewed by a very hostile group today. I said, why am I doing these people? They're hostile. But they were relatively fair because they can't be. I don't mind. I can be interviewed by anybody. Were you concerned if you're doing badly, you don't want to be interviewed by bad people. But they can't do anything to you because the numbers speak. It was Politico. I did an interview today. It was a good interview because they have no ammunition. The one person said to me, it's unbelievable. Our economy is unbelievable. There's never been anything. But the Democrats go out, prices are too high. Yeah, they're too high because they caused them to be too high. But now they're coming down. One of the most important ways we're defeating inflation is by unleashing American energy, including oil, gas, and clean, beautiful coal right here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Did you know I went to school in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, right? The great Wharton School of Finance. I love the Wharton School. Became a little liberal, but these are minor details. But the Wharton School, one of the greatest schools in the world. I went here and I loved it. I loved the school, and I love Philadelphia. Philadelphia's gotten a little rougher, but we're going to take it. And you have a great football coach, and you have a great running back, Saquon. You know, I got to know Saquon a little bit, and my hand will never be the same. I patted him on the back. I said, Saquon, let's go. You're my partner today. Let's go win. Because it was like I hit a piece of steel. I said, what the hell is with you, Saquon? That's pretty, he's good. But he's a better football player than he is a golfer. Trust me. He's so strong. Those muscles are, yeah. But his football is great. His golf will be very good. Very good. But we won. We won our match. And you do have a great coach. I was with you, Coach. I got a little streak going here, but that'll change. But he's a great coach. Well, you won the whole deal, right? I got to know him last year when he came to the White House, and I said, this guy's he's a real leader. The players loved him. And you had some players that are just, really just fantastic guys. But you have a good football team. It's really good to watch. But for 4 long years, Biden and the Democrats tried to endlessly kill Pennsylvania energy jobs. They worked so hard to kill the jobs. They wanted wind all over the place, Let's go buy those windmills for millions of dollars each from China. Every time it goes around, you lose $15. Did you know that? That's on average. You're supposed to make money with energy. You're not supposed to lose money with energy. And everybody that's doing wind is in virtual bankruptcy right now. If you look at UK, I told he's a nice man, Starmer, Prime Minister. I said, you have a great energy source in the North Sea. Use it, or you're not going to be in office very long. Their energy prices, they're putting wind all over Scotland, all over the most beautiful fields in the world, Scotland. All over beautiful. Oh, we have some Scottish people here. Where the hell did you come from? We have Scottish people. But they're putting wind all over Scotland. The people are not thrilled with it. And it's costing them a fortune. They have the most expensive energy. And I said, I'm going to do you a favor. You could be there for a long time. Open up the North Sea oil. One of the greatest oil. And, they like to say, well, it's very well depleted. No. It's good for another 500 years, and they haven't even found most of it yet. And if you look at Norway, they have a section of the North Sea, which in theory isn't as vibrant, and it's a very rich country. They have a tremendous worth because of the North Sea. But UK has to, if they don't go back to oil, I think a lot of bad things are happening to Europe. That their immigration policies are so bad. Is so bad, destroying our beautiful Europe. I love Europe, they're destroying Europe and they better do something. I'll give them just some free advice. I'm focused here, but I give them free advice. They better be careful because immigration and energy are going to destroy Europe. On day one, I ended the war on Pennsylvania energy. I just terminated something that was insane. And we all love Elon. Elon was up here campaigning, right? But I said, Elon, I think electric cars are great, but not everybody wants an electric car. And I ended the insane electric vehicle mandate where everybody was supposed to have an electric car by the year like 2030 or some ridiculous year like that. It's just not going to be that way. I don't think it'll be some like hybrid, some kind of like gasoline powered. I mean, the nice thing about gasoline is we have 2,000 years worth of we have more gasoline, we have more oil and gas than any country anywhere in the world. Is that right? And they want us to go to batteries. Let's go to batteries. We don't have battery content. So let's go to batteries, according to these morons that were in our country. Let's not use oil and gas, which we have more than any country in the world. Let's go to batteries. Well, we have to go to the Congo and get it from China. But I actually stopped the war with Congo and Rwanda, and they said to me, please, please, we would love you to come and take our minerals, which we'll do. But I stopped the Green New Scam. It's a total scam. And, you know, we had, they used to call it global warming. Then they called it 15 other things, and none of them worked. So they came up with climate change. Remember? Climate change. Because you can't go wrong with climate change if it goes up. Remember? Global warming. And then the temperature started going down like a rock. Remember? We had global warming, and they sent that big, beautiful ship with all scientists on it. And it went into deepest Alaska. It went up through the ice. And the global warming, it was getting so warm. Except, unfortunately, they had a bad few weeks. It got so cold that the ice just crushed the ship. We had to take those poor bastards out by helicopter. The scientists, they said, one guy was petrified of helicopter. He said, I have a choice, go down in the ice with the ship or go in a helicopter. He chose the helicopter. He made it. But we have a very simple policy, right, Chris? Drill, baby, drill. We have a simple policy. And natural gas production is booming. Coal mining is up by 2.4 million tons a month. And we're also reviving Pennsylvania manufacturing. And with our historic tariffs, steel production is roaring back. We're building steel mills all over the country. And U.S. Steel is coming back at a level never thought possible before. And I was up. And I was up here and with the workers and with Selena. Do you know Selena? Does everybody know? And with some other people. We were up with some great people, and we spent the whole day, and they were determining whether or not they wanted to make which one of the deals. I went to the workers. I said, which one do you like? We picked the right one. As I said before, billions of dollars they're spending. And the steel workers are doing phenomenally better. I think you're going to do better than you've ever done before. You were losing all of your steel. If we didn't have tariffs, you would have no steel. We wouldn't have one steel mill anywhere in the United States. And that would be really bad for, Scott, national security. The one thing you need steel. You know, you can give up certain products. You can give up pencils. Because under the China policy, you know, every child can get 37 pencils. They only need one or two. You know, they don't need that many. But you always need steel. You don't need $37 for your daughter. 2 or 3 is nice, but you don't need $37. So we're doing things right. We're running this country right. We're also putting thousands of dollars in the pockets of hardworking Pennsylvanians with the largest tax cuts in American history. That's no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, no tax. And all of that kicks in on January 1st. You know, it hasn't kicked in yet. I mean, we're doing great, and it hasn't kicked in yet. And It's amazing, and it's one of the reasons they said, "Sir, would you mind going on the trail?" And I actually like it, you know. I have fun. I haven't read practically anything off the stupid teleprompter. And then my speechwriters they're getting awards for some of the finest speeches, and I haven't even read them. And the award for the finest writer in the history of speech making, Ross. Where are you, Ross? Are you here, Ross? Where the hell is Ross? Ross, are you here? Look, first time I've ever introduced him. Ross, get over here. I got it. He's a young, handsome man. He's the greatest. Thank you, Ross. Very low-key guy. Thank you. Look at Ross. He's so shy. I can't believe it. We're joined today by Donna Zajac, a mom and a waitress of over 45 years who lives in Stroudsburg. Does everybody know where Strouds? I know where it is. Because of no tax on tips, Donna estimates she will keep hundreds of additional dollars every single month, and she'll put all of that money toward her daughter's dream of becoming a veterinarian. That's a good, right? That's a good thing. Are you here, Donna? Where's Donna? Oh, come on up, Donna. Come on. Come on. You want, say a few words. Look how beautiful she is. She stood up. She wasn't supposed to come up, but when I looked at her, I said, come on up, Donna. Look how beautiful she is. You're not allowed to say that anymore. You know, in politics, if you say somebody's beautiful, that's the end of your political career. I say, I don't care. I don't care. Come on up, Donna. Say a few words.
What do you want me to say?
Yeah, just say whatever. This is always dangerous.
Thank you, Trump. Thank you to President Trump for having me. This is like my sister dream, but I love you too. My sister Ann loved you too. But yes, with that money, that would help me with my daughter's tuition. Yes, make it a lot easier.
Big difference.
For sure. Yeah? We got it. Thank you. Thank you.
The star is born. That's all I say. A star is born. Is your sister here? Is your sister here, Donna? Are you? Oh, hello. How are you? Good family. Well, thank you. Thanks, Donna. That's beautiful. Also with us is Marine Corps veteran Sean Downey, who now serves as a firefighter and a local first responder. Sean worked over 400 hours of overtime. That's a lot. And thanks to no tax on overtime, he'll take home thousands of dollars extra, which he plans to use to buy your first home. And thank you. Where's Sean? Good, Sean. Good. So you're going to use that money well, right? That was not an easy one to get approved. You know, it all went through Congress. I had to really push hard. I was not nice. I was not nice to get you that money. But you're going to use that money to get a house, right? A first house? Good. Well, you have a great future. Thank you very much. And here as well is Megan Hemhauser from Cresco, Pennsylvania. Megan's husband works 10 to 15 hours of overtime a week operating heavy equipment while she bartends and waits tables at night and homeschools her two children during the day, getting more and more prevalent. Homeschooling getting more and more. It's happening. That's okay. It's good. But thanks to no tax on tips and no tax on overtime, more than a quarter of their income will be tax-free. Megan, do you want to come up? Come on, Megan. Come on up.
Oh my God, Dennis. Thank you. Thank you so much. As President Trump said, I'm a mom, a wife. I homeschool my 2 brilliant children. And the no tax on tips is incredible. No tax on overtime is incredible for my husband. And it all comes back to our family. It saves us, and it's for the future of our children. And it's been such a blessing to be home with them and to have them here with me tonight. And thank you for everything, President.
Thank you. Thank you. Good to see you. I want to show that. You know what's great? So she had these notes, right? Not notes, it's a speech. She never even looked at it. She was great. It's much better when you don't have to read it. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. So I just thought, great job. That's a great job.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's great. Never looked at the notes. She never looked at those notes. That's pretty cool. I have a lot of professionals sitting right here. They'll get up and read a speech. But Megan didn't have to do that. Another key part of our tax cuts is known as Trump accounts. Under this new program, the federal government will be creating an investment savings account for every single newborn American child with $1,000 to be invested and grow over the course of their life, right at the beginning of birth. Friends, family, employers, and loved ones will be able to add thousands of dollars a year, and it's like a trust fund for every American child. It's going to be something, and it's really exciting. And I want to thank Michael Dell and his beautiful Dell computer. Go out and buy a Dell computer. He got it started. He put up $6.25 billion. And he started with nothing. Think of that. And he just put that up, $6.25 Michael Dell, thank you wherever you may be. Michael is probably in Texas watching us right now. And his beautiful wife, they're a great couple. His wife is incredible. Every single Democrat in Congress voted against these unbelievable benefits for American families. Why would you vote against? Money is being put up. Big money is being put up. And you know, these kids, when they get to be 18, 20, 21, 30, 35 years old, they could have $100,000, $200,000, and they're going to be rich. I mean, they're going to feel rich, and they're going to be watching it grow, and they may be helping it grow. Who knows? You never know. But it's going to teach them. It's going to be a great thing. This was Michael and some other people's ideas. They wanted to do this, and they spoke with their wallet, too. They put up a tremendous amount of money. So I just want to thank Michael Dell, his wife and family, and everybody else that was with us the other day. It was a big day, and it's a big event. But we're joined today by some of your representatives who voted to put more money in your pockets. And these are great people. And I introduced David. I'm going to ask him to stand up again, because David McCormick is a really great man in the truest sense. He won a race. You know, he really did well the first time, too, but some bad things happened, right? And very few people are willing to do that again. And to be honest, if he would have lost, I know his wife. She's a beautiful woman, extremely into the social scene, but respected by everybody. She would have left him if he lost. And I told him that. Dina would have left him. She's that way. Hey, we can't help it. That's the way she is. So I said, David, you're taking a big risk if you run again, because if you lose twice, your wife is leaving you. And he wasn't worried. Stand up. David McCormick. Yeah. He was so great. He followed me every single time I spoke. He was there, and he got up and he'd speak. And I'll tell you, we had big crowds, David, and the audience listened to you. In fact, they liked him more than they liked me in some cases. I was thinking about, let's keep him off the stage. But they really loved you. And you've been a great senator. And you have a great wife. Thank you very much. Thank you. And a congressman who's been a warrior, and a couple of guys that have just been unbelievable. But Rob Bresnahan, would you stand up, Rob? What a job you're doing, huh? Young, handsome, Central Casting. Great job. Thank you very much, Rob. Great job. And another one. These are warriors, these two guys. But the three of them. And then you have the senator, but the three of them. Ryan McKenzie. Ryan, thank you. And it's hard for me to explain how hard they work, but they were working so hard getting that big, beautiful bill. I call it the great, big, beautiful bill passed. You know, that was supposed to be in 17 bills. And I actually said it because I'm not that experienced. I haven't been doing it that long, believe it or not. I haven't been doing this. I had one man, he was a congressman, and we had a big meeting, and he was telling us all how to do something. And I said, I disagree with that. He said, sir, I've had 22 races, and I've won 20 of them. I know what I'm doing. And I said, sir, I've had 3 races, and I've won all 3 of them. And mine was for president. And he said, all right, you got me on that. He's actually a good man. He got a little carried away one day. But that's because these guys wanted to do it my way, too. So we had 17 bills prepared. Dan Muser, right? Stand up, Dan. What a great guy. Stand up, Mrs. Muser. Dan is he's a very powerful congressman, but he's a great person, great man. All 3 of these guys, they're warriors, and your senators, very few people that I've ever met that would take that risk. It was a risk. You know, it takes guts to run for public office, right? It takes guts. A lot of guys talk, including me. I talked about this for a long time before I did it. It takes courage to run for any public office because, you know, you can be very embarrassed. You can ruin your life. Look at me. I got impeached. I got indicted. I was never going to be impeached, indicted. I get indicted like 87 times with these stupid. See, they should have indicted me once. They would have had a better chance. With all of the I'd used to get up. It was very important. I'd get up and say, here we go again. Ladies and gentlemen, I got indicted again. And nobody believed the whole thing. And then I'd explain it, and it turned out to be a hoax. I mean, it was a total hoax. They're very, very bad, very, very bad people. But Dan Muser has been a great congressman. He was thinking about running for governor. I think you would have won if you ran, but, you know, in a selfish way, I like you in Washington even better. So I want to thank you very much. Great. Great job. Thank you. That's even more important. Thank you. Thank you very much. And thanks as well to Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, and Secretary of Energy, Chris Wright. You guys have been great. Thank you. I introduced them, but I want to introduce because they have been so good. A major factor that fueled inflation under Biden was the invasion of 25 million people. Think of this. 25 million people came into our country totally unchecked and unvetted, mostly across our southern border. 10 months ago, we inherited the worst border in the history of the world, and now we have the strongest border in the history of our country. We've never had a border that's And people don't talk about it. You notice they don't talk about it. When I was running, it was the biggest thing. And before I was running, that's all they talked about, the border, the border, the border. And now I fixed it. Nobody wants to talk about it. Even my people. They say, sir, don't put it in your speech. Why? Because nobody cares about the border. You fixed it. No, but you know how bad that is? Because they forget what you did. We had a border that was so bad. Everybody, criminals, everybody pouring into our country. Anybody. You know, the Congo, I just settled that war. The Congo, their entire prison population was set into our country. Venezuela, their entire prison population was dumped into our country. And now we have the tightest border we've ever had. We have one of the strongest borders anywhere in the world. I would say there's one country that has probably a stronger border. You know what that is? You know what that is? North Korea. North Korea, I think, has a stronger border. But other than North Korea has 7 walls of wire, and each of them has 1 million volts of electricity going through it. So if you get over one, you're dead for the next one. If you get over one, you're in very bad shape. If you get over 2, you've set a record. So I don't know, Scott, I think we give North Korea the safest border. Don't you agree? You know, but ours is pretty safe. And I want to thank Pete Hegseth and the military for helping us. And again, for 7 months in a row, we've had 0 illegal aliens that have been admitted to the United States. And nobody. Do you remember when Biden said, I need legislation to do that? And I said, no, all you need is a new president. I didn't get legislation. Scott, did I get legislation? I said, close the freaking border right now. And they did it. Because our Border Patrol is incredible. ICE is incredible. That ICE, poor ICE, they take a lot of abuse, but they're the toughest people. And again, Washington, D.C. now is, we had the tragedy, which was a terrorism tragedy, but we have Washington, D.C., the safest it's been in 52 years. Think of that. And a year ago, you couldn't walk down a street in Washington, our nation's capital, and now restaurants are booming, restaurants are opening. The restaurants were all closing. Now the restaurants are opening. You can't get into a restaurant in Washington, D.C. Biden and the radical left Democrats turned Pennsylvania into a dumping ground for hundreds of thousands of migrants from the most dysfunctional places on earth, like Somalia, and gave them billions and billions of your taxpayer dollar. But we didn't really give it. It was stolen. And those people should go to jail. Jail. And if they don't go to jail, Scott Bessent is toast. He's toast. I'll tell you, that could be the easiest case. I think it's too easy for you. Just give it to your assistants. They can do that case. These people are crooks. They don't work. 91% unemployment. Okay? It's a scam. And it's headed up by the crooked Congresswoman. Whatever happened to her brother, by the way? Is he still around? Where is he? Yeah, he went low. He went low. He's not happy. Would you look into him too, Scott? Would you find out the brother, please? She said, how dare you say that about me? It's discrimination. Let me tell you, black people love Trump. I got the biggest vote. I got the biggest vote with black people. They know a scam better than anybody. They know what it is to be scammed. Thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. We did great. Thank you. I like this guy. Thank you. We got a tremendous black vote. We got a tremendous Hispanic vote. We got a tremendous, because we speak the truth. They get it. Everybody gets it. Everybody, pretty much everybody gets it. And they know we're the real deal. Our country's become so strong in such a 10 months. Think of it. It's not even a year. It's like, if we keep going like this, I don't know if we can do that. But if we keep going like this, there'll be nothing ever in history like it. Already, they are saying better than Lincoln, better than Washington, better than anybody. The best 10 months ever in the history of the presidency. And for the first time in 50 years, we now have reverse migration, which means more jobs, better wages, and higher income for American citizens, not for illegal aliens. And you know what? We all have a heart. We want to take care of people. But these people are getting killed on the walk up. They're dying. They're dying. They have to go through jungles. We don't realize this. They are going through areas that are not it's not possible to get through some of the areas. They're going through jungles down in the Central America, South America, some of these areas with snakes, with crocodiles and alligators. They're getting just eaten, and they're getting beat up by some of the bad people. Women are being raped. Remember when I started, I said we're going to stop the raping of women in those caravans, a name conceived of by me, because it's a caravan, thousands of people, 10, 15, 20,000 people coming up. The women in those caravans are being raped in unprecedented numbers by other people in the caravans. By them not coming, they're not even trying to come now because they know they can't get through. We're doing a tremendous service because they're not being killed and they're not being raped and they're not just staying back in their country where they've been. And they've been taken care of. I've also announced a permanent pause on third world migration, including from hellholes like Afghanistan, Haiti, Somalia, and many other countries. I didn't say shithole, you did. Remember I said that to the senators they came in? The Democrats. They wanted to be bipartisan. So they came in and they said, this is totally off the record. Nothing mentioned here. We want to be honest because our country was going to hell. And we had a meeting. And I say, why is it we only take people from shithole countries, right? Why can't we have some people from Norway, Sweden, just a few? Let us have a few. From Denmark, do you mind sending us a few people? Send us some nice people, do you mind? But we always take people from Somalia, places that are a disaster, right? Filthy, dirty, disgusting, ridden with crime. The only thing they're good at is going after ships. But they don't go after our ships. You know why? Because that same missile that knocks the crap out of them, that with the drug dealers from Venezuela and others. That same missile, think of it, from hundreds of miles away, we have the greatest military, we have the greatest equipment, we make the greatest equipment in the world. I bought more equipment. We rebuilt the military in the first term. Then Stupid Joe gave a lot of it to Afghanistan, but it was a lot, but relatively little. But we're still adding to it a lot. But I'll tell you what, I'm looking at this big tough guy with the red hat on. I like that guy. But stand up, let me just see what you look like. Nobody's going to mess with him. Okay. He's central casting. Thank you very much. Very good. I see he's enjoying it. I like people that enjoy things because you got to smile about this whole thing. But that same missile system that hits the center of everyone. Remember, every boat that gets hit, we don't want to do that, but every boat that gets hit, we save 25,000 American lives. Every boat. And when you view it that way, you don't mind. But we have that same system aimed at Somalia, and if they go and want to raid our ships, and not our ships, worldwide shipping, you know, they used to go and take the ships. When one or two of them get hit, they say, we'll pass. So we've cut down drugs, 94% coming in from sea. 94, right? 94%, Muser. 94%, Muser. That's pretty good. We're trying to figure out who the hell are the other 6%. They're finding it very hard to get people to navigate those waters. The problem is nobody wants to go fishing anymore either. They don't want to get in boats. They don't want anything to do with boats. I think we've destroyed the boat market. Other than that, it's been very effective. We've cut it down 96%. Think of that. And now we're going to do land because the land is much easier and it's even more prevalent. If you don't share our values, contribute to our economy, and assimilate into our society, then we don't want you in our country. We don't want you. I mean, Ilhan Omar and the people from Somalia, they hate our country. And they think we're stupid people, which actually, when they allow that to happen, they are. That's headed by Governor Walz, one of the dumber people around. No, but think of it. He's given not like peanuts, billions. These are people that don't work in their own country. Their own country's a failure. They have no money there. And yet they come into our country and steal tens of billions of dollars. How stupid are we to allow that to happen? They can't earn 10 cents in their country. They come over here and rob. Are we that easy? Are we that easy to allow a thing like that to happen? That's up to you. And look at what's going on in North Carolina. We have a big Senate race. We have a fantastic man, Michael Whatley, running as a Republican, head of the Republican Party. Won elections, won the presidential election for us. He's running against a governor who's a radical left lunatic. And Michael should win. I don't know. It's hard. You beat a two-term governor, but the governor didn't do a good job. But what's happening in North Carolina? Two of the most vicious murders that anyone's ever seen in Charlotte. And it's all run by the Democrats. What's going on there? The young lady from Ukraine, you saw that one where a guy from behind just cut her throat on tape. Can't even watch it. What's going on in North Carolina? You need a Republican running that, and you've got to have a Republican senator elected. If you don't, and Michael Watley's running, he's going to be great. So we have people from North Carolina here. Otherwise, I wouldn't be wasting so many words. You know, it's a Senate race, but you agree with me, I think, Mr. Senator, right? Together, we've achieved more in less than 1 year than most other administrations have achieved in 8 years. And we're restoring law and order to our cities, backing the men and women of law enforcement. I love law enforcement. And standing with the heroes of ICE and Border Patrol. We've ended political correctness in our military. We've renamed the Department of Defense into the Department of War. I said to Pete, you know, Pete's a tough cookie, and I said to Pete, I used to do interviews with him, and all he wanted to talk about was the military. I said, this guy's great, smart guy, great education, great everything. The press gave him a hard time, real hard time, but he's really proven to be very, very good, very, very strong. Young, strong, smart. We have Raisin Cain, the great general who knocked out ISIS for us in 4 weeks. Raisin Cain, they said it was going to take, right? They said it was going to take 5 years, sir, or sir, it'll take 5 years. He said, sir, I can do it in 4 weeks. Did it in 3 weeks. Knocked out ISIS. He did a hell of a job in knocking out the Iran nuclear capability. We knocked out the Iran nuclear capability. Now compare that to Jimmy Carter, the Democrats. Well, he was a nice man, but he was. But we don't really want a nice man. You want to have somebody that's capable. You know, they were talking about Greg Gutfeld. He's a very good guy. Greg Gutfeld, very good guy. But Greg Gutfeld he didn't like me very early in his, he didn't like me. I don't know, he just didn't like me. And it was all right, but, you know, it's okay, I'll live with it. Then all of a sudden he started saying, you know, I don't like this guy, but everything he says, he gets it done. And, you know, then he gone a couple of months later and he started going like, I'm starting to like that guy, but every damn thing he says, he gets it done. And it's all really good, common sense, tough stuff. I've never seen anything like it. Everything he says, he gets done. And then he started to really like me. And then we did an interview. It was supposed to be a 10-minute interview. It lasted for 2 hours. There was a good chemistry. And he did 5 shows, all 5 shows that week. And he got the highest ratings that anyone's ever gotten in that time slot. And he became legendary. I'm happy for him. But there was something. But he said, during the process, he said, so would I rather have a guy as president who was really a nice guy who I liked, or a guy who I can't stand that gets everything done and turns our country into a great country again? And he was smart. It was a very interesting process, but he's a great guy. He's doing really well. Totally dominates the late night. Totally dominates against those morons that they have at the other. Kimmel. What bad people? In 10 months, I ended 8 wars, including Kosovo, Serbia, Pakistan, and India. They were going at it. Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia. You didn't know about that. Armenia and Azerbaijan. And I hate to say this, one named Cambodia, Thailand, and it started up today. Tomorrow I'll have to make a phone call, and I think they'll get it. Who else could say, I'm going to make a phone call and stop a war of 2 very powerful countries, Thailand and Cambodia? They're going at it again. But I'll do it. So we're making peace through strength. That's what we're doing. We've cut federal funding for any school that pushes critical race theory or transgender insanity. No more money. We banned the chemical, surgical mutilation of children. Think of this. Can you imagine if you were up here 15 years ago? We have banned the chemical mutilation of children. They'd say, this guy's crazy. We actually had to ban it. But think, can you imagine that? Or I have stopped men from playing in women's sports. They'd say, this guy's crazy. Men don't play in women's sports. Stop men. Well, that's another thing. We stopped men from playing in women's sports, and we're restoring the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley in beautiful Alaska. And I renamed the Gulf of Mexico into the Gulf of America. So in conclusion, from the shipyards of Philadelphia to the steel mills of Pittsburgh, these are great places. Maybe some of you don't even realize it, you get used to it a little bit too much sometimes, but these are great places. From the union halls of Scranton to the kitchen tables of millions of Pennsylvania families, we're bringing prosperity and pride surging back to this magnificent Commonwealth. We're bringing it surging back. You're hot. Our country's hot and you're hot. Together we're repairing 4 years of disaster by the radical left Democrats in Congress and by the worst president in the history of our country. He is. I mean, it's not a question about that. He's just the worst president in the history of our country. The damage thank you very much. The damage he's done to our country is something we can never forget. After just 10 months, our border is secure, our spirit is restored, inflation is stopped, wages are up, prices are down, our nation is strong, America is respected again, and the United States is back. People, right? All these all of my friends right up here. Every single, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. He looks like The Rock. You look like The Rock. Stand up. Let me see what you look like. Yeah, look at that. The Rock would be very happy with that look. Every single day of this administration, we will keep on working for the hard-working American citizens, people that love our country. We will fight, 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 and we will win, win, win. And with your help, we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Pennsylvania. Thank you. We love you, Pennsylvania. Merry Christmas.
Young man, there's no need to feel down. I said, young man. himself. I said, young man, put your pride on the shelf and just go there to the YMCA. I'm sure they can help you today. It's fun to stay in the YMCA. It's fun to stay in the YMCA. They have everything for your mental joy. You can hang out with all the boys. It's fun to stay in the YMCA. It's fun to stay in the YMCA. You can get yourself clean. You can have a good meal. You can do whatever you feel. Young man.
A strong and influential economic speech tonight. The excitement can be felt throughout the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania in Mount Pocono as President Trump really gearing up in what he does best, the rallies. Susie Wiles, his chief of staff, stating in an earlier interview this week that he did not know yet, but they plan the team having him on the road, an exceptional team at that, with Secretary Bessent in the cabinet there with Congressman and Senator Dave McCormick, the congressional delegation, also joining President Trump from the Commonwealth tonight as he speaks in Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania. Welcome to RSBN Primetime. I'm Robert McNeely. It's about 10 minutes to 9. Thanks for being with us all day today, earlier in the morning and throughout the afternoon and evening, covering President Trump inside and outside of the Beltway. Thank you to allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. 10% off of the things that matter most. And this amazing family-run company leading the online movement for off-label pharmaceuticals, generics that are life-saving and can get to your day or door within days. RSBN 10, RSBN 10 is the code. Scan that QR code now because they believe in the cherished celebrations that matter most this holiday season, whether it is family, friends, football, and just some good old fun and Christmas vacation. Tamiflu, antibiotics, antivirals, ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, NAD+, methylene blue, much, much more. 300 plus medications available and ready for you, including those emergency medical kits. You could take those on the road with you as well at allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. They have a licensed U.S. doctor to review your order and, again, get that to your door within days. So no fuddling and messing around with those pharmacies that simply will not prescribe great life-saving medications like ivermectin. So go to the ones that matter and that count. No insurance required, no red tape, no bureaucracy, just taking care of patriots like you at home. RSBN 10 is the code for 10% off of allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. And for your financial wealth, securities preservation, grab that complimentary presidential gold guide through Monetary Gold. Call today. Do not delay. It's 888-617-7994 and ask how you can eliminate those IRA fees permanently for life. You don't want that to deter what's really not a luxury item anymore, but what should be perhaps a requirement for you and yours when it comes to buying another property or creating generational wealth, because paper money just can't get it done at the end of the day. And with the dollar falling 40% in purchasing power over the last 2 decades, or BRICS nations, some friends, some foes across the world, they are divesting from the American dollar, gold and silver going up in a bull market. And it's good for the American middle class, especially, to take advantage of this at rsbnforthegold.com, rsbnforthegold.com. Again, 888-617-7994. Scott Cheney, our dear friend, the senior portfolio manager, very involved in the digital marketing of this great company, and can help with leading you and his team through some options, because one size does not fit all when it comes to a gold plan. Monetary Gold, it is truly the best in the business. Again, wealth, security preservations, gold going up over $6,000 an ounce, and silver not far behind, $60 an ounce, and that's just skyrocketing since January 20th of this past year. And we were fortunate enough to run through some of those big economic wins, whether it be at the grocery store, to reduction in inflation, to the gas pump as well, with President Trump stating that it will only continue to get better as time goes on here past the holidays. And we saw with Thanksgiving and now into Hanukkah and Christmas that people are buying and traveling, and we hope to see that continue to happen in the consumer economy. Get all America First updates and exclusive offers right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. There you can find the great written word, really analyzed by extraordinary authors, op-eds, and columns here at the network. So going outside of the broadcast, in case you're on the road or unable to stream for whatever reason that might be, but you have some quiet time near your computer or your iPhone or any smartphone, you can pull up those articles and read those, like, share, and subscribe with friends, as we'll bring you everything inside and outside the Beltway, again, from your go-to live desk that's gearing up for a 2026 rally season, one unlike any before, with midterms seeing another Republican convention on the horizon. And again, Susie Wiles stating that the chief of staff, President Trump, will be on the road, and you could see the excitement. You could see it in his eyes, hear it in his voice, as he granted a Challenger coin to one of the Marine One pilots tonight for his birthday. This president working overtime to make America great again. Some breaking news during the event tonight. Republicans have proposed a plan for health care in the Senate. Same with the Democrats with what they plan to do with Obamacare. We're expecting votes on Thursday, so stay tuned tomorrow for unbridled access and analysis of these plans and the ultimate vote on Thursday that may go over to the House and ultimately to the president's desk, something that President Trump really is focused on with those reforms. In the meantime, thank you for tuning in tonight. RSBN in the prime time. And if you've been with us throughout the day, thank you for tuning in to what was a very chilly Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania, around 6 degrees tonight. It topped 50 around Auburn, Alabama, but now that the sun is down, getting a little bit cooler on this Tuesday, December 9th. For all of my colleagues on the right side of history, God bless you and the viewers of this great network, and safe travels to our crew from Pennsylvania coming back down to the Yellowhammer State. I'm Robert McNeely. We will see you tomorrow night. Stay warm, and let's make America great again.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. You can scan that QR code now, RSBN10. That is the code, easy to remember, for 10% off. This is ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, antibiotics that will save you and yours from bacterial and viral infections, NAD+, and much, much more. 200 essential medications and emergency medical kits, the meds you trust delivered to your door.